Chapter 1076. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. In the upper study room, Yifeng, Lu Gang, Yin Hentian, and Lu Jin were all present. And in the upper study room, there was another outsider, monstrous beast Imperial Court's King Spider. King Spider solemnly handed over a letter. Yin Di, His Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. It must be delivered to you, King Spider said solemnly. Everyone was curious. Lu Jin passed the letter to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan frowned slightly and took the letter. From King Spider's attitude, Yin Chuan knew that something big must have happened for Ju to be so cautious. Yin Chuan opened the letter and read it. As he read, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed and a serious expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, did something big happen? Yifeng asked curiously. Yin Chuan handed over the letter. Yifeng immediately took the letter and read the contents. Yifeng's face changed, and he frowned deeply. Then, he passed the letter to Yin Hentian. The ministers passed the letter around. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and pondered. Ju? He's unwilling. Yin Chuan sighed softly. King Spider smiled and nodded. My emperor, you've done something unprecedented. You want to establish the foundation of the world, so you must have the ambition to face the world. Yin Chuan nodded. I do admire Ju's boldness. Go back and tell Ju that I will definitely be there when the time comes. Since he gave me a big gift, I might be able to give him a big gift too. Yin Chuan said solemnly. King Spider's expression changed, and he said politely, Yes, King Spider will pass the message. King Spider will take his leave. Yin Chuan nodded. Lu Jin came forward to send King Spider off. As soon as King Spider left, the ministers in the upper study room felt relieved. Your Majesty, does Ju really have that ability? Yifeng asked with a frown. That's right, Your Majesty. Why does Ju want to fight with Your Majesty alone? This is a war between nations. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to personally take the risk. Lu Gang said worriedly. Your Majesty, Ju is prepared to give up on the northern divine continent. Is he really willing to give it up? Yin Hentian frowned. That's why I said that Ju has great courage. 30,000 years ago, he actually committed suicide and reincarnated in order to scheme for a person's life. In this life, he is even more willing to bet a country for a belief. This person is extraordinary, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. The Jade Star plucking hand is one of the strongest divine abilities in the world. Rumor has it that the ancient Almighty even battled with the Lotus God. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes brightened. Ju has obviously obtained the inheritance of that ancient Almighty. Therefore, Your Majesty, you must be careful, Yin Hentian said solemnly. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. After thinking for a while, Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng and asked, Where is Jin Deyu now? The three armies of the Great Jin Army are currently attacking the southern divine continent. Jin Deyu is the marshal of one of the armies. Yifeng said, Summon him back. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, changing the marshal in the middle of a battle is a taboo. Yifeng said worriedly. It's fine. The southern divine continent doesn't have much resistance. When Jin Deyu returns, let Li Si take his place. With Li Si's reputation, it should be easy for him to control the army and the opponents. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Li Si. Yifeng was instantly speechless. Indeed, Li Si's fierce reputation was too terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. Li Si annihilated an entire clan. Although he didn't participate in the battle and only did logistics, Li Si still made a name for himself in the logistics department. Yes, Northern Divine Continent. Yao, Imperial Empire. Ju looked to the south. Spider King was reporting everything to Ju. Yin Xin stood behind him. Yin Chuan said that. Ju asked seriously. Yes. Spider King nodded. Your Majesty, this is a huge gamble. Yin Xin frowned. Ju shook his head. This is not a gamble. I just want to see the heroes of this world again. Oh, King Guy said that Yin Chuan is more like an emperor than he is. Before he died, he passed the country to Yin Chuan. This shows Yin Chuan's magnanimity. This is true. Yin Chuan used a few hundred years to build the great Zhen Empire today. Look at his growth, and you will realize that his methods and abilities are comparable to the great Buddha Celestial Empire's Kong Mok. Don't you see his magnanimity? With comparison, you can see more clearly. Kong Mok is much more petty compared to him. Zhu said solemnly. Yin Chuan is indeed more magnanimous than Kong Mok. Yin Xian nodded. In the world today, there's only one hero that I'm interested in, and that is Yin Chuan. Zhu said solemnly. Then why did your majesty only look for Yin Chuan? Why do you want to fight with Yin Chuan? Spider King could not understand. The great Buddha Empire has the Kong family. It will take a long time to take them down. However, the world is developing too quickly. Time? Why, lack is time. One step behind, one step behind. One step ahead, one step ahead. In this world, there is no place for me. I invited Yin Chuan out because I want to get to the bottom of this. I hope I'm not wrong. Zhu sighed. Yes. The two nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study, a purple-robed man stood in front of Kong Daochio. Kong Daochio narrowed his eyes. Meng Sanshan, why are you here? Kong Daochio frowned. The purple-robed man handed over a letter. The Holy Lord asked me to hand it to you personally. The purple-robed man said solemnly. Kong Daochio took the letter. He opened it with suspicion. As he read, Kong Daochio's eyes widened. This is impossible. Kong Daochio stood up abruptly. The purple-robed man shook his head. I have already delivered the letter. The sect leader said that it is up to you whether you believe it or not. With that, the purple-robed man stepped out of the study. After the purple-robed man left, Kong Daochio paced back and forth in the study. Lotus God? Impossible. How could Kong Mo have anything to do with the Lotus God? I've seen them before. Their energy is pure and flawless, unlike Yang Zhijio's black energy. Although Yang Zhijio's black energy was incomparably evil, it was also pure and flawless. The purity of evil, the purity of black? Is it pure and white now? Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Mo might really take our Kong family's place. Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. After taking a deep breath, Kong Daochio stood up and walked out of the study. He quickly flew toward the Kong family's forbidden area. Whoosh! Kong Daochio landed at the entrance of a valley. I am Daochio. I request an audience with the Grand Ancestor. Kong Daochio said solemnly. The valley was silent. After an hour, a voice was heard. Kong Daochio, why are you here again? An impatient voice came from the valley. I have an important matter to report to the Kong family. Kong Daochio said solemnly. The Lotus God has returned to this world. The Grand Ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. The person I'm looking for this time is Kong Mo. Kong Mo has colluded with the Lotus God. Now that his strength has increased greatly, I am afraid that he will take our Kong family's place. Grand Ancestor, please come out of the valley and make a decision. Kong Daochio said solemnly. There was silence in the valley. Kong Daochio, I know that you don't like Kong Mo, but don't use this excuse to deceive me. Kong Mo was here before you came. The Lotus God? Is this your excuse? The Grand Ancestor's impatient voice came. But Kong Mo's strength has increased greatly during this period. Yes, he did. Kong Mok also told me that he had benefited from refining the Buddha's Sarira. He came here to ask for forgiveness for refining the Buddha's Sarira. I have already absolved him of his crimes, the great ancestor said in a deep voice. Kong Daochio, I don't want you to frame Kong Mo. I still have a use for the great Buddha Celestial Empire in the future. You're the patriarch of the Kong family. Remember, always put the Kong family's interests first. If you continue to harp on your daughter's death, you might as well not be the patriarch. The Grand Ancestor said angrily. Kong Daochio felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Yes, I know my mistake. Kong Daochio clenched his fists and said with an ugly expression. Go. Don't disturb me again. The Grand Ancestor said in a low voice. Yes, sir, Kong Daoqiu said sulkily as he slowly left. At this moment, the Grand Ancestor was obviously siding with Kong Mo Ku. No matter how he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not have enough evidence, so he could only go back first. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Jin. Jin Dayu received the order and quickly returned. Your Majesty, I am fighting at the front line. Man, why I'm back? Jin Dayu asked curiously. Jin Dayu, your ancestor was once the Shifter Emperor? Yin Chuan asked. How did you know? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. I noticed it when I saw your words and deeds, especially your Divine Emperor Bell. Divine Emperor? Perhaps that was your ancestor's divine name? Yin Chuan asked. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly and finally nodded. Your Majesty is wise. My ancestor did establish a celestial empire. My descendants will never be able to reach his level. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yin Chuan nodded and said, no matter what, you know some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. I need your help. Your Majesty, please speak your mind. If not for your appreciation, my lineage might have already been cut off. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. I want some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, are you going to help Ju? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. This was because Dejun had no use for these experiences. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. I am helping him, but not him. The main thing is to help me and Dejun's celestial empire. Jin Dayu was at a loss. After thinking for a while, Jin Dayu finally said solemnly, if your Majesty wants it, I will tell you everything I know. These experiences are no longer of much use to me. If my ancestor's power can once again flourish in the world, he might be happy. Yin Chuan nodded. If one day I reach a high enough level, I will help you restore your ancestor's glory. Jin Dayu said in surprise. It's just that we are still too weak. Everything we say is false. You are the commander of Dejun's Third Army and have accumulated military merits. Sooner or later, with your military merits, I will fulfill my promise and let you fulfill your glory. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jin Dayu was excited. Yes, thank you, your Majesty, Jin Dayu said firmly. Chapter 1077. It had been 20 years since King Gaiyu's death. Yin Jin had become the focus of the world again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on this place. This was because 20 years ago, Yin Chuan had promised to send the officials of the Great Calamity Heaven Dynasty out of this world. At this moment, countless cultivators guessed Yin Chuan's abilities. Break open the gate to the immortal realm? Was Yin Chuan really that strong? On the other hand, he wanted to see if Yin Chuan would really honor his promise. Did he really have that kind of bearing? A large number of cultivators had gathered outside Yinjing. Inside Yinjing, the square of the Skyward Palace was filled with ghost cultivators. The ghostly aura was heavy. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, followed by a group of officials. Everyone, Yin Chuan looked at the ghost cultivators and said. Silence reigned. The group of ghost cultivators all looked at Yin Chuan. First of all, I have great respect for all of you. All of you are loyal to King Gai. After King Gai's death, none of you are willing to join any court. None of you are willing to stay in any country. All of you are the backbone of the country. Your strength of character is worthy of everyone's admiration. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Chuan spoke, and a group of ghost cultivators revealed bitter expressions. However, just like what Yin Chuan had said, the ghosts only respected King Gaiyo, and no one else could be subdued. I will fulfill the promise I made that day and break open the celestial world gate for all of you. However, let me emphasize this once more. This is the sealed world. The netherworld has collapsed. If I break open the celestial world gate, all of you can only go to the yang world of the celestial world, the yang world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The group of ghost cultivators looked at each other, but their eyes were filled with determination. Yindi, thank you for your reminder. However, don't worry. Although this is the immortal world, we will find a road to the Yellow Springs. As long as we enter the road to the Yellow Springs, we can return to the underworld. A ghost cultivator said. All right, good luck to all of you. Yin Chuan nodded. With a flip of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin suddenly appeared. At this moment, Yin Chuan's strength was naturally much stronger than the king of Gaiyu. Feng Yinyang, Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Yes, Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, replied. Feng Yinyang waved his hand. Arg, arg, arg. All of a sudden, dragon roars were heard all over Yanjin. Feng Yinyang activated a large number of dragon veins, and streaks of yellow light gathered on the sky-burying coffin from all directions. Buzz! The heaven-burying coffin suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and a surge of power surged in all directions. His powerful aura forced the ghostly cultivators to retreat. Yin Chuan held the heaven-burying coffin and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. World suppression, break! Yin Chuan shouted. The sky-burying coffin in his hand suddenly smashed into the sky. Hong! The explosion shook the entire Yanjin, and the ears of countless cultivators were ringing. It was originally a sunny day, but suddenly, thunderclouds rolled as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. The rolling thunderclouds covered the sky and covered the entire Yanjin in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the rolling thunderclouds, there was a huge hole. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be vast mountains and rolling rivers. It's broken? A cultivator in the distance exclaimed. Looking at the entrance of the cave, almost all the spectating Xiuzhou were stunned. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. A place where mortals couldn't enter in their entire lives. That's a heaven for all mortals. Only deities who went through the tribulation and became deities had the right to ascend and enter. But now, the entrance to the realm of deities had appeared in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was broken by a mortal. Just like that, it was broken. When the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Yin Chuan again, they were already indescribably shocked. Of course, breaking the door to the realm of deities depended on the place. It wasn't difficult to break it from the inside to the outside, but the price to pay from the outside to the inside was too terrifying. Because the inside was targeted at mortals, while the outside was targeted at deities. They weren't on the same level. That was why Yin Chuan could break it with the sky-burying coffin. The realm of deities has opened. Everyone, please go ahead. Yin Chuan said. In the middle of the thunderclouds, the entrance slowly shrank. Countless ghost cultivators looked at Yin Chuan and finally bowed to Yin Chuan respectfully. Thank you, Yin Emperor, the leading ghost cultivator said. Then, the ghost cultivator rushed into the sky and instantly rushed into the hole. A large number of ghost cultivators followed one after another, and there was a unique figure among the group of ghost cultivators. The Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor looked at Yin Chuan and bowed to Yin Chuan respectfully. Then, he led a group of snake race overlords into the sky. Yin Chuan nodded. He watched the Snake Emperor leave. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost cultivators in the square had left. As for the entrance in the sky, it slowly closed with a rumble and gradually disappeared completely. Boom! The rumbling thunderclouds exploded and scattered. Everything was over, but the shock of countless cultivators didn't end. Not far away, Dongfang Zhengpi of the Julu Academy stood. The fat on Dongfang Zhengpi's face trembled when he saw the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Dongfang Zhengpi quickly flew in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, oh no, Your Majesty, that coffin of yours is too powerful. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. Dongfang Zhengpi said excitedly. When did you come? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You sent someone to summon me. As a high-ranking official, how can I not hurry back? Haha, tell me, what do you want me to do? Dongfang Zhengpi said casually. There's one thing, but I don't know if you can do it. Yin Chuan smiled. Are you making fun of me? Dongfang Zhengpi was speechless. No, you're the most suitable person to do this. I can feel that you are someone from the path of great fortune. Yin Chuan said seriously. Path of great fortune? Haha, Yin Chuan, you have a good eye. However, what is the path of great fortune? Dongfang Jingpi laughed. Yin Chuan. In Hintian stepped forward and smiled. This is the head of the Special Affairs Department of Dijon. You are indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Jingpi's eyes lit up when he heard In Henshin's words. You are too polite. Dongfang Jingpi stood up straight. The Emperor's matter is very special. I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable person. However, the Emperor suddenly mentioned you and said that there's a Special Affairs Department in Dijon. He asked me to hand this matter to you. In Hintian smiled. Oh, Dongfang Jingpi was interested. In Hintian took out 2 green jade pendants. Of these 2 jade pendants, one is with me. The other is for you. In Hintian handed over a green jade pendant. Oh, Dongfang Jingpi asked curiously. I need you to find a few people. Every time these people come within 10 miles of you, this jade pendant will light up. At the same time, their appearance will slowly appear on the jade pendant. Yin Chuan said, Ah, so magical? Dongfang Jingpi was shocked. Look at Bai Diqian. Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Bai Diqian slowly flew over from afar. After flying for about 5 kilometers, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint white light. On one side of the jade pendant, a tiger's head slowly appeared. On the other side, Bai Diqian's appearance seemed to have been absorbed, and a fleeting shadow of Bai Diqian appeared. Ah! Dongfang Jingpi was shocked. The 12 earthly branches. This is Yin Bai Diqian. As for the rest, I need you to find them for me. There are only 2 jade pendants. I don't trust anyone else, so I can only find you. Yin Chuan said seriously. He didn't trust anyone else. A sense of accomplishment grew in Dongfang Jingpi's heart. He felt very comfortable. Don't worry, I will definitely find them for you. Dongfang Jingpi immediately agreed. Haha, you don't have to be so serious. After all, it is not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. Everything is up to fate. You can travel around the world and go to places with many people and demons. Yin Chuan laughed. Ha ha, this is to my liking. Dongfang Jingpi instantly laughed. All your expenses will be paid by Dijon. The mission of finding these demons is up to you. Yin Chuan said seriously. Who else but me can do such a difficult mission? Coincidentally, I haven't done anything yet. Let's start with this. Dongfang Jingpi laughed. And Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Jingpi off, Bai Diqian frowned slightly. Yin Chuan, why do I feel that Dongfang Jingpi is not reliable in finding the 12 ancient demon gods' bloodlines? Bai Diqian asked curiously. Don't worry, he can do it. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. All right, up to you. Bai Diqian nodded strangely. You're going to meet Zhu soon. Why don't I go with you? Bai Diqian said seriously. Yin Chuan shook his head. Your mission is to continue refining that life providence. Don't worry about anything else. Stay in Beijing. I have a feeling that the world's greatest upheaval is not far away. We cannot afford to lose Beijing. Yin Chuan said firmly. All right, Bai Diqian nodded. Yin Chuan had sent the Snake Emperor to the Celestial Realm. Bai Diqian actually wanted to go, but he knew from the Snake Emperor that his enemy, Zhu Gong, was extremely powerful in the Celestial Realm. Even if he went, it would be useless. Therefore, he could only stay in Dijon and assist Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Diqian and smiled. Don't worry about Bai Tu Shi. He's your son and my good brother. Bai Tu Shi is very smart. He'll be fine. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. As his father, if you don't cultivate properly, you won't be able to teach your son a lesson when you go to the Celestial Realm. As for Zhu Gong, there will be plenty of time in the future. The Zhen will seek justice for you and Bai Tu Shi. Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right, Bai Diqian nodded. Yin Chuan continued to instruct Bai Diqian on the matters of the imperial court before calling Jin Deyu over. Your Majesty, Jin Deyu greeted respectfully. It's about time. Let's go and meet Zhu and Yao Tianshang now, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, just the 2 of us, Jin Deyu asked in surprise. Don't worry. Although this world is big, we can go anywhere. Moreover, I believe in Zhu's character. It won't be a trap. Yin Chuan said confidently. Yes, Jin Dayu nodded. Just as Yin Chuan said, Jin Dayu was very confident. Who could stop him when he was at the peak of the upper void stage? The two of them turned into two streams of light and shot towards the north. At the same time, in the Demon Imperial Dynasty. Let's go, Zhu said to Yao Tianshang. Just the two of us. Yao Tianshang frowned. There's no need to put on a show when we meet Yin Chuan, Zhu said with a smile. Yao Tianshang nodded. The two of them shot towards the south. Chapter 1078. At the border of the East Divine Continent and the North Divine Continent. At a secluded lake. By the lakeside, Yin Chuan and you were sitting at a stone table. Both of them were holding cups of tea as they enjoyed each other's tea. Not far away, two figures stood on the surface of the lake. Yao Tianshang and Jin Dayu. Yin Chuan, you want Jin Dayu to fight Yao Tianshang? Zhu asked with a hint of doubt. Yao Tianshang was one with him. What did Yin Chuan mean by this? Asking him to fight with Yao Tianshang? Was he trying to show off his superiority? However, Zhu did not object. He knew that Yin Chuan was not that kind of person. Besides, there was no one else here. Who was he trying to show off to? Yin Chuan smiled. Since you're so generous, I won't be stingy. Jin Dayu, he's not fighting. Oh, Zhu narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Jin Dayu looked at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Yao Tianshang looked carefully. This is what the Emperor wants me to show you, Jin Dayu said. Come me if you want. Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Buzz. The sound of a bell rang out, and the water above the lake seemed to tremble, forming countless droplets of water. A huge golden bell appeared above Jin Dayu's head. There were countless runes on the bell that were jumping. Whoosh! Yao Tianshang took out a huge golden saber. It was the demon slayer that he used to guard the sky, burying coffin. Both of them were at the 12th level upper void stage. They stared at each other coldly. Above the chaos, gate of heaven, open, Jin Dayu shouted. Dang! Ong! The divine emperor bell rang. It formed a huge soundstorm that spread out in all directions. The lake evaporated instantly. The surrounding mountains were flattened. The huge sound wave spread out for hundreds of millions of miles. Within this sound wave, there seemed to be a ferocious demonic aura. The demonic aura soared into the sky. An enormous amount of demonic aura instantly covered the entire sky. The demonic aura condensed and shone down with 7-colored light. Once Demon Slayer was unleashed, the sound wave attack around Yao Tianshang was instantly sliced apart. What a treasure! Yao Tianshang exclaimed as he looked at the divine emperor bell. However, just as he was sighing, his face suddenly warped in shock. Demonic chi. That overwhelming demonic chi seemed to want to engulf the entire world. Demons descend upon the world, and all living creatures submit in fear. It was the aura of the ancestor of all demons. This is... Yao Tianshang's face darkened. He then slowly closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, Yao Tianshang seemed to see a magnificent scene. Not too far away, Jin Dayu was controlling the divine emperor bell. His forehead was already dripping with sweat, but in order to fulfill Yin Chuan's request, Jin Dayu was doing his best to reflect the memories of his ancestor. Not only Yao Tianshang, but Zhu also closed his eyes and watched. He felt that the scene was extremely blurry. They could only see a vast divine court, where countless immortals and gods were bowing respectfully. From today onwards, the demons will rule the heavens, and the sorcerers will rule the earth. Immortals and saints will have to enter the heavenly court and register. Those who do not respect the heavenly court will be killed. I enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. My words are the heavenly Tao. From today onwards, I am the heavens of all living creatures. Boom! The divine emperor bell shook. Jin Dayu could not hold on any longer. He put away the divine emperor bell and slowly flew towards Yin Chuan. It was not a battle at all, but this was even more shocking than a battle. The two felt the domineering aura of the demon the Arch in the scene, and their hearts surged. Demon the Arch? The demon the Arch was in charge of the heavens? My words were the heavenly Tao. My words were the heavenly Tao. Whoosh. After a while, Yao Tianshang and Zhu finally regained their senses. Swish. Yao Tianshang instantly flew closer. Who was that? Who was the demon arch? Yao Tianshang asked in surprise. Zhu also looked at Jin Dayu. I heard from Yunxin that the demons have never ruled the immortal world. Jin Dayu looked at the two and took a deep breath. He was our ancestor. Unfortunately, he has fallen. Our ancestor once established the first demon court of all time, dominating the world. Today, His Majesty requests to pass on some of our ancestors' experience in establishing the dominating era demon court to you. He hopes that you can restore our ancestors' glory. Jin Dayu then handed a jade slip to Yin Chuan. Dominating era demon court? The ancient demon arch? Zhu frowned. Yao Tianshang stared at the jade slip expectantly. From a moment, Yao Tianshang and Zhu decided to take this path. They realized that the future was dark. Because there were no demons, there was no path ahead. A path without a path ahead was the most difficult. Who could guarantee that they would stop at any time? Now, the two suddenly saw the path ahead. Furthermore, another path had appeared. How could Yao Tianshang not be excited? You too. This is Jin Dayu's ancestor. Believe it or not, this is Jin Dayu's sincerity. Yin Chuan handed over the jade slip. The jade slip recorded the experience of the demon court. Zhu and Yao Tianshang looked at each other. Yao Tianshang wanted to take it, but Zhu frowned and pondered. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. Taking a deep breath, Zhu said solemnly, "Dominating era demon court?" Although Yan Xian said she didn't, I believe you. Yao Tianshang, and I owe you a great favor for such a great gift. Zhu took the jade slip solemnly. Isn't the North divine continent? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Ha, the North divine continent? I don't think much of it. I can't even explain myself to the North divine continent to return this favor. Zhu shook his head. Yes, we will meet again in the celestial world. I hope that I can see a majestic demon court then. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhu nodded. Definitely. The two emperors smiled. Then, their expressions suddenly turned serious. Jin Dayu was a little confused by this sudden turn of events. Yao Tianshang also frowned slightly. All of a sudden, Yin Chuan slammed his palm down from above. Whoosh! The original day suddenly turned into night. Countless stars circled. A star was surrounded by countless planets. Jin Dayu and Yao Tianshang looked up and saw a huge palm pressing down on them. Universe in a palm. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Zhu reached out his right hand and shot it into the sky. His right hand seemed to be covered with divine patterns. As it shot into the sky, it released a dazzling silver light that seemed to light up the entire sky. The huge silver palm grabbed at the largest star. Slap! The palm grabbed the star. Star-picking hand? Jin Dayu's face darkened. Bang! The star-picking hand exerted force, and the star exploded. Once the star exploded, the entire planet seemed to collapse. It suddenly scattered in all directions. At the side, Yao Tianshang looked delighted. The scattered planets suddenly attracted the star again. Suddenly, the original star system split into 10. The 10-star systems filled the sky again, and a powerful killing force came at the star-picking hand. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on the star-picking hand. Bang! The star-picking hand exploded. Zhu narrowed his eyes. He was about to use the star-picking hand again. Yin Chuan reached out his hand and withdrew the universe in a palm. The stars in the sky disappeared. The sun shone brightly again. Zhu looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The battle between the two was not over yet. Why did Yin Chuan withdraw? He withdrew. Yin Chuan did withdraw. At this moment, Yin Chuan closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Jin Dayu quickly stood aside to protect Yin Chuan. Zhu did not disturb him, but Yao Tianshang looked surprised. Boom! Suddenly, Yin Chuan's aura skyrocketed. The terrifying aura stirred up a gust of wind. Jin Dayu was delighted. Zhu and Yao Tianshang had a complicated expression on their faces. Yin Chuan closed his eyes, but his mind was in the zombie body. Just a moment ago, His zombie body had broken through to the 12th level upper void stage. Yin Chuan's body was waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he stopped the battle and stopped suppressing his cultivation base. He resonated with the zombie body and reached the 12th level upper void stage in an instant. At this moment, Yin Chuan had reached the paramount upper void stage. At the same time, he finally resonated with the zombie body. The two bodies now had one consciousness. It was different from Yao Tianshang and Zhu. Although they were the same person, they had two different ideologies. From now on, the two Yin Chuans would only have one personality. What a good body of a general and minister. It allowed the corpse in my previous life to break through in such a short time. Yin Chuan was satisfied. Whoosh! Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out. Zhu frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. He smiled bitterly. Do you want to try again? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Zhu took a deep breath and stood up. No need. I'll leave it for the celestial world. I'll show the glory of the demon clan. I hope you won't fall behind when the time comes. We'll see. Yin Chuan stood up and nodded. Let's go. Zhu turned around and flew north with Yao Tianshang. Jin Dayu watched Zhu and Yao Tianshang leave in a daze. He looked at Yin Chuan and asked, Your Majesty, why did you fight just now? Jin Dayu did not understand. Because Zhu is unwilling, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Huh? Because even though he made it sound easy, he still has some attachment to this world. I fought with him just now to help him sever this attachment. Now it has been cut off. One step behind, one step ahead, one step ahead. I hope they have a good start in the celestial world. Yin Chuan sighed. Jin Dayu finally understood. Let's go. Let's return to the court and inform Yifeng to send officials to the North Divine Continent to take over the cities. Yin Chuan flew south. On the way back to Zhu and Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang read the contents of the Jade Scroll and sighed. Do you still find it a pity that the North Divine Continent was given to Yin Chuan? Zhu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, pity? To you and me, this Jade Scroll is worth 10 North Divine Continents. There's no more attachment to this world. Let's set off soon. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Zhu shook his head. Since we've accepted this gift, we'll wait a little longer and help the Zhen take over the North Divine Continent. That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble. I still have a few great demons to subdue. Once we subdue all of them, we'll set off for the celestial world. Yao Tianshang said seriously. Zhu nodded. Chapter 1079. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. Yin Chuan and Yifeng stood in the square of Skyward Hall, looking north. Yifeng, how are the officials you arranged? Yin Chuan asked. The monster imperial dynasty has taken control of more than half of the North Divine Continent. They've been very cooperative this time. All the important positions in the major cities have been replaced with our officials. We've taken over more than half of the North Divine Continent without shedding a drop of blood. Yifeng smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire has also sent troops south, but they probably won't be able to take over too many cities. After this, Great Jun will control more than half of the world. Yifeng said solemnly. More than half. Yin Chuan frowned. This was because Yin Chuan understood that there were still two powerful forces in this world. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire had the help of the Lotus God and the mysterious Archaean Sacred Ground. They had to overcome these obstacles. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea of Providence clouds in the sky above Yin Capital churned. Providence rolled in from the north. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, they're leaving. Yin Chuan said solemnly. North Divine Continent, Monster Imperial Dynasty, Capital. Rumble. High up in the sky, thunderclouds churned. The demonic Imperial Dynasty's Destiny Cloud Sea had collapsed, and the former capital was now filled with demonic beasts. There was a huge hole in the thunderclouds in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the celestial realm. Zhu and Yao Tianshang stood with their hands behind their backs. All the courtiers looked on expectantly. Let's go. Zhu shouted. He took to the sky. With Zhu leading the way, Countless monsters flew toward the huge hole. Yin Chuan could break through the hole, and so could Ju. Rumble. Countless monsters and officials followed Ju into the celestial realm. All around the capital, countless commoners looked up at the sky in confusion. His Majesty had ascended? He had ascended with all the experts? What about the monster imperial dynasty? Rumble. As the lightning flashed, all the experts chosen by Ju flew into it and entered the immortal realm. Boom! The enormous entrance to the world of immortals closed abruptly. Some of the luck of the imperial capital even surged into the east. On this day, the northern divine continent underwent a huge change. Luzhou City, from today onwards, your subjects shall enter the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty as the capital of the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty. City Lordly Luzhou pays his respects. Northern Fei City, from today onwards, your subject will enter the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty. City Lord Wang Chaoyun pays his respects. On this day, the various cities of the northern divine continent were filled with the sound of people bowing down to Yun Che. It was as if the great celestial empire had taken over the northern divine continent in an instant. In a single day, the entire northern divine continent had changed. The massive flow of providence instantly shocked the remaining forces in the world. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha, Heavenly Empire. Kong Mok led the ministers out of the pantheon of Buddhas and looked toward the north. How can this be? The luck of the northern divine continent is all shifting to the eastern divine continent. Ju, Yao Tianshang is dead? Kong Mok exclaimed in shock. Confucius Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and looked toward the north. This is a rare commodity worth hoarding, but the mediocre fools have misled me. Kong Daoqiu said gloomily. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Ground. Inside a large hall in the divine world. A purple-robed man stood in front of Meng Sansheng. Have you sent the letter? Meng Sansheng asked in a low voice. Yes, Sacred Master. However, it has been decades, and the West Divine Continent hasn't done anything. Are they really going to let the Lotus God go? The purple-robed man asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. I don't have the time to care about them right now. I need to break another seal. Once I break another seal, I'll be able to... Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Yes. While Meng Sansheng was deep in thought, his eyes widened, and he stepped out of the divine world. Looking toward the north, Meng Sansheng's expression became complicated. Ju left. Meng Sansheng exclaimed in shock. Sacred Master, what did you say? Yin Chuan. What a good Yin Chuan. He took half of the southern divine continent, and now he's taking almost the entire northern divine continent. What a domineering zenith. Meng Sansheng exclaimed. A what? The purple-robed man exclaimed. Great celestial empire. Ha, but it's still not enough. Wait for me to unlock another layer of seal, then I can pluck the Tao seal of this realm. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, my celestial race can finally rule the world again. Yin Capital, Xianyang Palace. Yin Chuan looked at Feng Yinyang, Yifeng, Yin Hentian, Jin Diyu, Lu Jin, and the others. I have some personal matters to attend to in the divine world. I'll be back in half a month. The world is tense right now, so keep an eye on it. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The ministers nodded. After sending everyone out, Feng Yinyang cast his spell. Soul depart. Yin Chuan's soul immediately entered the divine world. A soul possessed the body of a person near the sealed realm. He climbed to the top of the mountain and watched as Ju led a large number of demons in a certain direction. Old Wang, what are you looking at? A shout came from the bottom of the mountain. Yin Chuan looked over and saw a white-haired old man rush up. The white-haired old man was probably in the Qi state. He landed beside Yin Chuan and watched the demon army leave. This group of demons must have come from the sealed realm. The one leading them is not good. An immortal went to check on them, but he killed him. The white-haired old man exclaimed. Is that so? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan knew Ju's ability best. It wasn't difficult for him to kill an ordinary immortal. By the way, do you know that there's a sacred court nearby? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You mean the Great Qi Sacred Court? The old man was surprised. Yes, the Great Qi Sacred Court. This area is incomparably desolate. Very few big shots come here. Why is there a Great Qi Sacred Court stationed here? What are they doing here? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Haha, I happen to know a little about them. It's all because of the Dao seal here. I didn't expect there to be a sealed realm here. It's easy to come out from the inside, but difficult to enter from the outside. Last time, the Great Qi Sacred King used too much energy to break this realm. He seemed to have been in seclusion for a long time and just recovered. I heard that the 600 immortals who went and died. The white-haired old man sighed. Oh, I heard that after the Great Qi Sacred King came out of seclusion, he was furious when he heard the news. I don't know if he'll send more people. The white-haired old man shook his head. Is that so? Well, take me to the nearest city where the Great Qi Sacred Court is stationed. Yin Chuan smiled. Why are you interested in the Great Qi Sacred Court? The white-haired old man was surprised. Just taking a look. Yin Chuan smiled and did not say much. All right, I'm going too. Yin Chuan's other soul followed an aura and quickly passed through the immortal realm. As if crossing through time and space, he suddenly possessed a deity realm cultivator. Yin Chuan raised his head and looked around. All around him, immortal qi surrounded him and multicolored light shone everywhere. A large number of experts were flying in all directions. There were even immortals covered in multicolored light hurriedly passing by. Young master? Young master, where are you? Not far away, a voice suddenly called out. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Qinglong's voice. Seems like I found the right person. Yin Chuan's face lit up with joy. Qinglong, Mo Yushi's attendant, was originally from the Great Zhao Sacred Ground and had ascended with Jing Ting. Yin Chuan quickly flew towards Qinglong's voice, hoping to understand Mo Yushi's current situation. Soon, he saw Qinglong. Yin Chuan's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to go forward, his figure paused, and he stopped. After all, he was now possessing someone else's body, and Qinglong did not recognize him. Moreover, Yin Chuan did not want Qinglong to know. At this moment, Qinglong's face was filled with anxiety. Soon, Qinglong stopped and secretly exhaled. Qinglong landed beside a small lake. There was a large willow tree beside the small lake. Under the willow tree's roots, there was a 5 or 6-year-old boy curled up. The boy looked extremely thin and weak. He was looking at the small lake alone in a daze. Young master, it's great that you're here. We've been looking for you for a long time. Qinglong immediately said. The little boy looked at Qinglong. Uncle Qinglong, has my mother come out? Qinglong's face stiffened. Soon. The princess will be out soon. Don't you see the princess once a year? The little boy cried in grievance. Little fatty, little Pole, they all said that I'm a bastard. Why don't I have a father? They said that my mother is a bad woman. So, she was locked up by the celestial emperor. Qinglong immediately squatted down. Young master, don't cry. The princess was not locked up. She was willing. At that time, those bad people wanted to force the princess to abort you. The princess would rather die than give birth to you. She was willing to be imprisoned for 500 years before giving birth to you. The princess is the best mother in the world. The princess was pregnant with you for hundreds of years and endured hundreds of years of pressure to give birth to you. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qinglong immediately comforted him. Then do I have a father? Why did they say that I'm a bastard? The little boy cried. Of course you have a father. Your father is an indomitable figure. When your father was around, that Tao Lord Yu, that bad Lord Yu, could only kneel and beg for mercy in front of your father. Your father is very powerful. Qinglong wiped the little boy's tears and said, Is that so? Then why didn't my father come to find me? Little Fatty and the rest say that I'm a bastard every day. The little boy cried. Your father is doing something big. He will come. He will come to pick you up. Little Fatty and the rest won't play with you. There are still us 4 uncles. We will ride a big horse for you, okay? Qinglong immediately coaxed. And in. The little boy wiped his tears and laughed. Dang! At this moment, in the distance, where the multicolored light soared into the sky, a loud bell rang. Qinglong's face suddenly changed. Oh no, Uncle is going back. When we go back tonight, Uncle will ride a big horse for you. Later, go back early by yourself. Qinglong said. The little boy pouted and nodded. Qinglong, with a trace of anxiety, quickly flew away. Not far away, on a small slope, Yin Chuan suddenly had mixed feelings. Looking at the little boy whose tears had not dried, for a moment, it seemed that his breathing had become more rapid. After Qinglong left, the little boy sadly hugged his knees and looked at the sparkling lake, thinking about something. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The little boy looked curiously at Yin Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yin Chuan tried to make himself smile and asked. My name is Yin Dong'an. Uncle, who are you? The child said in a childish voice. Chapter 1080. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The boy looked curiously at Yin Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yin Chuan tried his best to smile. I'm Yin Dong'an. Uncle, who are you? The boy asked in a childish voice. Yin Dong. Yin Dong'an? Yin Chuan immediately remembered. When he first met Mou Shi, they entered a feng shui formation and met a nightmare. In the dream, he was married to Mou Shi. That was the name he gave his son. Yin Dong'an? Son? Uncle, are you here to play with me? Little Dong'an asked expectantly. Looking at his son's pure eyes, he felt a lump in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, I'm here to play with you. But don't tell anyone, or I'll go play with someone else. Ah, that's great. I won't tell anyone, I won't. Uncle, let's play a game. Little Dong'an said excitedly. Yin Chuan nodded kindly. Dong'an, call me Master from now on. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Okay, is your name Master? I'll call you Master. What game are we playing? Little Dong'an asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled kindly. He broke off 2 branches from the tree, removed the leaves, and handed one to Little Dong'an. Today I'll teach you swordsmanship. Learn from me first. Once you learn, we can play together later. Yin Chuan smiled. Little Dong'an said happily. Look carefully, this is called Immortal guides the way. This is called Child's birthday greetings, and this is called Old Ape Seal. Yin Chuan called out. Little Dong'an was very happy to have someone to play with. Immortal guides the way, Child wishes longevity, Old Ape Seal. Little Dong'an imitated. Haha, well done. Yin Chuan laughed. Yin Chuan's encouragement immediately made Little Dong'an excited. But it's still a little bit short. Just a little bit. Look again. Yin Chuan smiled and pointed out. Oh, I got it. Little Dong'an waved the twig excitedly. Looking at his son's excited expression, Yin Chuan felt comforted. Sealed Realm, Dajin Celestial Empire, Yinjing, Xianying Palace. Yifeng, Inhentian, Li Si, and the others once again arrived at Xianying Palace. Didn't His Majesty say that he would be back in half a month? Why has it been a month? Yifeng asked worriedly. Feng Yinyang, who was stationed at Xianying Palace, smiled and said, Perhaps His Majesty has encountered some problems in the Immortal Realm. His Majesty has already explained everything clearly. Perhaps this is a test of your abilities by His Majesty. Everyone nodded. Dajin's Celestial Empire is now under His Majesty's control. His Majesty has established such a stable foundation. If we can't guard it well for His Majesty, then we are not worthy of being His subjects. Yifeng smiled. Everyone, let's go back. His Majesty will definitely inform us when he wakes up. Li Si thought for a moment and said, Everyone nodded. Immortal Realm. Little Dong'an's residence. At night, in a mountainous area. In the forest. Chi. Under Yin Chuan's sword, a man in black fell into a pool of blood. His meridians were broken and his cultivation was crippled. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why? The man in black pointed at Yin Chuan in despair. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Speak, who told you to spy on Yin Dong'an? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Yin Chuan's long sword was pointed at the man's throat. His eyes were extremely cold. Aye. You want to die? Yin Chuan sneered. I'll speak. It's Lord Yu. Lord Yu sent me. The man in black said immediately. Yu? Why is he targeting Yin Dong? How? Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. Lord Yu wants us to spy on him. Also, he is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in cultivation. He is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in. He is to isolate Yin Dong in from all external learning and constantly instruct Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuan Wu to do things. He is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in. The man in black said immediately. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yu? He wants to cripple Yin Dong in? Senior, I'm just following orders. The man in black said fearfully. Yin Dong in is Wu Jiong's grandson. Why does you dare to target him? Yin Chuan said coldly. Heaven Emperor? Heaven Emperor doesn't like Yin Dong in. The royal family also ostracizes Yin Dong, and so... Senior, I've already told you everything. Please. The man in black begged for mercy. Chi. Yin Chuan's sword pierced his throat. The man in black died with his eyes wide open. After dealing with the corpse, Yin Chuan let out a long breath. He slowly walked out of the forest and came to the lake. Beside the lake, there was a skinny little figure. Little Dong In stood alone by the lake, holding a pebble and playing with it. Dong In. Yin Chuan smiled. Master, you're here. Little Dong In threw away the remaining pebble in his hand and shouted excitedly. Seeing Little Dong In running over, Yin Chuan revealed a kind smile. Master, are we still competing in swords today? I've learned all 3 moves. Little Dong In shouted excitedly, as if waiting for Yin Chuan's praise. Dong In is great, but today I'm going to teach you how to read. Yin Chuan smiled. Read? Is it fun? Little Dong In asked curiously. Of course it's fun. If you can read a lot of books. You learn a lot of life principles and stories. These days, I've been telling you stories every day. They're all in the books. Yin Chuan smiled. I want to learn how to read. I want to learn how to read. Little Dong In shouted excitedly when he heard there were stories. But learning how to read is very boring and difficult. I don't know if you're afraid. No, with Master here. I'm not afraid of anything. Little Dong In shouted excitedly. Yin Chuan revealed a benevolent smile. A year later, at the entrance of the sealed world in the immortal world, Yin Chuan was another cultivator who possessed another body. At this moment, Yin Chuan stood on the top of a mountain with a group of people, looking into the distance. In the distance, there were a large number of troops guarding the surroundings, preventing people from approaching. The leader was wearing a white dragon robe. At this moment, he was looking at a group of men in front of him. Because the man in the white dragon robe had his back facing Yin Chuan could only see his group of officials. Do you see? That's the Sage King of the Qi. The one in front of him is called Gongyang Taolu. He's a real great immortal. A white-haired cultivator said to Yin Chuan. Great immortal? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, human immortal, Shen immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal. Above the sky immortal is the great immortal. His strength is incomparably powerful. The last time he entered the sealed world, he was completely annihilated. The Sage King of the Qi flew into a rage out of humiliation and is preparing to open the sealed world again and send Gongyang Taolu in. That group of mortals in the sealed world is going to be miserable. The white-haired cultivator said regretfully. Yin Chuan looked at Gongyang Taolu in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Not necessarily. Well, not necessarily. That's a great immortal. In our world, he's also an extremely powerful existence. The white-haired cultivator immediately retorted. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, shook his head, and didn't continue speaking. Boom! There was a loud sound from afar, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. The place where Yin Chuan was fighting was also filled with sand and stones, and he couldn't see far away. Rest assured, Sage King, Gongyang Taolu will definitely wash away his humiliation and find out the truth. I will definitely take over the sealed world. A respectful voice could be heard from the flying sand and stones. Go! A majestic voice could be heard. The sealed world. Southern Divine Continent. A few decades had passed in the original land of Wei City. At this moment, some commoners had gathered to live there again. After all, this place was chosen by King Gaiyu. The terrain here was excellent, and the essence energy of heaven and earth was more concentrated. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled, and a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Countless commoners looked up at the sky in shock. They saw 100 figures stepping into the hole in the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous white robe, and his face was extremely majestic. "Immortals, it's immortals!" Someone exclaimed. 100 immortals? Countless exclamations could be heard in the entire city. A large number of cultivators did not hesitate to flee in all directions. They didn't dare to stay here. The huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Boom! The sky became clear again. The leading immortal, Gonyang Taolu, looked at the city below. Closing his eyes, Gonyang Taolu sniffed. His face turned cold. "My 6 nephews really died here." Gonyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. "My lord, what should we do with these people?" An immortal asked. "These people will naturally be buried with my 6 nephews." Gonyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. "Yes," everyone replied instantly. "There's no need for you. I will personally take revenge for my 6 nephews." Gonyang Taolu said coldly. As he spoke, Gonyang Taolu suddenly stretched out his palm and slammed it downwards toward Wei City. Ka. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. As the palm pressed down, it seemed to flatten the space as it slammed towards Wei City. Boom! A huge sound reverberated. It was as if the entire Southern Divine Continent could feel the earth shaking violently. The original Wei City turned into a huge palm-shaped hole. It was bottomless. In Wei City, millions of people were annihilated by a single palm. In the distance, some of the cultivators who had fled earlier hid in the valleys. Looking at the huge abyss in front of them, their faces were filled with endless shock. Wei City. Some of the cultivators who knew the situation still remembered that when the heroes of the world gathered, the 6 sky immortals had to use a formation to cover Wei City. However, even with so many experts fighting, Wei City still couldn't be destroyed. But now, an immortal came and turned a city into an abyss with a single palm. Millions of cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. Just a single palm. Who else in the world could compare to him? Countless cultivators trembled in fear. Gonyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and led the heroes towards the north, until the immortals left. Countless cultivators came to the abyss in grief. However, at this moment, there were no more survivors in the abyss. Chapter 1081. Wei City was destroyed. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world, and Yin Jin naturally received the news immediately. A group of great Jin strategists had gathered in Yi Feng's home. Everyone frowned as they read the message. 1 palm strike? Destroy the city? Even celestial immortals can't be so exaggerated. Lu Gang said with an ugly expression. It's the great immortal. Inhentian said solemnly. Great immortal? Yifeng and Li Si raised their eyebrows. The great immortal has descended to the world. It seems like he is a minister of the great Qi holy court. Li Si said with certainty. Yifeng nodded. That's right. He should be a minister of Qi. He must be here to finish his unfinished business. Great immortal? What should he do? We're at the 12th level of the void stage. Even if we become immortals, we'll only be heavenly immortals. That's a great immortal. We'll have to wake His Majesty up and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Lu Gang said anxiously. No. Yifeng shook his head. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Perhaps Your Majesty doesn't need to personally make an appearance. Yifeng said in a low voice. When Yifeng said this, Yin Hentian and Li Si's expressions changed, and they nodded. Why? If the great immortal is coming, what will happen to Beijing? Lu Gang asked anxiously. The longer His Majesty stays in the immortal realm, the stronger His Majesty will be when he returns. Also, Lord Lu, do you think that great immortal will be careless this time? Yifeng smiled. Lu Gang narrowed his eyes. Last time, the 6 celestial immortals were too arrogant, so they were completely wiped out. Do you think the great immortal this time will make the same mistake? Although he's stronger, the annihilation last time will definitely put him on guard, Yifeng said with certainty. That's right. Lu Gang nodded doubtfully. Li Si smiled. Once this great immortal becomes vigilant, what will happen? If it were me, I would first settle down, then carefully investigate the situation of the world. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to make a move, Lu Gang said with certainty. That's right. First, investigate the situation of the world. With the annihilation of the last army, this great immortal will not act rashly. He will definitely test the world first. Li Si said with certainty. Oh, our great Jin Empire occupies more than half of the world. If they hadn't been completely wiped out, they would have definitely come to our great Jin Empire as their first stop. However, now that they've become cautious, what will they do? Li Si smiled. Cautious? Then let's see the quality of the world first. We should first go to the Great Buddha Celestial Empire or the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. If we can shake these two places, we will have a much higher chance of success. Furthermore, it will be easier for us to unify the world then, Lu Gang said, following Li Si's train of thought. Yes, during this period of time, we can also quickly analyze their weaknesses. Tian nodded affirmatively. All right, Lu Gang nodded. Lu Gang indeed felt that his brain wasn't enough to compete with this group of strategists. The truth was just as everyone had guessed. At this moment, Gonyang Taolu was extremely careful. After venting his anger, he quickly found a place to stay and sent people to investigate the situation of the world. Plan before acting. Immortal World, Yue Residence. Dowlord Blackmoon. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at a servant who was kneeling in front of him. Dowlord Yu narrowed her eyes. What did you say? US said coldly. My lord, during this period of time, the people we sent out have disappeared one after another. There's really no news at all. I think that they might have been... The servant said worriedly. Trash. US snorted coldly. The servant trembled. Yu's face was gloomy. Yin Chuan, I will definitely make you pay back the humiliation of that year 100 times. Yin Dongyin, Val Spawn. Yu's face was gloomy. Master, tomorrow, I'm going to see my mother. Once a year, I can see my mother. Little Dong said excitedly to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Little Dong and smiled. He took out a food box. Bring this to your mother, Yin Chuan said with a smile. What is this? Oh, what is this delicious food? Little Dong immediately drooled. Yin Chuan smiled and handed over another box. This is for you to eat. These are for your mother. Remember, don't tell anyone. Yin Chuan smiled. I know. Little Dong immediately nodded. In front of Yin Chuan, he grabbed the food in the food box and ate happily. Yin Chuan accompanied Little Dong in, watching his son eat happily and even licking his fingers at the end. Huh. Yin Chuan laughed heartily. Master, the sky is going to brighten. I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, I will go with 4 uncles to see my mother, Little Dong said in a childish voice. Good. Go. Yin Chuan smiled. Little Dong happily walked away step by step. Standing by the small lake, Yin Chuan watched Yin Dong leave. His face gradually became serious. Looking at the mountain in the distance, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Yushi, your husband can't save you now, but your husband will work harder. One day, your husband will save you and your son. Those who ridiculed you, I will make them pay back 100 times, 1,000 times. Our son is very smart. Although you endured a lot of ridicule in order to give birth to him, our son will become your pride. Those who ridiculed you, Dong will slap them back. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. The next day at dawn, Yin Dong wearing his best clothes, came out early with a food box in his hand. Outside the hall, Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu were waiting quietly. Seeing Yin Dong come out, the 4 of them showed a kind smile. Uncle Qing Long, Uncle Bai Long, Uncle Rose Finch, Uncle Xuanwu, Little Dong In greeted politely. Young master, you're wearing new clothes, so beautiful. What are you holding in your hand? Rosefinch said with a smile. I'm not telling you, this is for my mother. Little Dong In smiled. Ha ha, this is a secret. Qing Long laughed. Of course. Ha, good, then keep it a secret. Come, let's go see the princess. Qing Long laughed. Everyone took Little Dong In and flew quickly. Along the way, many mountains and rivers were guarded by countless soldiers. Some mountains were even guarded by a large number of immortals. Obviously, the place where they were going was an important place of the Great Zhou dynasty. Soon, everyone landed on a huge square. In front of the square, there was a towering mountain. On the huge mountain, there were 3 words Caging Phoenix Mountain. Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong In frowned and read. In the past, she was ignorant, but now that she had learned and recognized many words, she immediately recognized the name of the mountain. Caging Phoenix? Why was it called Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong In did not understand, but did not ask, preparing to go back and ask her master. On the square, there was a large number of guards. Not far from Caging Phoenix Mountain, there was a huge cave. Little Dong In looked at the cave excitedly, because Little Dong In knew that her mother was inside. Little Dong In wanted to run over. It's not time yet, you can't go in. The guard stopped her. Little Dong In pouted and could only wait. Young master, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. We can go in at 7 o'clock. Azure Dragon immediately comforted him. Okay. Little Dong In hugged the food box helplessly. While the 5 of them were waiting, in the distance, a group of figures walked over. The leader was wearing an official's robe. It was Yu Yu. Yu Yu saw Little Dong In from afar, suddenly narrowed her eyes, and walked over with everyone. She walked closer. Qing Long and others frowned. Greetings to Lord Yu Yu, Qing Long said solemnly. Isn't this Yin Dong In? Yu Yu said with a playful smile. Humph. Little Dong In turned her head and ignored her. Yu Yu's eyes were cold. What's in your hand? Yu Yu said coldly. None of your business. Little Dong In snorted. None of my business? Guarding this place is my duty. Any prohibited items are not allowed to be brought into Caging Phoenix Cave. Give me that box. Yu Yu said coldly. No, this is for my mother. I can't give it to you. Little Dong In immediately hugged the food box tightly. How dare you? The Sky Emperor's order. You want to go against it? Yu Yu immediately rebuked. With an angry rebuke, the aura around her suddenly burst out. Lord, young master is young and insensible. Please be magnanimous. Qing Long and others immediately stepped forward. I want you to give it to me. Yu Yu stretched out her hand and said coldly. Yu Yu didn't really want to snatch it, but she wanted to leave a psychological shadow in Yin Dong In, to make him timid, to make him afraid, to let this fear accompany him for life, to completely cripple Yin Dong In mentally. I won't give it to you. Little Dong In hugged the box stubbornly. This was the food that her master brought for her mother. How could she give it to this bad person? Lord, please be magnanimous. Qing Long pleaded again. Yu Yu didn't speak, but a servant behind her shouted. Humph, privately bringing prohibited items, violating the Sky Emperor's order. You're also accomplices. Yin Dong In knows his mistake and did not change. His crime is even worse. Why aren't you kneeling and begging for forgiveness? Kneel? Qing Long and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, Qing Long was the first to kneel. Lord, as long as you let young master go, we will do anything. Qing Long knelt in humiliation. Lord, please be magnanimous. Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu also knelt in humiliation. Seeing the 4 uncles kneeling, Little Dong In's eyes suddenly turned red. Uncle, don't kneel to bad people, don't. Little Dong In shouted. But Qing Long and the others didn't get up at all for Little Dong In. Ha ha ha! Yu Yu burst into laughter. All right, since you accomplices kneel to me, I will spare you. As for the main culprit, Yu Yu looked at Yin Dong In. Yin Dong In kneeled down. One of the subordinates behind him shouted. Yin Dong In hugged the food box and looked at Yu with hatred in his eyes. You still don't kneel? Yu said coldly, a pressure pressed on Yin Dong-en. Yin Dong-en's legs trembled from the pressure. I won't kneel. You're a bad person. I won't kneel. I only kneel to heaven and earth. I only kneel to my parents. I won't kneel to bad people. Little Dong-en hugged the food box and shouted. Yin Dong-en still remembered what Yin Chuan said to him not long ago. Dong-en, remember, a man's knees should never bend. In this world, only heaven and earth and your parents can make you kneel. No one else is qualified to make you bend your knees. Little bastard, are you courting death? Yu suddenly became angry from embarrassment. I won't kneel. Little Dong-en cried and looked at Yu with hatred. Yu was prepared to leave a psychological shadow on Yin Dong-en, but at this moment, not only did it not leave, but it also increased Yin Dong-en's fighting spirit. He had to be made to submit. He had to be afraid. Under the pressure of Tao, Lord Yu's huge aura, she wanted to take another step. Enough! On the square, a woman's cold shout suddenly came. With a cold shout, Yu's aura suddenly disappeared. Yu's face suddenly changed and looked at Lock Phoenix Cave. In Lock Phoenix Cave, at this moment, a woman in red official robes slowly walked out. Lord Shangwan Yu, why are you here? Yu said in surprise. Why didn't you all tell me? Yu said coldly to the guard by the side. When the guard saw Yu bully the child for half a day, his face was also full of disdain. He glanced at Yu coldly and said, Lord Shangwan instructed not to inform anyone. Yu's face turned ugly. Greetings, Lord Shangwan. Everyone bowed. The one who walked out of the cave was precisely Shangwan Wan-er. And Shangwan, Yin Dong-en immediately laughed. Wiping the tears on his face, Yin Dong-en was incomparably happy. Little Dong-en, I haven't seen you for a year. Shangwan Wan walked over and said with a smile. And Dong-en misses Aunt Shangwan so much. Little Dong-en said obediently. Little Dong-en, what are you holding in your hands? Shangwan Wan said with a smile. I brought something delicious for my mother. Little Dong-en said obediently. By the side, Tao Lord Yu's face turned gloomy. Is that so? That little Dong-en is so obedient. Did he scare you just now? Shangwan Wan rubbed Yin Dong-en's little head and asked. I'm not afraid. He's a bad person. I'm not afraid of bad people. When I grow up, I still want to beat bad people. Yin Dong-en said excitedly. Yu's face fell and said, Yin Dong-en, who's a bad person? Don't talk nonsense. Yu wanted to scare Yin Dong-en, but Yin Dong-en was not afraid at all. You're a bad person, you are. Little Dong-en immediately cried out. Yu's face turned ugly. Oh, why do you say that he's a bad person? Shangwan Wan said with a smile. At the same time, Shangwan Wan looked at Yu with a very bad expression. Of course, Shangwan Wan did not expect Little Dong-en to give a proper reason. However, Little Dong-en had been educated by Yin Chuan for the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything unreasonable. He said that I'm a rabbit. That means that my mother is a rabbit. My mother is a rabbit. Then the grandmother who gave birth to my mother is also a rabbit. He said that our family is all rabbits. Little Dong-en said in a childish voice. Thud! Yu suddenly knelt down, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Wasn't Little Dong-en's grandmother Wu Jiong? Wasn't she the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor was a rabbit? These words did not need to come in front of Wu Jiong. Some imperial censors could kill Yu. Lord Shangwan, this lowly one never had the thought of slandering the Heavenly Emperor. This lowly one never. Your Excellency, please forgive me. This lowly one just slipped up for a moment and did not check. This lowly one has never been disrespectful to the Heavenly Emperor. Yu said in horror. The group of people behind you were similarly terrified. Insulting the Heavenly Emperor as a rabbit? This crime was enough for them to exterminate 99 clans. By the side, Qing Long 4 people had relieved faces at this moment. At the same time, they looked at Little Dong-en excitedly. Shangwan Wan also looked at Little Dong-en in surprise. Also did not expect that Little Dong-en would say such words. Maybe it was a coincidence. Seeing little Dong a serious and angry look, Shangwan smiled slightly. Turn to look at Yu. Yu. This time, I cannot pursue the matter. But you have to remember, no matter how much Mo Yushi is ostracized by the imperial family, she is still the Heavenly Emperor's daughter. No matter how much the Heavenly Emperor dislikes Yin Dong-in, he is still the imperial grandson of the great Zhou dynasty. You're just a foreign official. I don't know who gave you the courage, but you have to remember clearly that no foreign official can interfere with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters. Anyone who interferes with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters, since ancient times, has not had a good ending. Shangwan said coldly. Yes. Yu is sweating profusely and trembling. Dong-in, go and see your mother. Shangwan smiled. Isn't the time not yet? Little Dong-in asked. No problem, go. Shangwan smiled. When Shangwan spoke, who would dare to stop her? Oh, that's great. Thank you, Aunt Shangwan. I'm going to see my mother. Little Dong-in happily hugged the small box and rushed to Lock Phoenix Cave. Chapter 1082. Inside Lock Phoenix Cave, Lil Dong-in hugged the food box and jumped in happily. Mother, I'm here to see you, Lil Dong-in shouted excitedly. Soon, Lil Dong-in reached the depths of the cave. Deep inside, there was a huge stone room with many night luminescent pearls. In a large hall, she waited expectantly, for servant girls stood at the side. Mother, Lil Dong-in shouted excitedly. She's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw her son running in, she couldn't stop her tears. Dong-in, she hugged Lil Dong-in. Tears of joy flashed across his eyes. At the side, the four maids watched quietly. Mother, Dong-in missed mother, Lil Dong-in said. She's nose twitched. Mother is sorry, Dong-in. Did anyone bully you? She wiped her tears and put Lil Dong-in down. Lil Dong-in looked at she obediently and helped she wipe her tears. Mother, Dong-in is a good boy. No one bullied me. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong-in comforted. My poor child. She still couldn't hold back her tears. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong-in's eyes turned red. Don't cry. She held back her tears. Mother, I brought you something good to eat. You will like it. Lil Dong-in immediately remembered that he had a food box in his hand. Oh, something good to eat? Dong-in is so sensible. She smiled. Mother, it's delicious. Lil Dong-in opened the food box like it was a treasure. She smiled kindly. The four servant girls behind she raised their eyebrows and stared at the food box. She naturally felt the gazes of the four servant girls. With her back to them, her face turned ugly. Let me help young master. A maidservant was about to step forward. No, this is for my mother, not for you. Little Dong-in immediately cried out. Chun-mei, what are you doing? She glared at her. Princess, I just want to help. The maid was not afraid. We don't need your help. If you want to watch, then watch. Don't interfere. She glared at him. The maidservant raised her eyebrows. She's eyes turned cold, letting you see it is already a favor. Don't push your luck. After all, I am the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. No matter how much he dislikes me, I am still the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. If I kill a disobedient servant, no one will pursue the matter. Do you believe me? She shouted coldly. The servant girl panicked and took a step back. Yes. The maidservant nodded with resentment, not daring to take a step forward. She brought little Dong-in to a stone table. What's good? She smiled. Mother, look, it's delicious. Little Dong-in opened the food box. When the lunchbox was opened, there were some very cheap snacks inside. This is called an 8-star spring roll. This is a 6-star osmanthus cake. This is... Little Dong-in said each name and swallowed her saliva. Not far away, the four maidservants saw that it was really food. Their original doubts disappeared. It was just some ordinary snacks. Ordinary. It was no big deal. The attention that had originally been focused on him immediately dissipated. But she was different. Looking at these snacks, it was as if she was possessed. Yin Chuan, try my 8-star spring roll. How does it compare to today's 7-star spring roll? This is my secret recipe. This is my osmanthus cake. It's better than the 5-star osmanthus cake, right? I've decided. It's called 6-star osmanthus cake. Every time little Dongin said a name, Mo Yushi's heart would beat wildly. In today's world, only 2 people knew about these snacks. Only 2 people should know. These were the snacks that she had made for Yin Chuan back then. Even if one name was a coincidence, now that there were so many names, how could it be a coincidence? Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan was here. Yin Chuan was near little Dongin. In an instant, Mo Yushi's tears gushed out again. There was grievance, longing, and worry in her tears. Looking at little Dong, counting the snacks, she thought of the great grievances she had endured to give birth to little Dong. Mortals carried the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix. After hundreds of years of pregnancy, Mo Yushi endured so much ridicule. But looking at these snacks, Mo Yushi felt that the past humiliation was all worth it. Mother, why are you crying again? Little Dong looked at Mo Yushi. Mother is happy. Mother is happy to see our Dong and bring delicious food. Mo Yushi smiled through her tears. To the side, the 4 servant girls saw Mo Yushi crying, but didn't think much of it. Because every year, Mo Yushi would cry nonstop when she saw Yin Dong. When Mo Yushi was in prison here, she was most worried about little Dong's growth. She was afraid that bad people would lead her astray. But now, Mo Yushi was no longer worried. Seeing these snacks, Mo Yushi understood that Yin Chuan was here. Yin Chuan was nearby. These snacks were the message Yin Chuan had sent to her. The message that everything was fine, everything was fine. Mother, eat quickly. It's delicious. Little Dong handed over a snack. Mo Yushi nodded happily. Dong you eat too. Eat with Mother. Otherwise, Mother won't be able to eat alone. Mo Yushi smiled. Little Dong swallowed his saliva happily. Mother and son quickly ate the snacks. This was the happiest meeting between mother and son in many years. Half a day later, it was time for the mother and son to meet again. After the tearful farewell, little Dong cried and said, Mother, I'll come see you next year. Mo Yushi nodded with tears in her eyes. Young master, it's time. You should go. The servant girl from before said heartlessly. Little Dong looked at the servant girl angrily. Mother, just you wait. One day, I'll break this Suofing mountain and save Mother. Little Dong seemed to make a vow. Then he turned and ran out of the cave. When he ran out of the cave, little Dong still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. The 4 servant girls sneered. But Mo Yushi saw little Dong's tears as he ran. He reached out and caught the few drops of tears, placing them on his palm. Looking at the few drops of tears in her palm, Mo Yushi's eyes turned cold. She hated the 4 servant girls behind her. The 4 servant girls were naturally spies placed here by someone from the outside world. Mo Yushi naturally knew. She tolerated them because she didn't want to anger someone from the outside world and cause trouble for little Dong. But her son's sadness made Mo Yushi hate him even more. The humiliation she suffered now would be repaid 10,000 times in the future. Whoosh! Mo Yushi released the dark energy around her and went into her practice room to cultivate. Mo Yushi didn't want a cultivation method because Yin Chuan had helped Mo Yushi obtain the Dark Phoenix's venerable. It contained all of the Dark Phoenix's inheritance. Mo Yushi wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Before, Mo Yushi was worried about her son and couldn't focus. Now that she knew Yin Chuan was here, she didn't have to worry. She didn't have to worry. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Little Dong had grown into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. In these 10 years, Yin Chuan didn't return to Great Jun. He stayed by little Dong inside, in a valley. Within the valley, there was a large number of demon wolves surrounding a young man in red. Wielding a sword, he quickly killed his way into the pack. Hiss! Hiss! The streaks of sword light were as dense as a mirror. There were no blind spots. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sword-wielding Yin Dongin. Hiss! Hiss! After a series of furious attacks, a large number of wolf corpses appeared on the ground. Of course, the wolf tribe also had stronger experts. More than half of the wolves from before were dead, and the wolf tribe's experts appeared one after another. Roar! Roar! 20 10-foot-tall wolves pounced on Yin Dongin. Bang! The sword and claws collided. Yin Dong and was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Roar! The pack of wolves roared. Yin Dongin's face sank. Oomph! He snorted coldly. Yin Dong's hair suddenly grew long and turned blood red. A violent force was emitted. A slit of blood appeared between Yin Dong's eyebrows. The valley suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Clouds of blood rolled in the sky above. Endless blood wrapped around Yin Dong, making him look like a peerless demon god. 10 blood gods appeared in the sea of blood, each pouncing on the pack of wolves. Kill! Yin Dong roared. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of swords rang out one after another. All the demon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Bang! The battle ended. Yin Dong looked excitedly at Yin Chuan, who was on a mountain peak not far away. Phew! Yin Dong's hair slowly recovered after retracting the sea of blood. The third form of a super ability? Haha, Dong, you're more outstanding than Master thought. Yin Chuan laughed. Master, how was it? Yin Dong immediately smiled. Not bad, but you can't be complacent. You still have a long way to go. If you want to save Mo Yushi, it's far from enough now. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Dong's face turned solemn when he thought of his mother, who was trapped in caging Phoenix Mountain. Master, what should I do now? Please teach me, Yin Dong said sincerely. Killing demon beasts is nothing. Starting tomorrow, Master will bring you to see blood. Yin Chuan said solemnly. See blood? Isn't that right now? I'm talking about human blood. Yin Chuan smiled. Human blood? Murder. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Dong's face turned solemn. Sealed realm. After more than a decade of preparation, Gongyang Taolu had grasped almost all the information in the world. Master, where are we going now? An immortal asked. Master, are we going to destroy Dezhun? Once we control Dezhun, we'll have half the world. Another immortal asked. Gongyang Taolu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go to the Great Buddha Empire first. Dezhun? Now's not the time. Gongyang Taolu said cautiously. Although Gongyang Taolu felt that he was invincible in this realm, he was still very careful because of the lessons of others. Yes, the immortals replied. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and shot toward the east. Their target was the Great Buddha Empire. Chapter 1083. Great Buddha, Celestial Empire, City of 10,000 Buddhas. The city of 10,000 Buddhas was completely silent. The golden dragon of 18-clawed Providence roared in the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was directed at 100 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. It was the great celestial of Daki, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu had led a group of celestials to the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Kong Mo, come out! Gongyang Taolu snorted. The ruler of a nation naturally had his own unique traits. For example, the emperor could mobilize the power of a nation and gather the power of the people for his own use. His power was vast and boundless. Gongyang Taolu did not rush down recklessly. Below, in the imperial court, 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall was filled with officials. Kong Mok, dressed in a dragon robe, leaned against the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes. Great Celestial? Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Zhao Xinji smiled. Your Majesty, with your strength, you don't have to be afraid of him. Most of the people in the imperial court had their cultivation base raised by Kong Mok, so they knew how powerful he was. Kong Mok was at the 11th level upper void when he killed the heavenly immortals. Now, his cultivation base was at the peak stage. Not long ago, Kong Mok had even undergone the heavenly immortal tribulation with the help of some important officials. 19 heavenly tribulations. Kong Mok was now a heavenly immortal. He had the strength of a heavenly immortal and the power bestowed by the Lotus God. Naturally, Kong Mok was not afraid. Kong Mok could even mobilize the power of the great Buddha, celestial empire, and borrow the power of the world to strengthen himself. Kong Mok might not be able to win against Gong Yang Taolu, but he could at least stay alive. That was why Kong Mok was not afraid. Your Majesty, as long as you show enough power, you can force these celestials away. Just force them away and let them wreak havoc in the great Jin celestial empire and arcane sect's holy land. Zhao Xinji smiled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The transformed celestial emperor's voice. Kong Mok was satisfied. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Huh? Kong Mok looked His Majesty. The officials looked towards the source of the voice. And Majesty in Celestial. Feng Xiao. Lord Feng? Zhao Xinji looked at Feng Xiao with a frown. This person's talent was outstanding. He had once used schemes to subdue 2 middle-level sections. That was why he was able to enter the imperial court at the fastest speed. However, this person made Kong Mok and Zhao Xinji wary. Back then, Yin Chuan's father, Yin Tao, belonged to the Dai sect. Feng Xiao was the grandson of the leader of the Dai sect. After his father and ancestor died, he left the East Divine Continent and came here with great difficulty. Feng Xiao, why do you object? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. Feng Xiao stepped forward. He said respectfully, His Majesty's strength should not be exposed. Oh, emperors rule the world. They are respected and revered by the world. The most important thing is the divinity of an emperor. Feng Xiao said. Divinity? Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao strangely. This is something that I named. It means that the emperor is mysterious. The strength that others cannot see is the strongest strength. Feng Xiao said solemnly. You wanted to have a backup plan? Kong Mok smiled. Not a backup plan, but a hiding one, Feng Xiao said confidently. Kong Mok frowned, nodded, and said, Continue. Yes, I feel that although the great Buddha dynasty has unified the West Divine Continent, there is still a hidden danger. Feng Xiao said seriously. Oh, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I dare to speak. Feng Xiao immediately bowed. I forgive you, Kong Mok said curiously. Yes. May I ask Your Majesty, between the great Buddha dynasty and the Kong family, who is the master and who is the subordinate? Feng Xiao asked. How dare you? Zhao Xinji glared. Feng Xiao immediately bowed and did not speak. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Continue. Yes, I feel that Your Majesty is the ruler of all ages. The Kong family should be proud of Your Majesty and fully support Your Majesty to unify the world and ascend to the immortal world. Feng Xiao said seriously. However, I have researched some historical records and found that the original 10,000 Buddha, sacred ground, and a country that appeared before were all chess pieces of the Kong family. They are the arms of the Kong family. Your Majesty, this subject is receiving the Emperor's salary and should share Your Majesty's worries. This subject feels that the great Buddha, heavenly dynasty, should not be the Kong family's arm, but the Kong family should be the great Buddha, heavenly dynasty's arm. Feng Xiao added. Many officials in the imperial court nodded in agreement. Zhao Xinji revealed a worried expression. Continue. Kong Mok said expressionlessly. I am indebted to Your Majesty. In the past, I followed Your Majesty to the Kong family's forbidden ground. I heard that the Kong family's old ancestor was outside the valley. I feel that the Kong family's old ancestor should step in to save the great Buddha dynasty. Feng Xiao said. Oh. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Lord Zhao said earlier that with Your Majesty's ability, you don't need to fear him. However, I feel that this is not the case. The great Buddha dynasty is in danger. If the Kong family's old ancestor does not step in, the great Buddha dynasty will be destroyed. Feng Xiao said firmly. Once Feng Xiao said that, Kong Mok understood. Feng Shao meant that he would pretend to be defeated and let the Kong family's old ancestor come out. This way, not only would he be able to hide his strength, but he would also be able to see the Kong family's old ancestor's strength. This would lay a solid foundation for him to unify the Kong family. Your Majesty, this trip is dangerous, Zhao Xinji said worriedly. After all, Zhao Xinji knew that the Kong family's old ancestor should be an extremely strong person. What if he angered the old ancestor? No, Lord Zhao, it's not dangerous. The great immortal outside is already the strongest in this world. No matter how much Your Majesty asks for help, it is only natural, Feng Shao said firmly. But, Zhao Xinji frowned. Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Indeed, Kong Mok had wanted to subdue the Kong family for a long time. However, the old ancestor had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that Feng Shao was able to move the entire Kong family and let him know the old ancestor's strength, wouldn't that be perfect? Good. Kong Mok nodded in satisfaction. Then what should we do? Kong Mok asked calmly. Your Majesty, immediately go to the Kong family's old ancestor's place and bring one person to lead the group of immortals there. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, the old ancestor will appear and fight the great immortals, Feng Shao said solemnly. Kong Mok nodded. The old ancestor's strength was always a thorn in his heart. If the old ancestor could not defeat the great immortal, he could attack the Kong family at any time. All right, dear ministers, who is willing to lead the group of immortals? Kong Mok asked solemnly. When Kong Mok asked this question, the ministers hesitated. After all, they were facing a group of immortals. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. Seeing that no one spoke, Kong Mok's face darkened. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the group of immortals, Feng Shao said immediately. Oh, Kong Mok was surprised. He did not expect Feng Shao to be so fearless. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I came to the great Buddha dynasty with a purpose, Feng Shao said immediately. Purpose? The ministers raised their eyebrows. My father, Feng Tianyu, was forced to death by Yin Chuan in the river hall. Your Majesty, I have an irreconcilable enmity with that bastard Yin Chuan. However, that bastard Yin Chuan is too powerful. Great Jin dynasty, I might not be able to take revenge in my lifetime. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable. How can I drag out my life? I came to the great Buddha dynasty to take revenge. I hope I can help Your Majesty to kill that bastard Yin Chuan as soon as possible, Feng Shao said with bloodshot eyes. Hearing Feng Shao's words, Kong Mok's eyes softened. Your Majesty, I might anger the group of immortals this time. I might die on the spot. However, I beg Your Majesty to take revenge for me. My enemy is not the immortals, but Yin Chuan. I beg Your Majesty to take revenge for me. Feng Shao suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Kong Mok's expression flickered. He immediately let down his guard against Feng Shao. Yin Chuan's enemy? Yin Chuan's enemy was one of his own. It seemed like he had misunderstood Feng Shao in the past. As for the death of Feng Shao's father, Kong Mok had investigated thoroughly. It was indeed Yin Chuan who had ordered his death. Good, my beloved subject. I will kill Yin Chuan to give you an explanation, Kong Mok said. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Shao kowtowed again. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, Your Majesty, I will go now. Please head to the Kong family as soon as possible. Kong Mok nodded. Feng Shao stepped out of the hall. On the dragon throne, Kong Mok watched Feng Shao leave. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Did I really misunderstand him in the past? Outside the hall, Feng Shao stepped into the sky and flew toward the group of immortals. Far away from 10,000 Buddha City, Kong Lu Academy, Kong Daoqiu stood at the highest peak, holding a bamboo scroll in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Great immortal? Kong Mok, let's see how you deal with this, Kong Daoqiu said with a dark expression. Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky. That is Feng Shao. A subject wants to take the place of the enemy? Is he courting death? Kong Daoqiu was puzzled. In addition to Kong Daoqiu, the 100 immortals in the sky were also puzzled, especially Gong Yang Taolu. Great Buddha, Celestial Empire, Feng Xiao, greets everyone. How should I address you? Feng Xiao said solemnly. Gong Yang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Where's Kong Mok? If you want to see my majesty, please tell me your name. Feng Xiao said again. You are courting death. An immortal behind him shouted. Gong Yang Taolu waved his hand and stopped the subject behind him. The Qi Holy Court, Gong Yang Taolu. Gong Yang Taolu said in a low voice. Gong Yang Taolu was still calm. Moreover, the official in front of him was only an immortal state cultivator. If he attacked him, he would lose face. So, is Lord Gong Yang of the Qi. I wonder why you want to see my majesty? I can help you inform him. Feng Xiao said calmly. Ha ha ha, you are really brave. Gong Yang Taolu looked at the immortal state cultivator in front of him with slight surprise. Thank you. If I say that I am here to destroy your great Buddha celestial empire, how are you going to inform him? Gong Yang Taolu said jokingly. Destroy the empire? Ha ha. This is a national matter. I am still young and cannot make the decision. Everyone, please follow me to see the majesty. Feng Xiao laughed. You're not afraid of death? Gong Yang Taolu asked. Feng Xiao did not answer. Instead, he made an inviting gesture. Everyone, you are a guest. Please. The group of immortals was confused. Gong Yang Taolu looked at Feng Xiao curiously and followed him. In the distance, Kong Daoqiu raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Why are they coming to the Kong family? Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Kong family's forbidden area. In a valley. Kong Mok said respectfully, Ancestor, the Kong family survival, the great Buddha, celestial empire survival. Please make the decision. Chapter 1084. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu's expression changed when he saw the group of immortals heading toward the Kong residence. Stop right there. Kong Daoqiu roared and stood in front of the group of immortals. Gong Yang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Earth Immortal? What are you doing, Feng Xiao? Kong Daoqiu glared at him. Feng Xiao smiled and said politely, The immortals want to see his majesty. I will introduce you to him. Kong Mok. Introduce us? What a joke. Isn't Kong Mok in the city of Buddha? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The 100 immortals watched the fight between the two with interest. Patriarch Kong, you don't know, but his majesty has already gone to the forbidden area to see the one from the Kong family. Feng Xiao said with a smile. The one from the Kong family? Gong Yang Taoqiu narrowed his eyes. He could tell that something was amiss. Kong Daoqiu's eyes widened. The Kong family's ancestor? Kong Mok had brought these immortals to see the ancestor? Kong Mok was indeed a scourge. He was indeed a scourge. You're courting death. Kong Daoqiu was furious. He reached out to attack Feng Xiao. An immortal stepped forward and met Kong Daoqiu's palm. Boom! A huge storm swept across the area. A few more immortals rushed in and trapped Kong Daoqiu. At the same time, many cultivators in the Confucius Academy also noticed that something was amiss. 10 figures flew into the sky. However, those behind Gong Yang Taoqiu were also immortals. 20 immortals flew out to meet them. Boom! Fighting broke out everywhere, throwing the entire Confucian Academy into chaos. Feng Xiao, lead the way, Gong Yang Taoqiu said with a smile. 30 immortals blocked the path of the Confucius Academy. Feng Xiao led Gong Yang Taoqiu straight to the forbidden area of the Kong family. Boom! 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 The battle in the Confucius Academy was intense. Kong Daoqiu was surrounded by 5 immortals. He was retreating, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he looked coldly in the direction that Feng Xiao and the others had left. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, Kong Daoqiu looked at the entrance of the valley and said respectfully, Great Ancestor, the survival of the Kong family and the survival of the great Buddha Empire is at your command. The valley was silent. After a while, a voice came from the valley. Kong Mok, are you bothering me again? Ancestor, I have no choice but to do this. A great calamity has descended upon my Kong clan, Kong Mok said in a low voice. Disaster? What disaster? The impatient voice of the ancestor came from the valley. Ha ha! I'm the one who's in trouble. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Kong Mok looked up and saw Gong Yang Tao coldly looking at the valley with a group of immortals. So this is where the Kong clan's final strength lies? Kong Mok. There are also those shameful fellows inside. Gong Yang Tao Lu sneered. Ancestor. This person was a great immortal. Mok is no match. Kong Mok said anxiously. High up in the air, Gong Yang Taoyu's eyes narrowed. Shameful fellow, still not coming out? Gong Yang Taolu was extremely cautious. Even at this point, he did not take the initiative to make a move. It was as if he wanted to lure the Kong family's old ancestor out. Great Immortal, where did you come from? In the valley, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Great Chi's holy court, Gong Yang Taolu. Gong Yang Taolu said solemnly. The valley was silent for a while. Gong Yang Zi, I've heard of him. What is the Great Chi's holy court? Has the Gong Yang clan submitted to a holy court? The voice in the valley was extremely calm. Gong Yang Taoyu's expression changed. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Go back to where you came from. For Gong Yang Zi's sake, I won't kill you. The old ancestor said indifferently. Gong Yang Taoyu's eyes were uncertain. Hiding the head and showing the tail, come out and talk. Gong Yang Taolu slammed down with a palm. The enormous might of a great immortal was as if the sky had collapsed. With a palm pressing down, the air below was compressed and burned. Even Kong Mok was incomparably shocked when he saw the might of a great immortal. At the same time, he was incomparably glad. He had indeed been careless earlier. Compared to a great immortal, he seemed to be too inferior. The huge palm seemed to want to completely destroy the valley. Overestimating yourself. The old ancestor's cold snort came from a valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wrinkled palm emerged from the valley. This was a withered palm. The palm was connected to the arm, as if the arm of a person had grown longer. The palm grew larger and larger as it slammed into the sky. This was not an energy palm, but a palm of flesh. As soon as the palm struck, a group of energy palms appeared around it. There were about 1,000 of them, and they surrounded the withered palm as they slammed into the sky. Boom! The withered palm met Gong Yang Taoyu's energy palms, and the energy palm shot toward the group of immortals. The demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. Gong Yang Taoyu's expression changed. Boom! The huge impact caused the ground to rumble as if there was a great earthquake. The group of immortals was sent flying by the energy palms. Gong Yang Taolu spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil. He flew into the air in shock. With one palm, 20 immortals among the group of immortals died on the spot. The remaining immortals were all injured. In the distance, the immortals surrounding the Confucius Academy quickly flew over and stood in front of Gong Yang Taolu. Gong Yang Taolu clutched his chest and looked down at the valley in shock. The palm had been retracted, but the valley was filled with boundless danger. Kong Daoqiu and the other members of the Kong family quickly flew over. They looked at the valley in shock. Even Kong Mok had a look of shock in his eyes. Demon King Kong? You're the demon sovereign of all palms. Demon King Kong? Aren't you dead? Gong Yang Taolu cried out in shock. Cough, cough, cough. I'll spare your life for Gong Yang Zi's sake. Scram! Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Gong Yang Taolu clutched his chest. His expression was unsightly. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gong Yang Taolu turned around and left. He killed 20 immortals with one palm. The immortals were horrified. They quickly fled with Gong Yang Taolu. Whoosh! The immortals immediately left. In the valley, the Kong family members bowed and said, Mighty is the patriarch. Demon King Kong coughed a few times and said, Cough, cough, cough. Leave me alone. Understood. Everyone retreated with reverence. Only Kong Daoqiu and Kong Mok had complicated expressions. Kong Mok brought Feng Shao back to the city of 10,000 Buddhas. he still had lingering fears. Demon King Kong? The patriarch is actually called Demon King Kong, and the demon sovereign of all palms? Kong Mok frowned. Your Majesty, the patriarch of the Kong family seems to have. Feng Xiao frowned. Kong Mok immediately reacted. That's right. Demon King Kong coughed just now. He's injured. He's been recuperating. Kong Mok said. I thought so too. Feng Xiao nodded. Feng Xiao, you've done a meritorious service this time. Fortunately, with your plan, I can roughly see the patriarch's strength. Haha, he might have been very strong before, but he was just scaring Gong Yang Taolu. His strength should only be at the level of a great immortal now. He's a great immortal, Kong Mok said excitedly. Your Majesty is wise. Feng Xiao nodded. Feng Xiao, it's all thanks to you this time. Great immortal strength? I'm still inferior now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Zhao Xianji and the others. You've done well this time. I'm going to confer you the title of Great River Duke. Kong Mok said in a good mood. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao said excitedly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu had also returned to Confucius Lu Academy, where he pondered alone. So the patriarch has been recuperating all this time, but it's been tens of thousands of years. Is the patriarch's injury still not healed? Kong Daoqiu had a complicated expression. In the distance, Gong Yang Taolu led the 80 immortals and flew away quickly. Ahem! Gong Yang Taolu coughed, his expression dark. Your Majesty, is that really Demon King Kong? An immortal asked doubtfully. That's right. He's Demon King Kong. Rumor has it that he was killed by the Tao gods of Absolute Palace in the immortal world. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but he's clearly injured. He coughed just now. Clearly, he's injured. His current strength is also at the great immortal realm. Gong Yang Taolu said solemnly. Then what do we do now? An immortal asked worriedly. Demon King Kong is here in the West Divine Continent. He's a tough nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. This lord will first take down Great Perfection or the Arcane Sacred Grounds. As for you, ascend now and report this to the Sage King. Gong Yang Taolu said solemnly. Yes, an immortal answered. That immortal quickly took a step forward and ascended out of the sealed world. Your Majesty, where to first? Another immortal asked. Find a place to heal first. This world is indeed very strange. Gong Yang Taolu said solemnly. Yes. As for where to first, the Great Perfection Celestial Empire has only been established for a few hundred years. Looks like I was wrong. The strongest on the surface might not be the strongest. Once we've healed, we'll go to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Gong Yang Taolu said solemnly. Yes, the immortals answered. Immortal world, in a valley. Clang, clang, clang. A bloody light flashed. A corpse was sliced in half. Yin Dong and stood at the side. Yin Dong and was already 17 or 18 years old. He already had the appearance of a teenager. After killing Yin Dong, and looked at the peak of a mountain not far away. Yin Chuan stood there and watched. Master, Yin Dong, and said with a smile, not bad. You've killed another traitor. This traitor killed hundreds of innocents. You've done good for the people. In these 3 years, I've taught you all kinds of assassination techniques. You've mastered them well. At least you don't have to worry about being assassinated. Next, we'll stop assassinating. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. What should I learn next? Yin Dong and said excitedly. Do you want to save Imoyushi? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Hearing Yin Chuan's question, Yin Dong and's face suddenly turned serious. Yes, I want to. I want to split that Sengfeng mountain. I want to save my mother. Now's not the time. Yin Chuan sighed. Yes, it's not the time. The guards are all sky immortals. I'm only in the immortal realm. How can I break through? Yin Dong smiled bitterly. Next, I'll teach you how to split the mountain. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Master, please teach me. Splitting the mountain is not about brute force, but merits. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Merits? Yin Dong was taken aback. Yes, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was just established and is rapidly expanding. It's also the best time to make a name for yourself. When you have enough merits, use them to exchange for Mo Yushi's freedom. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ah, I'll join the army now. Yin Dong's eyes lit up. Join the army? Fighting on the battlefield is a must. However, strategy, tactics, leverage, and shrewdness are more important. Next, I'll teach you. Learn well. It depends on your comprehension. How much you can learn depends on yourself. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Dong, I'm gonna learn seriously. Yin Dong said solemnly. Chapter 1085. After recuperating for 4 years, the group of immortals once again set out for a new goal, the Great Jin Celestial Empire. As for what had happened in the West Divine Continent, naturally, Dejun paid full attention to the situation. Furthermore, Wang Jian personally headed to the West Divine Continent to obtain the most accurate information from the factory guard station there. Beijing, Imperial Palace, Imperial Library. The ministers of Great Jun were discussing countermeasures. Emperor ZZ was also participating at this moment. Gongyang Taolu, Demon King Kong? In Hentian frowned. Let's not talk about Demon King Kong for now. According to the news brought back by Wang Jian, the next stop of Gongyang battle strategy is very likely to be Yinjing. Yifeng said with a frown. Everyone's expression darkened. Everyone naturally understood how powerful the great Immortal was. Should we ask His Majesty to return? Lu Gang frowned worriedly. ZZ shook her head. No. Oh. Everyone looked at ZZ. Before His Majesty left, he said that he would send a soul to the Great Chi's sacred court to see what's going on in the outside world. His Majesty must know that Gongyang Taolu has entered this world. ZZ said. As soon as ZZ said this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Taking a deep breath, they nodded in agreement. Since His Majesty knows about this and has yet to return, it proves that there are more important matters in the immortal realm than this place. Naturally, we will not disturb His Majesty. Perhaps this is also the time for His Majesty to test our abilities. Lisi nodded. The ministers nodded in agreement. I'll deal with Gongyang Taolu. Bai Ditian suddenly said. Oh, everyone looked at Bai Ditian in surprise. I have the bloodline of an ancient fiend celestial, and I've activated a lot of it recently. Although I'm not a match for a great immortal, I'm not far from it. I'll hold him back for a while. Huoguang, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, you guys kill the other immortals. Then, Feng Yinyang will use the array formation to trap Gongyang Taolu. We'll slowly grind him to death. If it doesn't work, I still have the Emperor's terracotta army. Perhaps. Tan Lang suddenly said. Everyone looked at Tan Lang. However, Yifeng shook his head and said, no, the terracotta soldiers are His Majesty's trump card. Unless there is no other choice, don't touch them. Everyone nodded. At this moment, under the leadership of His Majesty, Dejun also has enough resources. We don't necessarily need to fight to the death with Gongyang, Li Si said with a smile. Hearing Li Si's words, Yin Hentian and Yifeng's expressions changed, and they nodded. Meow, you bunch of mortals, what are you afraid of? There's still me, Meow, and Sister ZZ's curse. Meow, who was in ZZ's arms, suddenly said. Everyone. Several months later, with 80 immortals in tow, Gongyang Taoi arrived at Yinjing in a grandiose manner. This time, they were even more careful than last time. They were prepared for battle. However, when he arrived in Beijing, he saw an extremely strange scene. Countless clouds of mist covered Yinjing completely. Feng Yinyang's array shrouded Yinjing in a sea of fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Gongyang Taoyu's pupils shrank. My lord, does Yin Chuan know that we're here? An immortal shouted. Gongyang Taolu took a deep breath. I was almost careless again. Although the Kong family is hiding Demon King Kong, we can't underestimate Dejun. Although it hasn't been established for a long time and doesn't have enough resources, it must be extraordinary to be able to become the overlord of the world. We should have gone to the arcane sect's sacred ground first. Sai, forget it. Since we're here, let's test the strength of Dejun's imperial court. Gong Yang Taoyu's expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan, why haven't you come out yet? Gong Yang Taolu suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the sound waves swept across Yinjing. The fog around Yinjing was also stirred by the sound waves. In Yinjing, the ministers of Dezhun all looked at the outside world solemnly. Feng Yinyang's array couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inside could clearly see the outside world. They're here. Yifeng's face darkened. By Di Tian, since you've activated the ancient fiend celestial bloodline, use your aura to gain the upper hand. In Hentian said. Bai Ditian nodded. Boom! Bai Ditian's aura surged into the sky, and the terrifying aura was filled with endless black malevolent energy. The malevolent energy was extremely dense, as if it was going to assimilate everything around it. The white stone slabs under his feet were also dyed black by the malevolent energy at this moment. The malevolent energy was so oppressive that the surrounding guards were instantly terrified. Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, waved his hand. Boom! A vortex formed around them, isolating the malevolent energy so that no one could be affected. Only the people outside could feel it. The malevolent energy surged into the sky and suddenly dyed the sky black. The billowing malevolent energy even formed a giant black cloud. The energy was so dense that it made one's heart tremble. Buzz! The malevolent energy was directed at the deities. The deities' faces immediately changed. What a powerful malevolent energy! And deity exclaimed. Gong Yang Taoyu's face also changed because the malevolent energy was even stronger than his. How could it be? How could there be an old monster in Yinjing? How could there be such a powerful malevolent energy? Inside Yinjing, everyone looked at Bai Ditian and sighed. The bloodline of the ancient fiend celestial is indeed powerful. That's right. Those deities' faces all changed. Lu Gang said excitedly. Let's see if we can scare them away. I wonder if he can tell if it's real or fake. Yifeng said seriously. Everyone looked outside. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. My lord, what should we do? There seems to be an overlord in Dezhun. We haven't even seen him yet, but there's already such a terrifying energy. And deity said worriedly. Yeah, we haven't even seen him yet. No. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. Ha, he's bluffing. He's using an array to cover it up. Is he trying to trick us? Gong Yang Taolu immediately guessed that it was a scam. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the ministers immediately knew that something was wrong when they saw Gong Yang Taoyu's expression. Get ready for the second strategy. Ifeng waved his sleeves and shouted. Okay, everyone nodded. Meow, isn't it just to scare that deity? Is there a need to make it so complicated? Watch me. Meow immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Meow. Meow suddenly crawled out of ZZ's arms and onto ZZ's shoulder. Facing the deities in the distance, her fur suddenly stood on end. Meow, Meow shouted coldly. Everyone, was Meow trying to scare the deities? Was she trying to act cute? However, before the crowd could say anything, an echo suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Meow. Outside the array, Gong Yang Taolu also heard a cat's meow. Just as he was feeling curious, an echo suddenly sounded. Meow. One echo was not enough. Meow, 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 meow. All of a sudden, countless meows came from all directions in the world. Countless meowing sounds filled the entire East Divine Continent in an instant. The dense and terrifying meowing of cats instantly covered the entire East Divine Continent. Countless citizens of the East Divine Continent looked up at the sky in shock. Not only did it cover the East Divine Continent, the meowing of the cats instantly covered all 5 divine continents under the heavens. The meows covered the entire world. Perhaps Bai Ditian, Huaguang, and the others had not noticed this scene. Even the deities behind Gong Yang Taolu did not notice the shocking meows at this moment. But Gong Yang Taolu noticed. With his cultivation as a great deity, he instantly sensed it. The echo of the meow came from the 9 heavens. It was as if the heavens were unparalleled, and it resounded everywhere in the world. The heavens were trembling, and the kings were descending on the earth. This meow scared Gong Talu so much that all his hair stood on end. Looking at the endless murderous aura in Beijing in the fog and hearing the meow, Gong Talu panicked. A hint of panic flashed across Gong Talu's eyes. "Let's go." Gong Talu turned around and led all the deities away quickly. Gong Talu was scared away. In Beijing, countless scheming officials were stunned. Then they all looked at Meow. At this moment, Meow had returned to ZZ's arms again. All right, he was scared away. Meow. Meow said proudly. The officials. On this day, the South Divine Continent and the West Divine Continent all heard the meow of a cat. Kong Mok frowned and looked at the sky. Kong Daoqiu frowned and looked at the sky. Even Ming Sansheng looked at the sky in confusion. In Beijing, the officials did not understand why Meow's voice could resonate with the heavens and earth. A cat's meow could resonate with the heavens and earth? Then they suddenly realized that they had never seen Meow transcend the tribulation before. The deity realm. On a battlefield. I'm invincible. Kill. After a brutal massacre, the army won a great victory and excitedly bowed to a 20-year-old boy on the commander's platform. Commander, we won, a general said excitedly. The 20-year-old boy nodded. Not bad. Brothers, well done. I will ask for everyone's recognition. This is only the beginning. We still have countless achievements. We also want to be ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm. A group of soldiers shouted excitedly. The 20-year-old boy was naturally Yin Dong, and looked at the excited expressions of his subordinates. He was immediately in a good mood. After the army was rewarded, Yin Dong met Yin Chuan again in a valley. Master, Yin Dong's eyes were filled with fear. I have to go. I still have my own things to do. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. I can't bear to part with you, Master. Yin Dong immediately knelt down. Ha! All good things must come to an end. Don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Next time, I hope to see the indomitable Yin Dong in. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Don't worry, Master. Yin Dong's eyes were filled with tears. Silly boy, perhaps we will meet again soon. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Really? Yin Dong immediately said excitedly. That's right. I've already told you that this body is just a body that I've taken over. Next time, I might take over someone else's body. I've already taught you what I need to teach you. The rest is up to you. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Dong nodded. Before I leave, I will give you one more thing. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. With that, Yin Chuan reached out and took out a seed-like thing. It was the vine demon that had followed Yin Chuan in reincarnation. The vine demon could go with the soul. Naturally, it could be taken by Yin Chuan. The seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. This is the seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. It will be your last resort. In my hands, it has not fully recovered its former strength. Nourish it well, Yin Chuan said solemnly. The seventh divine weapon in the world? Vine demon? Yin Dong's hands trembled slightly. He looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Master you. Yin Dong bit his lips, not daring to confirm. You saw it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you my father? Yin Dong's eyes were red. What did you see it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you really father? Woo-woo, I felt it more than 10 years ago. From Mother's attitude, I realized that Mother was no longer worried about me because of Father. Moreover, Uncle Azure Dragon once told me about Father, including the seventh divine weapon. Yin Dong cried. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and touched Yin Dong's head. Then he sighed slightly and said, Our family is still too weak to do anything. We can only let fate play with us. Dong, when I'm not here, take good care of you, she. Yes. Yin Dong cried. If you want to get rid of others' manipulation, you have to be strong first. Dong, I'm very pleased that you are so smart and you did not let me down. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Father, I will do my best. Yin Dong'in gritted his teeth and said solemnly, Good, Dong'in. No shame and be brave. This is what we should do. One day, our family will be reunited. One day, no one can play with us anymore. Father will fight against the heavens with you. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Yes. Yin Dong'in felt warm in his heart. Father is gone. I will come to see you again. Take care. Yin Chuan comforted. I will take care of myself. Father, you must take care of yourself too. Yin Dong'in said with red eyes. Smiling slightly, Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan took a step and soared into the sky and flew into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Yin Dong'in looked at his father's departure with tears in his eyes. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Yin Chuan's departure. Father, just you wait. I will become a man of indomitable spirit. Yin Dong'in said firmly. A few days later, Immortal realm in a manor. Inside the manor, the person possessed by Yin Chuan looked at a black-robed man kneeling on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion, 3-Sword Division, Dugu Feng, greets your majesty. The black-robed man said respectfully. Dugu Feng, I remember that when I went to the Dugu clan, you received me at the door. Yin Chuan said lightly. Yes, thanks to your majesty, you brought us into the heavenly mystery dreamland. I was lucky enough to reach the immortal realm. The black-robed man said respectfully. I have sent a few of you into the immortal realm first. You will be in different places so that Dejun can enter the immortal realm in the future. You will be near the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Your mission is to protect the Crown Prince, Yin Dong'in. Yes, Dong doesn't need your protection. Don't get too close. He doesn't know you. He has the ability to deal with ordinary people, but there are many experts here. It's inevitable that some powerful immortals will be secretly sent. You're responsible for all kinds of coincidences and resolving large crises. Yin Chuan said, Yes, if you're unfortunately discovered by Yin Dong'in or captured by him in the future, show him this wooden tablet, and he will let you go. Yin Chuan said. As he said that, he threw a wooden tablet. The Crown Prince can capture me? I am a heavenly immortal, Dugu Feng said in surprise. Anything is possible. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. These years, Yin Chuan had taught too much. Yin Dong, and also learned very seriously. Capturing someone didn't have to rely on strength, but also on brains. I'm going back. You are responsible for dealing with this body possessed by me. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1086. Sealed Realm. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and quickly left Yinjing. Along the way, everyone's heart trembled. Other than the killing intent at the beginning, Yinjing did not have any other aura. Even the cat's meow was only a sound, not an aura. But it was this sound that made the immortals' hearts tremble. Especially Gongyang Taolu, who felt it the most. That sound came from above the 9 heavens. That sound covered the entire world. Even he couldn't do such a ridiculous thing, but Yinjing could, and they were angry at him. How could Yinjing have such a strong person? Bastard! Gongyang Taolu shouted at the immortal behind him. Lord, I have failed in my duty. That immortal's face was filled with fear. Failed in your duty? Failed in your duty? I told you to collect all the information about Yinjing. You collected it? Where did that killing intent come from? And where did that cat's meow come from? Is there any record of the information you collected? Gongyang Taolu glared. I know my mistake, that immortal said in fear. Gongyang Taolu looked at that immortal and sighed. I said, Yin Chuan's cat is not normal, but you say it's just a pet? Pet? Can a pet be so precious to Yin Chuan? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Lord, what do we do now? An immortal asked carefully. Gongyang Taolu thought for a while and shook his head. That cat, we still need to investigate, find out where it came from. A cat's meow, covering the world? I don't know if it's the cat's divine ability, or if it has the ability. Gongyang Taolu said with an ugly expression. Divine ability? The immortal's eyes lit up. That's right, If it's a divine ability, then everything will be easy. Some demon beasts have extremely unorthodox divine abilities. Maybe it's just a bluff, just that this divine ability is magical. Gong Yang Taolu nodded. That's right, Lord. Before the fog was so thick that Yin Chuan did not dare to fight. It must be a bluff. It must be just a special divine ability. Lord, let's go back. An immortal's eyes lit up. Oomph. Gong Yang Taolu glared. Fool. If it's not a divine ability, but it's strength, what do we do? Gong Yang Taolu asked solemnly. The immortal's face instantly stiffened. If he really has such terrifying strength, we will definitely be killed if we go. An immortal analyzed. When the immortal said this, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to go back. Check this cat's background for me. Since the Zhen is the strongest in this realm, then let's wait a little longer. Gong Yang Taolu said. Yes. Everyone immediately responded. There's one more thing. The arcane sacred grounds can't be underestimated either. The Kong family and Great Zhen have learned from their mistakes. Overturn all the information about the arcane sacred grounds. Investigate the arcane sacred ground again. Once you're done, we'll attack the arcane sacred grounds. Yes, the immortals replied. After experiencing the Kong clan and the Great Zhen clan, no one dared to be arrogant anymore. This world was too strange. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yinjing. The guards continuously sent news of the immortals' locations to Yinjing. The officials of Great Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. The officials might be able to fight a heaven immortal together. At worst, two 12th level upper void stage cultivators could immediately undergo tribulation to become immortals and resist a heaven immortal. However, it was different for great immortals. There was a qualitative difference between great immortals and heaven immortals. Even with the help of the Lotus God, Kong Mocha the Great Buddha Celestial Empire felt inferior when he saw a battle between great immortals. Bai Ditian had the ancient fiend Celestial Fate and was abnormally powerful. Even he didn't dare to fight against him. The officials finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Gong Yang Taolu was scared away. While everyone was at peace, a strange aura suddenly came from Xianying Palace. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. His Majesty is about to wake up. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed toward Xianying Palace. At this moment, a large number of Yin Chuan souls were quickly returning to his body. Yin Chuan's souls had returned by themselves. There was no need for outsiders to summon them. At this moment, there was only one coffin in Xianying Palace. There was only the sky-burying coffin. Unlike before, this time, Yin Chuan was lying in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! As the souls surged over, Yin Chuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. Clearly, the 200 memories were rapidly fusing. After a while, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the black jade talisman on his forehead. Yin Chuan was about to get up. He seemed to have touched something in his hand. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Then, he turned and looked down. The interior of the sky-burying coffin was like a black hole. Yin Chuan was lying in the black hole's entrance. Originally, Yin Chuan didn't think much of it. However, at this moment, he seemed to have touched something in the black hole. Yin Chuan carefully touched it. As he touched it, Yin Chuan's face suddenly changed. Opening the coffin lid, Yin Chuan stood up and looked at the black hole in the coffin. His eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? How can there be a black hole in the sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan looked at the black hole under his feet in surprise. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside Xianying Palace. Yin Chuan took a deep look at the black hole under his feet. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the sky-burying coffin. Clang! Yin Chuan closed the coffin lid. With a flip of his hand, the sky-burying coffin suddenly shrank to the center of his palm. No matter how this thing is inside the sky-burying coffin, is still mine. Whoosh! Yin Chuan let out a long cry of excitement. He put away the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the palace opened. Yin Chuan slowly walked out of Xianying Palace. Outside Xianying Palace, The officials stood respectfully. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan happily. Meow. Yin Chuan, you finally came out? I just helped you defeat a great immortal. You have to give me half of your immortal stones. Meow. Meow immediately jumped over. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The officials said excitedly. Zizi also walked over. Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the surrounding fog. He took a deep breath and said, Did Gongyang Taolu come? Yes, the officials answered. Gongyang Taolu, a first firmament great immortal. Although he is the weakest great immortal, he is still a great immortal. Although there is only a step between Sky Immortal and Great Immortal, the difference in strength is huge. This time, everyone has worked hard. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, it is all my effort. Meow immediately jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. The official smiled. Indeed, this time it is Meow's effort. Yifeng smiled. Oh, Yin Chuan showed a hint of curiosity. Meow, however, raised its head proudly. Zizi explained everything to him. Yin Chuan finally understood everything. Meow, Yin Chuan, praise me. Meow, praise me. Meow said proudly. Slap. Yin Chuan slapped Meow's head. What are you doing, Meow? Meow immediately shouted. Ha, well done. Half of my immortal stones. I will give them all to you. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Hearing Yin Chuan's affirmation, Meow's eyes immediately widened, like a miser who saw a mountain of gold. Meow, meow. Yin Chuan, you're indeed a good person. Come, slap me again and give me the other half. Meow said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. By the way, I have recorded the images of those 80 immortals. I can use them at any time. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. ZZ said. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? I don't want it for now. Although this special technique is powerful, it has a major weakness, which is that it takes too long. 21 days? With the great immortal speed, he can reach Yin capital in 1 or 2 days. Yin Chuan shook his head and rejected the idea. All right, ZZ nodded. Your Majesty, Gongyang Taolu went to the West Divine Continent first. There, he lured out the Kong family's ancestor and retreated in defeat. Yifeng said, The Kong family's ancestor? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. His name is Demon King Kong. According to Gongyang Taolu, he was once famous in the immortal realm. Demon King Kong. Wang Jian said, Demon King Kong? Yin Chuan frowned slightly. It won't be long before Gongyang Taolu goes to the arcane sacred ground. Your Majesty, should we inform them? Yifeng asked. Arcane sacred ground? Yin Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ's expression flickered slightly. All right, that's all for today. Go back first. After I clean up, I summon you to the upper study room. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered and left. Everyone left, leaving only ZZ and Meow. Only then did ZZ wrap her arms around Yin Chuan's arm. Meow, 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 looked at the two of them, and then walked away. Husband, let me get you some water to bathe, ZZ said softly. Yin Chuan smiled. Look at how anxious you are. Tell me. ZZ blushed. Arcane sacred ground, ZZ opened her mouth. Do you need my help? Yin Chuan smiled. ZZ thought for a while. I don't care about the others, but Meng Honying has helped me a lot. If it's possible, I'll send someone to inform her and let her stay away for a while. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ's face bloomed into a beautiful smile. What about Meng Sansheng? Yin Chuan asked. ZZ frowned. She was conflicted. Meng Sansheng is my grandfather. Even though he has never taken care of me, and even though I have only seen him a few times, he is still related to me by blood. ZZ was slightly conflicted. He gently touched ZZ's hair. Rumble. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky. However, Yin Chuan didn't care. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. If I can help, I'll do my best. Yin Chuan nodded and promised. Okay, ZZ said happily. However, you don't have to worry too much. Arcane sacred ground. God realm? This place is too secretive. No one knows how many experts are hiding there. You haven't been there before. Perhaps we don't need to intervene in this crisis. Meng Sansheng can deal with it alone. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Really? ZZ said in surprise. The God Realm is not ordinary. This trip to the arcane sacred ground is actually a scout for the Dajin Celestial Empire, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1087. Middle Divine Continent. Nighttime. In a huge valley. There was a large lake in the valley. Moonlight shone down on it. There were a dozen girls playing in the lake. They were only wearing undergarments and splashing water on each other. Hee hee, senior sister, look at the water, one of the girls shouted. Damn girl, are you looking for death? Look at the water. Ha ha ha. The girls were happily playing in the water. Lower your voice. This is the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan Academy. If the sect leader finds out, we'll be in trouble. One of the girls said. Senior sister, don't worry. It's because of the forbidden area that no one is here. One of the girls laughed. That's true. I don't know why, but no one is allowed to enter this area. One of the girls frowned. I know. It seems to be the burial place of the founder of the Kaiyuan Academy, so no one is allowed to disturb him. Then wouldn't it be blasphemous for us to bathe here? Haha, fourth sister, you're the one who thinks the most. So many of us are naked for the founder to see. Why would he think it's blasphemous? One of the girls laughed. Damn girl, you don't say anything nice. Hee hee, look at the water. Ha, look at the water. The 15 girls were having a great time, but they didn't know that in a distant forest. At this moment, they were hiding from a wretched fatty. Although they're a little ugly, I don't mind. Once the sky turns dark, isn't it the same? Besides, I don't want to look at their faces. Hee hee hee. The wretched fatty's eyes were wide open. The wretched fatty was Dongfang Zhengpai from the Jiulu Academy. Hiding in the forest, Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled. His blood essence rushed to his brain, and his breathing became rapid. When a person's wretchedness reached a certain level, it was also a kind of realm. If this scene was known by the previous generations of the Jiulu Academy, who knows how many of them would be killed to make up for the guilt they felt towards their founder, Dongfang Bubi. The great scholars of the Jiulu Academy, couldn't they have some morals? Even if they were thirsty, they could go to a brothel in the mortal world. Was there a need to embarrass the Jiulu Academy here? Of course, Dongfang Zheng's sect, who was immersed in their wretched business, did not notice. Higher, higher! Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Pu-pu! A huge rock beneath Dongfang Zhengpai's feet suddenly rose a little. Dongfang Zhengpai was too engrossed and didn't notice anything amiss. Wow, good. GGG, it would be even better if it was higher. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed wretchedly. The boulder beneath his feet suddenly expanded once more. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open under Dongfang Zhengpai's feet. Dongfang Zhengpai was blasted to the ground. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai turned to look. There was a big hole in the ground, and there seemed to be some orderly explosions around it. It was as if a formation had been opened from the inside of the ground. When the array was opened, Dongfang Zhengpai saw a huge tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, a skinny figure was standing there. He was dressed in green and seemed to be preparing to open the tomb. It was the divine sect's sacred ground, Ren Shun Palace Master, Ren Shu. Ren Shu had returned to his old profession of digging up ancestral tombs. Today, he finally found a huge tomb. This wasn't an ordinary tomb. It was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the founding origin sect. There must be treasures inside. However, Ren Shu didn't expect that when he broke open the restriction, there would be a fatty standing beside him. Oh, you're a tomb raider? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Ren Shu's expression changed. He even had the intention to kill. I recognize you. You're Ren Shu of the Arcane Sect's Holy Land? Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Ren Shu's expression froze. Who are you? Ren Shu asked worriedly. I didn't expect that the dignified palace master of the Arcane Sect Holy Land would do such a thing. Digging up someone's tomb is too immoral. You don't even let off a dead person. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded. Rin Shu's expression froze. After all, Dongfang Zhongpai had been trained by Immortal Mengling Tian for many years. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the first level of the upper void stage. Rin Shu naturally couldn't see through Dongfang Zhongpai's cultivation. Moreover, the person in front of him even said his name. This caused the originally timid Rin Shu to become nervous. I'm Jilu Academy's great scholar, Dongfang Zhongpai. Palace Master Run, you're really immoral. You don't even let off a dead person's belongings. Dongfang Zhongpai continued. Dongfang Zhongpai? Rin Shu immediately reacted. Although he had heard of this name, he had never seen Dongfang Zhongpai before. What do you want? Rin Shu asked in a deep voice. Rin Shu hated encountering such self-righteous scholars. They only talked about benevolence and righteousness all day long. Dealing with them was like facing tens of thousands of flies. It was too annoying. Dongfang Zhongpai looked at the tomb behind Rin Shu and took a deep breath. It's fate that we met. You, and I will split it in half. Half. Rin Shu was stunned when he heard Dongfang Zhongpai's words. The difference was too great. If you don't give it to me, I'll inform Kai Yuan sect that you dug up their ancestral tomb and let the entire Kai Yuan sect hunt you down. Dongfang Zhongpai continued. Shameless. Rin Shu said hatefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Dongfang Zhongpai glared at him. One fat and one skinny. The two of them glared at each other. All right, half each. Rin Shu said helplessly. Brother Ren, you're really talented. Meeting you today is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dongfang Zhongpai said with a fat face. Rin Shu's face twitched. He didn't look at the almanac when he went out. It seemed like he had met someone who was even more shameless than him. How dare you, pervert! Give me your life. A woman's shout suddenly came from the lake. The loud sound just now made the 15 women realize that something bad was going to happen. Senior sister, there's someone here. Not good, there's a pervert. Quick, put on your clothes. The group of women quickly put on their clothes. Because of this, they were delayed for a while. During this period of time, the 2 perverted men reached an extremely shameless deal. After the 15 women put on their clothes, they immediately rushed over with a murderous look on their faces. Insolent pervert, hand over your life. A woman shouted angrily. Dongfang Zhongpai and Ninth Rat looked at each other. Ninth Rat immediately waved his hand, and the soil on the ground quickly rolled over, covering the tomb in an instant. Who? A group of women instantly rushed forward. Dongfang Zhongpai panicked, but he quickly calmed down. The wretched smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely righteous expression. How dare you? Shameless bastard. In broad daylight. No. In the dark, you dare to defile the fairies? Dongfang Zhongpai glared and shouted righteously. In the distance, the woman charging forward suddenly paused when she saw the 2 people. One was fat and the other was thin. The 2 of them seemed to be in a confrontation. Although the fat one had a face full of meat, there was an aura of righteousness around him. As for Ninth Rat, its mouth was wide open as it looked at Dongfang Zhongpai in shock. Fairy? Ninth Rat looked at the group of aggressive women flying over. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to be fairies. The fairies weren't the key. The key was that Dongfang Zhongpai's attitude suddenly changed. What was going on? Shameless bastard, are you the one who peeped on us sisters bathing? The woman in the lead suddenly shouted angrily at Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat's face stiffened. Peeped on them bathing? Dongfang Zhongpai once again said, shifty eyes. One look, and I can tell that you're not a good person. So you were peeping on the fairies bathing? Despicable. Shifty eyes? When the women saw that Ninth Rat indeed had shifty eyes, they immediately believed that Ninth Rat was a pervert. After all, Ninth Rat was a rat demon, and he had shifty eyes. You're bullshitting. Ninth Rat immediately shouted. Ninth Rat understood that he had been slandered by Dongfang Zhongpai in front of him, and it was hard to defend himself. Fatty, who are you? Why are you here? Another woman asked suspiciously. Fairies, I am Dongfang Zhongpai, the most upright scholar of Jilu Academy. My chest is full of righteousness, and I walk the world to temper my righteous heart. This time, I came to the Kai Yuan sect to travel and accidentally entered this place. I didn't expect to suddenly see a shifty-eyed person sneaking around. When I saw his expression, I knew that he was up to no good. So, I used my art to blow up this place. I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched and despicable person in this world who actually dared to peep on the fairies. Dongfang Zhongpai looked at Ninth Rat with hatred. Ninth Rat. He was already considered shameless, but there's actually someone even more shameless than him in front of him. So that's how it is, pervert die. A woman immediately rushed over with her sword. It's not me, I didn't, it's him. Ninth Rat naturally didn't want to bear this burden. If it was a group of beautiful women in front of him, then he would let it go. But this group of strange people in front of him, was it worth it for him to peep? The woman who was rushing towards Ninth Rat paused and looked at Dongfang Zhongpai. Dongfang Zhongpai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. These fairies are as beautiful as fairies. Actually, if you really admire them, it's pardonable that you admit your mistake now. Who hasn't been young before? But you." Dongfang Zhongpai's expression was one of disappointment. When the women heard that Dongfang Zhongpai was as beautiful as fairies, their anger dissipated a lot. Some of them were even smug. After all, no man had ever praised them like this before. Ninth Rat couldn't take it anymore. "Are you blind? How can these ugly things be as beautiful as fairies?" Ninth Rat pointed at Dongfang Zhongpai and exclaimed, "First senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister." All the hatred had been transferred from Dongfang Zhongpai to Ninth Rat. Next, Ninth Rat witnessed what it meant by, "There's no most shameless, only more shameless." 2 hours later, the group of women flew away with Ninth Rat's compensation and spirit stones in their hands, venting their anger. Ninth Rat and Dongfang Zhongpai looked at each other in dismay. "Dongfang Zhongpai, you..." Ninth Rat said with sorrow and hatred. "Aha, Hall Masterin, don't think about those unhappy things. Let's continue to open the tomb." Dongfang Zhongpai said with a smile. Ninth Rat felt bitter. "No, half of the compensation I gave you just now will be yours." Ninth Rat immediately shouted. "Huh? Mine? What apology? Hall Masterin, let's open the tomb first." Dongfang Zhongpai changed the topic. "Then let's split the loot. I'll take 60%, and you take 40%. Ninth Rat shouted. "No, we agreed to take half." Dongfang Zhongpai immediately argued. The two of them continued to squabble for a while, and Ninth Rat could only admit defeat. When the two of them were about to open the tomb, Dongfang Zhongpai suddenly asked, "Brother Run, I'm curious. Don't you blame me at all?" Ninth Rat rolled his eyes and said, "Blame you? What's the use of blaming you? Who asked you to be more shameless than me?" Dongfang Zhongpai grinned as if Ninth Rat was praising him. "I've learned something new today. I haven't trained my face to be thick enough yet. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll be more shameless than you and get back at you for what you did today." Ninth Rat said with hatred. "Haha, I'm ashamed." Dongfang Zhongpai laughed. The two of them stopped talking and continued to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhongpai suddenly took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was emitting a green light. There was a rat head on one side and Ninth Rat's face on the other. "Found it? Huh!" Dongfang Zhongpai shouted excitedly. Chapter 1088. Beijing. Yinchuan was about to leave with Wang Jian, Li Si, Zizi, and Miao. In the distance, Lu Gang quickly ran over. "Your Majesty, there is news from the Eastern Orthodox sect," Lu Gang reported. "Oh," Yinchuan asked doubtfully. Dongfang Zheng's sect found a factory guard in the city and told him that they found a person with a jade pendant reaction, Rinshu. Lu Gang said, "Rinshu? Ancient demon god bloodline?" Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. The surrounding officials also came to their senses. Evidently, the Zhun had its own information system. It had a record of all the powerhouses in the world. "It's actually him." Inhentian frowned. "Did he say where Ninth Rat is?" Yinchuan asked. "He did. He said that he's with Ninth Rat right now and is doing something big. Maybe he'll go to Divine Sect Sacred Land soon. Lu Gang said, something big. Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. What do the two of them want to do? Since we're going to the Divine Sect's sacred ground, that's great. Let's go now. Yin Chuan said, yes, your majesty. Take care, the officials said. And Yin Chuan nodded. Taking ZZ, Wang Jian, Li Si, and Miao with him, he soared into the sky and stepped onto a gigantic flying ship, flying towards the west at high speed. Central Divine Continent, in a valley. Brother Run, your ability to dig holes is unparalleled in the world. Dongfang Zhongpai praised. It's not bad to use your overwhelming righteous energy to break the formation. Ninth Rat said indifferently. Haha, you're flattering me. However, don't you feel guilty about robbing tombs? Dongfang Zhongpai asked. Guilt? They're dead, and I'm helping them develop their magical equipment. Why would I feel guilty? Don't tell me you have it? Ren Rat was puzzled. Why would I have it? Sure enough, it was more exciting than peeking at a girl bathing. Let's go. We'll continue digging up the Tristar Sect's ancestral grave. I didn't say I would bring you. It's all right, I don't mind. I mind. You'll get used to it after a while. Let's go, don't be shy. The two figures, one fat and one thin, slowly disappeared from the valley. It was rare for the two of them to meet people who shared similar tastes, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Moreover, they could sharpen each other's faces and prove the great Tao of shamelessness. Why not? Central Divine Continent. At this moment, he had become the focus of all the heroes in the world. Great Jun, the Great Buddha, and even the sect masters of the Central Divine Continent were all staring intently at the arcane sacred ground. Great Immortal Gonyang Taolu had been in seclusion for many years. Anyone could guess that his next target would definitely be the Divine Sect sacred grounds, because in the current world, only these three places ruled the world. He had suffered at the hands of Great Buddha and Great Jun, so he was only left with Divine Sect and sacred grounds. Could the Arcane Sect's sacred ground withstand an attack from a great immortal? While the experts of the outside world were paying attention, the cultivators of the Arcane Sect Holy Land were also feeling extremely pressured. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. Meng Hongying held a letter in her hand. A man was standing in front of him. Meng Hongying squinted her eyes and asked, Who are you? I am a Baihu of the Great Zheng Dynasty's guards. This letter was sent by the Emperor and was personally delivered by the Great Zheng Dynasty's Empress. If I hand it over to the Saintess, then my mission is complete. Farewell. The man left. Meng Hongying opened the letter and read it. After reading for a while, Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. The Great Immortal is nearby, and he wants me to leave? Ha, how can I leave? Meng Hongying kept the letter and looked to the east. ZZ. It is your fortune to be able to leave the arcane sacred ground. The divine world is too complicated. Shaking her head, Meng Hongying kept the letter and flew to the divine world. A large number of cultivators and disciples were guarding the entrance of the divine world. No one stopped Meng Hongying when she entered. The interior was like a small world. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, but there was no sun, moon, or stars. At a glance, there were vast mountains and rivers. In the distance, there was a place covered in purple clouds. Meng Hongying quickly flew over. Soon, she arrived at a large mountain. No one was allowed to approach the mountain. This was where the divine world was located, the ancestral mountain of the gods. Grandfather must be here. Meng Hongying took a deep breath and said, Grandfather. Meng Hongying called out. Rumble. A cave slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Meng Sanqing frowned slightly and walked out with a huge purple gourd on his back. Meng Sanqing looked a little impatient. Hongying, what are you doing here? Meng Sanqing asked. Grandfather, ZZ just sent me a letter. She said that Gongyang Taolu has arrived near the arcane sacred ground. Meng Hongying frowned. He's already here? Meng Sanqing raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, what should we do now? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sanqing took a deep breath and shook his head. I know. Oh. Meng Hongying nodded. Are there any other factions that are dissatisfied? Meng Sansheng asked. The other factions are fine. They are all of the god's bloodline and will advance and retreat together with the arcane sacred ground. However, it is different for the outsiders. I have already noticed some of the 10 palace masters are disloyal. Meng Hongying said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph. Disloyal to the arcane sacred ground will only lead to death. Deal with them as you see fit. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Go. Meng Hongying nodded and left. Meng Sansheng watched Meng Hongying leave and took a deep breath. Meng Sansheng slowly walked back into the cave. Rumble. The entrance of the cave slowly closed. Inside, there was a huge space inside. The interior space had a large number of balconies. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on each balcony. There were both men and women, 71 in total. There were 6 leaders based on the space they occupied. 6 men in Taoist robes sat on the highest balcony. There was a huge gourd beside each of them. The shape of the gourd was exactly the same as Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd. It looked like it grew out of a vine. There were a total of 7 gourds, including Meng Sansheng's gourd. The only difference was the color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors, 7 different gourds. Meng Sansheng stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd said, Meng Sansheng, what's wrong? A great immortal might be invading our divine sect's sacred ground. Meng Sansheng frowned. Great immortal? Umph. When our divine race dominated the world, even the saints retreated. How dare a little great immortal bully us? The cultivator holding the orange gourd said coldly, Ever since our divine race reappeared, we have been hiding here. We wanted peace and quiet to unlock all the seals. I didn't expect there to be no peace here. The cultivator holding the yellow gourd said with a sigh. At this time, the cultivator holding the red gourd said, There's no need to say any more. The next seal is about to be unlocked. Everyone do your best. Yes, everyone answered, including Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng flew to the highest balcony and looked at the center of the space. There was a huge egg that was 3 zhang tall. The huge egg had 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. However, there seemed to be a large number of chain patterns on the egg. It seemed to be locked by the chains. Walala. Suddenly, one of the chain patterns floated up. Good. Another chain seal has been unlocked. Destroy it, and the power of our divine race will be unlocked. Everyone do your best. The cultivator holding the red gourd said in a deep voice. Okay. The 72 elites activated their power almost at the same time and charged at the chains surrounding the huge egg. Boom! The chains shook when they charged at them with all their might. Everyone continued to exert their power. Finally, after 3 days, bang! The chains that floated out of the ground exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! The 7-colored huge egg suddenly shot out billions of rays of light toward the 72 elites. The rays of light entered their bodies. It seemed to be unlocking some kind of seal in their bodies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the seals breaking could be heard from their bodies. Almost everyone closed their eyes in excitement. Another seal has been unlocked, a cultivator said excitedly. Countless voices of excitement could be heard in the entire cave. In the outside world, Meng Hongying was confronting a black-robed man. There seemed to be a large number of elites behind each of them. Evernight God Palace Master, are you thinking of betraying the sect? Meng Hongying's face darkened. Ha! Little girl Meng Hongying, the great immortal is about to attack, and the sacred ground of the divine race is about to be destroyed. What's wrong with us finding a way out? The black-robed Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. The sacred leader has ordered that those who betray the sect will be killed. Meng Hongying said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the Evernight God Palace Master. Ha ha! Little girl, your cultivation is only at the middle void realm. What can you do to me? Get lost if you don't want to die. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Meng Hongying wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled. Crack, 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 crack. Something in Meng Hongying's body seemed to have broken. Many of the elites behind Meng Hongying also trembled like Meng Hongying. Bang! Meng Hongying's aura suddenly shot up. Rumble. A large number of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation is here. Someone exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the sky and said with a hint of joy, "Haha, grandfather has succeeded. What's going on?" The Evernight God Palace Master asked curiously. Why did some of the people in front of him have a sudden surge in their strength? Meng Hongying is only at the 5th level Middle Void Realm, right? Why did her cultivation suddenly increase by so much? Is she undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Everyone, listen up. Don't let any of these traitors go. I'll deal with them after I'm done with the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The other palace masters responded. At this moment, many cultivators were undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the divine sex Saintland. Some of them knew the reason for the sudden increase in their cultivation, while others did not. Meng Hongying happened to be one of them. Meng Hongying knew that the God clan's bloodline contained a vast power. The power was hidden in the bloodline. Originally, the God clan did not need to cultivate. As long as they grew, their power would be released continuously. However, for some reason, it was sealed. Her grandfather was working hard to break the seal layer by layer. Every time the seal was broken, the entire clan would benefit. The cultivators in the divine sex Saintland were in chaos. Not far away from the divine sex Saintland, there was a huge manor. Gongyang Taolu could not wait any longer. It's been 5 years, and this is all the news from the divine sex Saintland? Forget it, let's go. We'll conquer the divine sex Saintland first before we conquer the world. Gongyang Taolu said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of immortals responded. Under Gongyang Taolu's lead, they walked toward the divine sex Saintland. Chapter 1089. Henyi S. The God Tribe Heavenly Tribulation descended. The members of the God Tribe, like Meng Hongying, instantly felt their cultivation level increase. They unlocked a layer of the seal and awakened a portion of their bloodline power. In short, they had all awakened. The members of the God Tribe left quickly, leaving behind a chaotic holy ground. Get lost. Meng Hongying and the rest have left. Do you still want to stop us? The Einerjar Hall Master scolded angrily. At this moment, the two sides were still facing each other. Some of the 10 deities' halls were loyal to the holy ground. Einerjar Hall Master, Ji Shun Hall Master, Gung Shun Hall Master, Xian Shun Hall Master, and Saintis Hong Ing have instructed that no one is allowed to leave. Wait for Saintis Hong Ing to return. A green-robed elder said coldly. The green-robed elder was the leader of the disciples who were loyal to the holy ground. First Divine Hall Master? Humph! Meng Hongying is only a saintess. What is he? The rest are not around. Do you think you can stop the 4 of us? The Einerjar Hall Master said coldly. At this moment, the number of experts behind the Einerjar Hall Master was several times more than the first Divine Hall Master. The first Divine Hall Master's face darkened. The Sacred Master has instructed us to listen to Saintis Hong Ing when he is not around. If you continue to resist, I will take action. Ha! First Divine Hall Master, you are muddle-headed. Humph! Since you are not giving in, don't blame us. Ji Shun Hall Master, Xian Shun, let's attack together. The Einerjar Hall Master said. Okay. The other 3 Hall Masters shouted. As they spoke, the 4 Hall Masters attacked the first Divine Hall Master almost simultaneously. Oh no! The first Divine Hall Master's face changed, and he could only block them. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding palaces were overturned. Bam! Puffed! The first Divine Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Hall Master! The Jiahu Hall Master! However, the Einerjar Hall Master sneered. Everyone, the holy ground of the holy ground is about to be exterminated. If you want to leave with me, do it now. The great Immortal Hall Master. No one can stop him. If you stay here, you will be killed. the Einherjar Hall Master said. The Einherjar Hall Master, the holy ground of the holy ground's disciples. Just as everyone was hesitating, an evil voice suddenly sounded out. Ha ha ha! There's actually a traitor in the divine sect sacred grounds? Back then, the person who fawned over the divine sect's sacred ground the most was the Evernight God Palace Master. Who is it? The Ether Palace Master's expression changed. Anyone could tell that this voice was trying to provoke the Evernight God Palace Master and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a fair-faced youth standing on a large rock in the distance. The corner of the young man's mouth had a trace of evil intent, and his eyes were filled with wanton insolence. With a fan in his hand, he looked at the crowd with a sinister expression. Who are you? It's you, proud heaven's holy son? You're not dead yet? Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Proud heaven's holy son? The son of 10th God Palace Lord Kong Xinshui. Back then, Kong Xinshui stole Jing Ting's great suppressing world steel and was killed by Jing Ting from millions of miles away. However, his son escaped. Kong Outyin, he's still alive? Someone exclaimed. It's you? The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Kong Outyin smiled and patted the fan in his hand. He said indifferently, Martial uncles, what are you doing? The Evernight God Palace Master narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Outyin, when your father was still alive, we still gave him some face. What are you trying to do now? Do you think a piece of trash like you can stop us? Kong Outyin smiled and said, What am I trying to do? After all, I'm a member of the 10th God Palace. I've returned to take over the 10th God Palace. As for you, the merit of taking over the 10th God Palace will be yours. Ha, trash! You're courting death. The Evernight God Palace Master sneered and attacked Kong Outyin with his palm. Kong Outyin smiled and his eyes turned cold. He waved the fan in his hand at the Evernight God Palace Master. Bang! The Evernight God Palace Master was suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Crash! As the mountain rocks slid down, everyone suddenly revealed a blank expression. What was going on? They did not see Kong Outyin attack. Why was the Evernight God Palace Master suddenly sent flying? What kind of technique was that? Why was it so silent that no one could see it clearly? Everyone was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. You, the Evernight God Palace Master said in shock while coughing blood. Kong Outyin said coldly, Trash? In this world, other than my father, no one has the right to call me trash. Even my father did not say that. How dare you? The faces of Ji, Gung, and the other 3 Evernight God Palace Masters darkened. Let's attack together. One of them shouted. Okay. The 3 of them slashed their swords at Kong Outyin almost at the same time. Kong Outyin smiled coldly and said, Freeze! He pointed his fan at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them froze in the air. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. How is that possible? The 4 Evernight God Palace Masters are all at the upper void stage. They are all at the upper void stage. Outyin, the Holy Sun, has returned. How did he become so terrifying? What kind of technique did he use? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared behind Kong Outyin. These cultivators were the former members of the Evernight God Palace. When Kong Xinshui died, they were in charge of protecting Kong Outyin. Now, they had all returned. Tie them all up, Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of Evernight God Palace experts replied. Soon, all the experts were tied up. At this moment, the entire square was silent as everyone looked at Kong Outyin. No one knew where Kong Outyin had been for the past few hundred years, and no one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter Kong Outyin had. However, everyone could see that Kong Outyin had returned with great strength, in a manor near the arcane sect's holy land. At the center of the manor, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. Yin Chuan, ZZ, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai. ZZ poured tea for the 3 of them. Other than Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai and Rin Shu were nervous. After all, Although ZZ was a heavenly beauty, the curse that she carried with her was still something that the two of them were afraid of. They had no choice but to be afraid. If they got close to ZZ, they would be unlucky for no reason, but wouldn't be afraid. Rinshu looked at Dongfang Zhenpai, speechless. Brother Dongfang, are you doing this on purpose? Rinshu said unhappily. Brother Rin, you're too polite. I'm doing this for your own good. Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Hypocrite, Rinshu said unhappily. I'm embarrassed to receive such praise from Brother Run. Dongfang Zhenpai said proudly. Rinshu. Brother Rin, what do you think? I'll find a chance to cheat you. Rinshu said straightforwardly. Dongfang Zhenpai. The two of them cursed for a while before stopping. Yinchuan was drinking tea while waiting. In the end, after a long time, no one could scold the other. Rinshu could only look at Yinchuan. Yindi, thank you for your kindness. The sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty? Ha, I don't dare. Rinshu refused. Why don't you dare? I won't restrict your freedom. You can see that I don't worship you. Do you want to share Dajin's fate with me? Yinchuan asked with a smile. Yindi, you don't know. If it weren't for the promise, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I like freedom without any worries. Rinshu shook his head. Freedom? When the Lotus God comes, the entire world will fall into chaos. How can you be free? You won't be free even in the immortal world. Yinchuan shook his head. No, I'm just like that. Haha, I don't like any worries. I live to be free. We'll talk about the future in the future. Rinshu immediately refused. Yinchuan frowned. Dongfang Zhenpai said, Brother Run, are you stupid? Forget it. Even if you don't want to be the sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty, how about you be my subordinate and join the Foreign Affairs Department? I'll take care of you. Foreign Affairs Department? How many people do you have? Rinshu was stunned. Including you, I have two. Dongfang Zhenpai smiled. Rinshu. Rinshu refused again and again. Have you ever thought that when you're out there, you'll be alone? Although you'll be free, you'll often have no choice? Yinchuan smiled. Rinshu was stunned. Dajin Heavenly Dynasty sincerely wants to form an alliance with you. We won't interfere with anything you do. Moreover, when you're alone, Dajin Heavenly Dynasty will stand up and help you solve everything. It may seem like a worry, but it's more free and unfettered than you think. Yinchuan persuaded again. Rinshu frowned deeply. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Rinshu's brows relaxed. He sighed and said, I admit that what you said is reasonable, Yindi. However, I don't think I've encountered such a situation. Let's talk about it when I encounter it in the future. Okay, then we'll wait for you to encounter trouble. Yinchuan nodded and did not continue to pester him. Thank you for your understanding, Yindi, Rinshu said solemnly. Yinchuan nodded. At this moment, ZZ's brows suddenly twitched. Ka. It was as if a seal within ZZ's body had been unlocked. Boom. ZZ's aura suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? Everyone looked at ZZ in confusion. ZZ closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then shook her head. I don't know. My strength has skyrocketed. Whoosh! A stream of light shot over from afar. It was Wang Jian, who had quickly arrived. Your Majesty, a large number of tribulations have occurred in the arcane sect's sacred ground. Many people are undergoing tribulations. Oh, Yinchuan's expression changed. Let's go. To the arcane sect's sacred ground. Yinchuan said. Everyone nodded. Not long after, Gongyang Taoyi led the group of immortals to the arcane sect's sacred ground. He stood in the sky and coldly looked at the sky full of merits. After Kong Out Yin's intervention, the arcane sect's sacred ground's internal strife had been quelled. Almost all the tribulations had ended. Meng Hongying was once again in charge of the situation. Although Meng Hongying was surprised by Kong Out Yin's strange behavior, she was more concerned about the 80 immortals in the sky. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said with a serious expression. Chapter 1090. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said solemnly. With Meng Hongying as the leader, all the disciples of the arcane sacred ground looked solemn. They surrounded the entrance of the divine world, as if to protect it from being destroyed. Kong Outyin held a folding fan and gently patted it in his hand. He looked up at the group of immortals in the sky. There was no nervousness or fear in Kong Outyin's eyes. There was only a trace of disdain and evil laughter. In the sky, Gonyang Taolu squinted his eyes as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the distance. What a coincidence! There are 20 people undergoing tribulation at this time. Gonyang Taolu said with a strange tone. 20? Gonyang Taolu was a little late. Otherwise, he would have seen 1,000 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. He looked at the virtuous cloud. Gonyang Taolu turned to look at the divine world below. Divine world? Someone has opened up a world in this world. Even heavenly immortals can't do it. It seems like this world was created by some treasure, Gonyang Taolu said. Then, Gonyang Taolu looked at Meng Hongying. Little girl? Where's Meng Sansheng? Gonyang Taolu asked. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Meng Hongying from the arcane sacred ground. May I know why you're here? Meng Hongying said solemnly. Meng Hongying was stalling for time. Since Meng Sansheng had not come out, he must have been delayed. Every second counts. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Little girl, you don't have the right to speak here. Ask Meng Sansheng to come out and see me. The 80 immortals looked down at the ground. The sacred master is delayed by something. He'll be here soon. Great immortal Gonyang, the sacred master has instructed me to take charge of the arcane sacred ground. May I know what orders you have? Meng Hongying said politely. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Meng Sansheng, hiding in the shadows? You don't dare to come out even now? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Senior, please speak your mind. I'll do my best to complete it. Meng Hongying said. Complete it? Ha ha, I want your entire divine sect's sacred ground to submit. Can you make the decision? Gonyang Taolu's eyes narrowed. Senior, your request is too much. Meng Hongying shook her head. Is it too much? Ha ha, since Meng Sansheng wants to be a coward, then I'll kill all of you first. I want to see how long this coward is going to hide. Gonyang Taolu shouted coldly. Activate the formation. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the realm of the gods, arrays of different colors suddenly appeared. They seemed to form barriers to protect the central entrance of the realm of the gods. Oomph. Gonyang Taolu coldly snorted. He waved his hand. The airflow in the void seemed to move along with it. Suddenly, dragon-shaped winds howled and crashed into the formation. Arc, arc, arc. Streams of wind dragons charged towards the formation, bringing with them a huge amount of evil chi. Boom! The great formation shattered, and the surrounding mountains and palaces were razed to the ground. Only the last layer of the formation managed to withstand the attack. However, it still shattered in the end. It shattered with the wind. Meng Hongying and the others' expressions changed. Although they had all gone through their tribulations, they were still far from being comparable to Gonyang Taolu. There were even dozens of immortals behind him. Ha ha! Little girl, are you still going to show off? Gonyang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Meng Hongying bit her lips, feeling anxious. The surrounding disciples of the divine sect, Sacred Ground, did not know how to defend themselves. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ha ha! Great immortal Gonyang Taolu, do you only know how to bully women? Yin Chuan's voice suddenly came from afar. Gonyang Taolu's expression darkened. He turned around. He saw Yin Chuan, Li Si, Wang Jian, Zizi, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai flying over. Zizi was still holding Miao in her arms. Yin Chuan led the way, while the rest stood behind him. Rin Shu quickly flew to the entrance of the realm of the gods. He stood beside the divine sect, Sacred Ground. The others stood behind Yin Chuan and looked at Gonyang Taolu with Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes. Gonyang Taolu also raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Of course, he was most concerned about Miao in ZZ's arms. Yin Chuan, Gangyang Taolu said coldly. Below, Meng Hongying's expression changed. When she saw Yin Chuan coming over, her eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other hand, Kong Outyin's eyes narrowed as he stared at ZZ. ZZ, Kong Outyin whispered to himself. Father, I was against it back then. I didn't understand why you kept forcing me to marry ZZ. I was unfilial and did not understand your good intentions. However, I understand now. ZZ, she's destined to be mine. I must have her. Father, if you're watching from the heavens, then just watch. I'm back. I'll take back everything that you threw away back then. I'll take back everything. Let's start with ZZ. Haha. Although she's been the Empress of Great Jun for hundreds of years, she's still a virgin? Haha. Yin Chuan, seeing that ZZ is still a virgin, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyin clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with determination. In the air, Gangyang Taoyu's expression changed. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Yin Chuan was relying on to actually dare to challenge him. If he was arrogant, then the cat's howl was still vivid in his mind. If he was really strong, then why was he still immortal? Yin Chuan, this isn't the East Divine Continent. I didn't make things difficult for Great Jun. Are you trying to interfere? Gangyang Taolu said coldly. This was also Gangyang Taoyu's warning. Don't look for trouble. Yin Chuan smiled. This is indeed not Great Jun. However, this is the sealed world. This is the world of the sealed world. You're just an outsider. If you want to steal the world, then all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Ha 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 ha. All the heroes in the world have to reject you? Who else besides you? Gangyang Taolu said coldly. Me too. Another voice came from afar. Whoosh. It was Kong Daoqiu. He was flying over quickly with 4 immortals draped in light. Whoosh. The 5 of them stopped, creating a hurricane. You are? Kong Daoqiu? What are you doing here? Gangyang Taolu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Gangyang Taolu suddenly couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. What did it have to do with them attacking the arcane sacred ground? Weren't they enemies? Why were they helping? We're here to share the arcane sacred ground's troubles. Kong Daoqiu sneered. Patriarch Kong, Meng Hongying, substitute sacred leader, thank you for your help. Meng Hongying said solemnly. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motives were, he was here to help Gangyang Taolu. It was better to provide help at this critical moment than to add flowers to brocade. Ah, Kong Daoqiu, I've seen your information. You're only an Earth Immortal. You only became an Earth Immortal 100 years ago. With your strength, what can the 5 of you do? Gangyang Taolu said coldly. I, Kong Daoqiu, may not be talented, but I know that sometimes I have to do something. Kong Daoqiu sneered. It wasn't that Kong Daoqiu was an idiot, but rather that he had seen something even more profound. Earlier, he had seen the tribulation of 1,000 cultivators, and knew that the god world had undergone heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Therefore, it was highly likely that Gangyang would return empty-handed this time. If he didn't show his stance now, he wouldn't have the chance later. Patriarch Kong? Although he was the patriarch, his status in the Kong family was far below that of the patriarch. Moreover, there was still the wastrel Kong Mok. If he wanted to stabilize the Kong family, he needed external help. Kong Daoqiu saw this opportunity and stepped forward bravely. Kong Daoqiu's appearance made Gangyang Taolu frustrated. At this moment, there were 2 other complicated looks. One of them was Yin Chuan. After all, Kong Daoqiu was Yin Chuan's grandfather. The other gaze belonged to Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin was still a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Daoqiu, frowning. The Kong family? Father, I see the Kong family again. One day, I will return to the Kong family in glory. I will make those who ridiculed you kneel in front of your coffin and repent. Kong Outyin said to himself. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were all staring coldly at Gangyang Taolu. Suddenly, Gangyang Taolu had a strange feeling. It was as if everyone in the sealed world was looking at him. After all, the 3 of them represented the 5 divine continents. If they all looked at Gonyang Taolu coldly, wouldn't they be targeted by the whole world? This invisible shackle made Gonyang Taolu worried. He even had the instinct to retreat. However, Gonyang Taolu was a great deity. How could he be frightened by others? He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura. Oomph. I don't care what your attitude is. Today, I will destroy the divine world. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Gonyang Taolu yelled. Gonyang Taolu took out a long sword with a proud and murderous look. Just as Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Meng Hongying were about to attack, a figure stepped out from the entrance of the divine world. Destroy the divine world? You are courting death. There was a hint of coldness in the voice. It was Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. His forehead was slightly protruding, and his eyes were like two swords. They were filled with murderous intent. Yin Chuan looked again and found that the purple gourd was surrounded by a dense purple aura. It was even more mysterious. You are Meng Sansheng? Ha, you finally came out. I am Gonyang Taolu. I order you. Gonyang Taolu said coldly. However, Meng Sansheng did not seem to hear him. He just sneered. Treasure, please. Whoosh. The Hongmeng gourd suddenly shot up to the sky and opened its mouth at Gonyang Taolu. Suck. Ha, with this trash Dharma treasure, you want it? Gonyang Taolu sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh. Gonyang Taolu was sucked in by an irresistible force. The 80 deities were all shocked. However, the suction force was so strong that the 80 deities could not resist it. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 80 deities were all sucked into the gourd. All the deities were sucked in an instant. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Aoyin, and Meng Hongying were all shocked by this scene. They could not react in time. Was this real? How is this possible? Gonyang Taolu was a great deity. Even the weakest great deity was still a great deity. At the same time, at the entrance of the sealed realm in the immortal realm, in a hall guarded by Daki guards, there was a jade pendant in the hall. Boom! The jade pendant exploded. The guards in the main hall were inexplicably shocked. Gonyang Taolu, Master Gonyang is dead? How is this possible? What did he encounter? What was so terrifying about the sealed realm? Quick, report to the Sage King. Chapter 1091. At the entrance of the divine world, the Hongmeng gourd spun slowly in the air, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Gonyang Taolu was a great immortal and 80 immortals, but they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Kong Aoyin narrowed their eyes as a hint of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Buzz! The Hongmeng gourd shook violently. It then slowly returned to Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng grabbed the Hongmeng gourd and shook it. Shaking the Hongmeng gourd, Meng Sansheng looked at the people around him. Yin Chuan? Kong Daoqiu? Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, This holy lord is grateful for your help. You're too polite, Sacred Lord Meng. Even if we didn't help, Sacred Lord Meng would still be able to deal with those immortals. Kong Daoqiu smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan nodded and didn't bother with the formalities. Yin Chuan was more interested in the Hongmeng gourd. What kind of treasure was that? How did it become stronger? The first time he saw the Hongmeng gourd, even an upper void realm cultivator couldn't absorb it. The second time, it absorbed a heavenly immortal. This time, it even absorbed a great immortal. The Hongmeng gourd was getting stronger. After shaking it for a while, Meng Sansheng opened the gourd and inhaled a wisp of Hongmeng purple vapor. Meng Sansheng's aura surged. Sacred Lord, the Hongmeng gourd has evolved to the level of a great immortal artifact. It's an extremely powerful, great immortal artifact. Li Si frowned. Great immortal artifact? Zizi asked curiously. I heard that the Hongmeng gourd can absorb any living being. It only needs to shake it 3 times to refine Hongmeng purple vapor. However, Meng Sansheng shook it more than 3 times. This means that the Hongmeng gourd has reached its limit. Li Si explained. Everyone nodded. If the Hongmeng gourd became stronger, would Meng Sansheng's strength increase as well? Kong Ao Yin looked at the Hongmeng gourd with greed in his eyes. After absorbing the purple grand mist aura, Meng Sansheng withdrew his aura and placed the grand mist gourd on his back. Even though the three great powers were at odds with each other, Meng Sansheng did not attack Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu. After all, they were here to help him. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked up at the virtuous cloud. Above the virtuous cloud, the dream Three Lives Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. All sects of the Central Divine Continent, listen up. I'll give you 1 year to hand over all your merit points. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Destroy. The virtuous Dharma idol also quickly repeated Meng Sansheng's words. At this moment, its voice swept across the entire Central Divine Continent. For a time, Meng Sansheng's domineering voice filled the entire Central Divine Continent. Hand over all his merit points? One had to know that when Jingting had taken the seal of the sealed world, he had only taken half of the merit points from all the sects in the world. But Meng Sansheng wanted to take all of it? All of them? That would require all the sects to give up everything. This was the extermination of a sect. Meng Sansheng was even more domineering than Jingting. In the sky, Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu narrowed their eyes. The two of them could see that the arcane sacred ground was no longer content to lie low. He had even greater ambitions. However, the two of them did not reveal their feelings. After Meng Sansheng finished speaking, he glanced at Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu. Meng Hongying, Meng Sansheng said, "Here, help me receive them." Meng Sansheng said, "Yes." Meng Hongying nodded. Meng Sansheng then stepped into the divine world. He no longer cared about the others. He stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng immediately saw a man in a yellow Taoist robe walking over. The man in the yellow Taoist robe also had a huge gourd on his back, but this gourd was yellow. He was one of the 7 people who had been unsealed in the ancestral mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple gourds. The purple gourd was on Meng Sansheng's back, and the yellow gourd was on the man's back. The man in the yellow robe had a cold expression. Meng Sansheng's eyes were filled with hostility. "Is it done?" The man in the yellow robe asked. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly and said, "The Hongmeng gourd was unsealed just in time. That great immortal is still the weakest great immortal." The man in the yellow robe nodded. "Third brother, did Big Brother ask you to help me?" Meng Sansheng smiled. The man in the yellow robe nodded. "Big Brother was worried that you wouldn't be able to solve it, but it seems like he worried too much." Meng Sansheng smiled. "Big Brother is just being cautious. My Hongmeng gourd is enough. Third Brother's immortal beheading gourd is a waste of talent." "What a pity." The man in the yellow robe sighed. "Third Brother, are you regretting that you didn't have a chance to test the immortal beheading gourd?" Meng Sansheng smiled. "Yes, I don't know how many gourds have been unsealed." The man in the yellow robe nodded. Meng Sansheng's face turned serious. "There will be a chance. The divine race will have endless enemies to kill. Third Brother, let's go back first." The man in the yellow robe nodded. The two of them returned to the ancestral mountain together, outside the divine world. After Meng Sansheng's stunning performance, the disciples of the divine sects were all extremely excited. A great deity? A great deity was nothing. With the sacred leader, they were all finished. Meng Hongying slowly recovered from her shock and turned to look at the people in the sky. Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu's group were in the sky. Yin Chuan stopped Kong Daoqiu and stared at them with narrowed eyes. "Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do?" Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu held the bamboo scroll in his hand fearlessly. Kong Daoqiu's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. In the past, as a Xian immortal, he was able to defeat Mohina Dojin, who was possessed by the Lotus God. "Kong Daoqiu, I want you to go to my mother's grave and burn incense to repent for your sins." Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "What if I don't go?" Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. "It's not up to you now," Yin Chuan said. "Ha ha ha, repent." Yin Chuan, have you ever seen a father repent for his children?" Kong Daoqiu said coldly. That's not important. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Humph, the world is big. I can go wherever I want. Kong Daoqiu snorted. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. He led the 4 deities and shot into the distance. Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian shouted angrily and rushed to the front of the deities. You? Kong Daoqiu stared at him. He threw the bamboo scroll in his hand at Wang Jian. The bamboo scroll suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and smashed toward Wang Jian. Break! Wang Jian slashed with the long sword in his hand. A blood-red light and murderous aura clashed with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Jian and Kong Daoqiu both retreated a distance. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched in their attacks. Yin Chuan took the opportunity to reach out his hand. Whoosh! Kong Daoqiu was sucked into Yin Chuan's palm and into the universe in his palm. Family head! The 4 deities screamed. Yin Chuan, you bastard! Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. How could you kill him? One of the deities screamed. Yin Chuan ignored the 4 deities and looked at Kong Daoqiu in his palm. Your Majesty, I once traveled the world with the 72 great Confucians. I went to Confucius Lu Academy and am familiar with Kong Daoqiu. Let me talk to him. Li Si suddenly said. Yin Chuan looked at Li Si and nodded. Whoosh! Li Si was also sucked into his palm. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian blocked the 4 deities. The scene was chaotic. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were confused. Meng Hongying opened her mouth, unsure if she should stop them. Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Boom! Boom! Under Wang Jian's attack, the 4 deities were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian had forced them to stand before Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, you're treacherous. Your mother's death has nothing to do with the family head. Yin Chuan, your mother was killed by Kong Mok. It has nothing to do with the family head. Let him go. Back then, the family head knelt down and begged the ancestor for Kong Susu's sake. The family head had already tried his best. He couldn't save Kong Susu. Yin Chuan, you bastard. The patriarch and Kong Susu are father and daughter. How could he just watch Kong Susu die without doing anything? If you want to blame someone, blame Kong Mok. Don't hurt the family head. The 4 deities said anxiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong? Wasn't Kong Daoqiu doing nothing? You, speak clearly. What happened back then? Yin Chuan stared coldly at one of the deities. The ancestors set the rule back then. He would pick the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Kong family and choose the most outstanding one. The Kong family would help him establish a country. No one else in the Kong family could interfere. Otherwise, the ancestor would kill them. The most outstanding one was your mother. She defeated 8 outstanding disciples. And when she was about to defeat Kong Mok, your mother ran into your father. She gave up on the opportunity, but Kong Mok didn't let her off. He led a group of strong cultivators and forced your mother to her death. The family head was heartbroken. He begged the old ancestor many times, but the old ancestor wouldn't let him go. The Immortal said anxiously, Is what you said true? Yin Chuan asked coldly. All the upper void realm disciples of the Kong family know that your mother's cultivation wasn't high. However, her methods and intelligence were outstanding. Everyone thought highly of her, but the deity smiled bitterly. Kong Mok. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Yin Chuan, let go of the family head. The deity shouted. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. No, begged Demon King Kong. His rules are the heavens. For the sake of the family's interests, he watched his daughter die. Yin Chuan's murderous intent lessened. However, his attitude towards the deities didn't change. The ancestor is the heavens of the Kong family. One of the deities frowned. I don't care about Demon King Kong. Today, all of you will come with me. Yin Chuan reached out and sucked the deities in. A huge suction force appeared. The 4 deities couldn't resist it. Oh no, Yin Chuan, you bastard. The 4 immortals cried out in shock as their bodies flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. The four of them were terrified. They knew that once they entered Yin Chuan's palm, they wouldn't be able to escape. Freeze! A shout came from below. Wong! The four deities were being sucked toward Yin Chuan suddenly froze. A gust of wind blew around them. The suction force of the universe in Yin Chuan's palm stopped, and the four deities escaped. Whoosh! The four deities dodged in fear and looked at the person who had cast the spell. Kong Outyin! Kong Outyin slowly flew into the air. Seniors, do you still remember me? Kong Outyin asked with an evil smile. You Kong Outyin? The four deities' faces darkened. Chapter 1092. You Kong Outyin? The four immortals' faces darkened. Kong Outyin's father, Kong Xinshui, had left the Kong family to become the palace master of the divine sect's sacred ground. The four immortals did not expect Kong Outyin to save him. No matter what, I have the blood of the Kong family. How can I watch my elders be trapped by a traitor? Kong Outyin smiled evilly. Below, Meng Hongying's face was solemn. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Gratitude flashed through the eyes of the four immortals. Although they did not understand how Kong Outyin had become so powerful, they did not have the time to think about it. Thank you, Kong Outyin. If possible, please save the family head as well. The four immortals cried out. Haha, of course. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge with Yin Chuan today, Kong Outyin said with a smile. As he spoke, Kong Outyin looked at Yin Chuan and the others. This kid was so arrogant in the past. How did he become so powerful now? Dongfang Zhengpai said in confusion. Below, Rinshu squinted his eyes and stared. Something's not right. Kong Outyin is too strange. Even with my eyesight, I can't see through him. Rinshu stroked his beard in surprise. Kong Outyin, Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Yin Chuan, I was powerless in the past. I lost it. Now, it's time for you to return it to me. Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Kong Outyin smiled evilly and looked at Zizi, who was behind Yin Chuan, and said, Zizi, back then my father decided on her. She should be my woman. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted. Was he blaspheming the Empress? Zizi stared at him. Anger flashed in her eyes. Meow. Meow looked at Kong Outyin angrily. Those who insult the Emperor shall die. Wang Jian's long sword suddenly slashed towards Kong Outyin. His murderous aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. It rushed toward Kong Outyin, and when he swung his sword, the air around him was split apart like a wave. Stop! Kong Outyin stopped Wang Jian. Buzz! Wang Jian's sword aura suddenly froze in the air. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Wang Jian's face turned ferocious. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Wang Jian's body surged with a large amount of evil qi, shattering the shackles. Wang Jian's body swayed, and he was able to move. Below, Ninth Rat stroked his beard, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, Immobilization technique? How could Kong Outyin know such a spell? Wang Jian broke free from the immobilization technique and charged toward Kong Outyin again. Kong Outyin suddenly panicked. He no longer dared to be negligent. He closed the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands together. Heavenly Tao imprisonment. Boom! Outside the realm of the gods, the entire world seemed to have lit up. It was as if a heavenly aura had descended in an instant, and the faces of countless cultivators changed. As for the surrounding space, the sound of ice sealing could be heard. Ka 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 ka. It was as if the space around Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, Zizi, and the others had been frozen in an instant. Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, Zizi, and Dongfang Zhengpai were frozen in fear. Wang Jian tried to move his body in shock, but his body could not move at all. In Yin Chuan's palm, the universe in the palm suddenly disappeared. Kong Daoqiu and Li Si also released the universe in the palm, but the two of them were also trapped in it. Zizi could not move, but Meow, who was in her arms, turned its head around and looked at everyone in shock. Meow, what's wrong with you guys? In the distance, Kong Outyin was still hugging with his hands. His forehead was sweating, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyin laughed. Kong Outyin, stop. Meng Hongying screamed. The four immortals of the Kong family were shocked. Heaven's imprisonment? What kind of Dharma spell was that? In the distance, Run Rat suddenly squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Kong Outyin, he is. Run Rat pointed at Kong Outyin, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In the distance, Yin Chuan and the others were all trapped. They were about to be controlled by Kong Outyin. At this moment, a bronze coffin suddenly appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. The sky-burying coffin. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin suddenly expanded. Boom! The space around Yin Chuan was like a layer of ice breaking apart, with a large number of spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Boom! Yin Chuan immediately broke free from the heaven's imprisonment. On the other side, ZZ was holding Meow in her arms. Meow, Meow, Meow leaped on a violet-purple shoulder and roared. Buzz! The imprisonment around ZZ melted like ice, and ZZ immediately regained her freedom. Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin expanded again and smashed toward Kong Outyin. World suppression! Yin Chuan shouted. Kong Outyin's expression changed, and he attacked. Under the sky-burying coffin, Kong Outyin was smashed into the ground by a huge force. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Kong Outyin steadied himself in the crater and looked at the sky-burying coffin in shock. How is this possible? You can break free from the heaven's imprisonment? Kong Outyin exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Outyin coldly. Kong Daoqiu frowned. At this moment, he escaped from the universe in the palm and looked at Kong Outyin and Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's go, Kong Daoqiu said to the four immortals. Patriarch, what about Kong Outyin? The four immortals asked. I said, let's go. Kong Daoqiu said. All right. The four immortals nodded. Seeing that Kong Daoqiu was about to leave, Yin Chuan turned around and shouted, Stop! Kong Daoqiu, let me ask you, why did my mother give up the competition? Kong Mok, what right did you have to force my mother to death? Yin Chuan shouted at Kong Daoqiu, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yin Chuan didn't seem to want to catch Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu didn't look back and continued to fly with the four immortals. But as they flew, Kong Daoqiu's voice came, It's the Wentian token. The ancestor used the Wentian token as a medium to select 10 outstanding disciples. Susu gave up the Wentian token and gave it to Kong Mok to kill 10 outstanding disciples. With that, Kong Mok leads the four immortals and instantly disappears into the distance. Wentian token. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His father had left him 3 things: the Tree of World, the Sword of God's Mind, and the Wentian token left behind by his mother. The Wentian token was clearly in his hands. How could Kong Mok have it? Could it be Kong Mok's Wentian token was forged by his mother? Yin Chuan felt conflicted. He didn't seem to care about Kong Daoqiu's departure. He turned to look at Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin watched Kong Daoqiu and the others leave, his face full of anger. After all, he was the one who had saved them. How could Kong Daoqiu ignore him and take everyone away? Kong Outyin snorted. Kong Outyin took a step forward and soared into the sky, looking at Yin Chuan and the others. Yin Chuan also slowly looked over. Yin Chuan knew Kong Outyin's strength very well. How could he have grown so much in the past few hundred years? Even the sky-burying coffin's attack couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as a great immortal, but he was much stronger than an ordinary sky immortal. Before King Guiyu died, he used the sky-burying coffin to kill a sky immortal. What a powerful coffin! Yin Chuan, you're lucky today, but Kong Outyin said coldly. Before he could finish, Yin Chuan attacked again. The sky-burying coffin in his hand slammed down again. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted again. Boom! The sky-burying coffin slammed into Kong Outyin. This time, they didn't break apart. They were in a stalemate. Yin Chuan controlled the sky-burying coffin with a ferocious expression. Kong Out Yin resisted the sky-burying coffin with difficulty, his expression unyielding. Heavenly power, gather! Kong Out Yin roared. Crack! 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 Kong Out Yin managed to block it. Yin Chuan's face darkened. This was the first time the sky-burying coffin had failed. Although he hadn't fully refined it, Yin Chuan knew how strong the sky-burying coffin was. Kong Out Yin resisted it with difficulty, but he managed to do so. Meow! Meow roared. Buzz! Kong Out Yin's power suddenly became unstable. Boom! Kong Out Yin was slammed into the ground again. The ground sank by more than 10 feet. Boom! Kong Out Yin jumped away with difficulty. Puff! Kong Out Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. At this moment, Kong Out Yin looked at the sky-burying coffin again with great shock. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. He was about to attack again. Yin Di! Meng Hongying suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked over. Kong Out Yin is the holy son of the archaic sex. If he has offended you, the archaic sex will punish him severely. Yin Di, please be merciful, Meng Hongying pleaded. Meng Hongying had no choice. Meng Hongying also wanted Kong Out Yin to die. However, all the disciples of the archaic sect were staring at her. If she didn't speak up, she would be watching as outsiders bullied the disciples of the archaic sects. If she didn't speak up, the disciples of the archaic sects would lose their loyalty. She had no choice but to speak up. Yin Chuan looked at the injured Kong Out Yin, then at Meng Hongying, and finally at ZZ. Forget it. He's just a talker. ZZ shook her head and sighed. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and nodded. All right. With that, Yin Chuan looked at the people below. He then led ZZ, Li Si, Wang Jian, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai to the east. Meng Hongying watched as Yin Chuan left. A complicated look flashed across Meng Hongying's eyes. On the other hand, Kong Out Yin's eyes were cold. Yin Chuan, I'll come for you. I've decided that I won't leave your corpse intact. ZZ is mine. Rin Shu stood not far away and stared at Kong Out Yin. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. A newborn Dao God? How could Kong Out Yin have such luck? Dao God. I hope I'm wrong. Yin Chuan left with the group. Your Majesty, I won't be leaving. I still need to find Rin Shu. I'll try my best to convince him to join the Zhen and be my subordinate. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhengpai off, Yin Chuan looked at Li Si. Your Majesty, when I was in Your Majesty's palm, I came into contact with Kong Daoqiu for a while. Although Kong Daoqiu was unwilling, I could feel that Kong Daoqiu greatly admires Your Majesty. Chapter 1093. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. In the study room, Great Jin Celestial Empire's ministers stood respectfully on both sides, while Yin Chuan sat at his desk. Yifeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, there's news from the Central Divine Continent. Once the year is up, there are 3 middle-class sects that are willing to contribute all their merit points. 10 middle-class sects are willing to contribute half of their merit points. The remaining 9 sects are not willing to contribute a single point. What's the result? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng went to a sect that was not willing to contribute a single point. The sect was destroyed. Then he returned. Yifeng said, Everyone, the primordial gourd is a powerful treasure. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, So that's the case? The major sects of the Central Divine Continent are probably going to panic. Li Si nodded and sighed. That's right. Right now, Meng Hongying, Kong Out Yin, Rin Shu, and the other Hall Masters are leading a large number of disciples of the archaic sects to the various sects to fight for merits, said Yifeng. What are they trying to do by fighting for merit points in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Gang frowned. Perhaps. Yin Hentian frowned. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Meng Sansheng wants to imitate Jing Ting and take the World Dao Seal. Yin Hentian frowned. Oh, everyone's face fell. Does Meng Sansheng have the strength to do so? Huguang was puzzled. I'm not sure, but Meng Sansheng's cultivation speed is too abnormal. Perhaps it's possible. Inhentian said, Dao Seal? Why do they all want this Dao Seal? I remember that when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, he faced Goddess Xichen's remnant consciousness. Both of them were ancestral immortals. Is Goddess Xichen's Dao Seal really that important? Yifeng frowned. Inhentian smiled and shook his head. This is not an ordinary Dao Seal, nor was it created by Goddess Xichen. More accurately, these Dao Seals should be kept by Goddess Xichen. Oh, Yin Chuan showed a trace of doubt. In the ancient times, there were 3,000 heavenly Dao in this world. The 3,000 heavenly Dao did not have any intelligence, but they were the foundation of the entire world. The heavenly Dao pushed the firmament to rule the world. The firmament had its own intelligence. Inhentian explained, Oh, the heavenly Dao doesn't have intelligence, but the heavens do? Yinchuan asked curiously. Yes, Your Majesty. You should know that the karmic positions of heaven and earth are divided into lower, middle, upper, and birth positions. In the celestial empire of Great Jun, His Majesty was now in the upper karmic position of heaven and earth, also known as the celestial empire. The sage king of the Qi had the karmic position of birth. Actually, above it, there is a final karmic position called the Qi habit position. This is bestowed by the heavens using the 3,000 heavenly axioms. There are 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld, making a total of 15. Every person who enjoys the Qi habit position is a saint chosen by the heavens to assist the heavens in managing the entire world. Inhentian explained, There are a total of 15 saints in this world, 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the netherworld. Yin Chuan asked with a frown. Yes, this is a fixed number. It can only be less, not more. These 15 people were the strongest 15 people in the world. As they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they were called saints. The birth of each heavenly emperor was even more exaggerated. They had to snatch the karmic position of the saint from the hands of the saints in order to build the heavenly court. They had to become heavenly emperors. Inhentian said. Oh, however, after the calamity in the ancient times, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. At that time, the saints were almost extinct. Everything in this world was about to collapse. Inhentian laughed bitterly. Go on. For a long time, the strongest person in this world was the Sage King. There were no more heavenly emperors, no more saints. Because the heavens died, all living beings could no longer obtain the Qi habit position of heaven and earth. Inhentian said, What about now? Yin Chuan asked. Now, after a long period of time, the world regained some vitality. There were 1 or 2 more saints and heavenly emperors. Inhentian explained. There are more? Where did the Qi habit position of heaven and earth come from? Li Si asked curiously. Back then, during the ancient calamity, more than half of the saints fell. The heavens took pity on the people. Before they fell, they gathered 10 incomplete Qi habit positions of heaven and earth and gave them to Goddess Xichen. After that, they died. Inhentian said, 10? Incomplete? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Inhentian looked at Yin Chuan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems that the emperor has guessed it. Goddess Xichen used these 10 incomplete Qi habit positions of heaven and earth to seal the 5 realms. We are in one of the 5 realms, and also the last one. The other 4 sealed realms have been opened by the strongest people and have been seized by the strongest people. Jingming, no, he should be called Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao came to take one of the Qi habit positions of heaven and earth to become a heavenly emperor. Yin Chuan frowned. No, it's not that simple. I've already said that the Qi habit positions of heaven and earth are incomplete. To become a heavenly emperor or a saint, they must be completed. However, I don't know how to complete it. According to what I know, there was once a powerful ancestral immortal in the immortal realm who wanted to become a saint. After he obtained the Dao Seal, he paid a huge price but still failed to become a saint. Inhentian explained, The heavens are dead. It's difficult to become a saint or a heavenly emperor. Inhentian sighed. After that, everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Meng Sansheng wants to seize the last Dao seal. Your Majesty, De Jun wants to participate. Yifeng asked solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. There's no hurry. I'm sure Demon King Kong of the West also knows about this. Immortal Realm, at the entrance of the sealed realms. In a large hall, a large number of officials stood respectfully in the hall. They were all bowing respectfully to a man in a dragon robe who sat on the dragon throne in the north. Sage King, please calm down. The officials bowed. This is just a small sealed realm. When goddess Ji Chan migrated in, they were all mortals. Once they became immortals, they would ascend. How could a Qi continue to lose? The Sage King of the Qi said in a low voice. Sage King, according to the news sent by Gong Yang Taolu more than 10 years ago, there are 3 forces in the sealed realm. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong, and Meng Sansheng. Gong Yang Taolu faced Demon King Kong. Obviously, he died at the hands of Yin Chuan or Meng Sansheng. An official said, Demon King Kong? He's not dead? Didn't the legend say that the Tao god of Zhugong killed him? The Sage King of the Qi frowned. We don't know. The official sighed. Sage King, Gong Yang Taolu's death was very strange. It was too fast. Even with his great immortal strength, he couldn't escape. Moreover, the remaining 80 immortals didn't manage to ascend in time. It's too strange. Unless Yin Chuan or Meng Sansheng could kill everyone in an instant. An official analyzed this. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the hall. Sage King, what should we do now? An official asked. Sage King, should we give up? No, the 5 sealed realms are all hidden in unknown places. This is the last person. It wasn't easy for me to find him. How can I give up? Moreover, if I leave, the news will spread. A large number of experts will come to fight for him. Am I testing the waters for them? The Sage King of the Qi glared. Then, I will go down personally. No, Sage King, you can't. Suddenly, the official stood up, Jiaohu. Sage King, the higher the cultivation level of the sealed world, the greater the repulsion. With the strength of a Sage King, you won't be able to do anything inside. The situation inside is still unclear. Sage King, you can't take the risk. Just send someone to investigate. This time, you don't need to fight for the sealed realm. Just find out the information. An official shouted. The Sage King of the Qi frowned and nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. Central Divine Continent. A middle-ranked sect. Kong Outyin led a group of 10th God Palace disciples and coldly stood outside the gate of a middle-ranked sect. He looked at the people in the mountain gate with a cold expression. The sect leader of the middle-level sect immediately activated all the sect guarding formations as if they were facing a great enemy. Kong Outyin, is your arcane sacred ground really going to kill us all? My sect has already handed over half of our merit points, the sect master cried out. Kong Outyin sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the great perfection heavenly empire. The world is big, but there are too few middle-ranked sections. If it was in the past, there would be many middle-ranked sections. Half of each sect would be enough. Now that there is only one divine continent, we will naturally take it all. I will count to 3. After 3, if you are still unwilling to hand over all your merit points, you will be killed without mercy. In the distance, the sect master's face was filled with grief and indignation. The disciples behind him were uneasy and uneasy. 1. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, I will not hand it over. If I hand over all my merit points, Tian will be useless. I will be ashamed to face the ancestors. 2. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, Come, and most we will die together. Since the divine continent's sacred ground is perverted, I will fight it out with you. 3. Time's up. Kong Outyin snorted. In the distance, a large amount of sword chi shot toward Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin sneered and pointed his finger. Freeze! Wong. All the experts froze in fear. Kill them all, Kong Outyin said in a low voice. Yes. The group of 10th God Hall disciples replied. In another sect in the central divine continent, Sectmaster Hall, the door of the hall was tightly shut. Dongfang Jingpai and Rin Shu were tying up a red-faced man. In the main hall, there were also 10 wild boars that were gnawing on corn cobs. Dongfang Jingpai and Rin Shu smiled excitedly. Rin Shu, what do you want? The red-faced man said coldly. Sectmaster Redface, just give in. Ninth Rat stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Run, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Dongfang Jingpai said strangely. The red-faced man and Rin Rat were slightly stunned. Soon, Rin Rat reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, Heavy your sister's taste? Is that what I'm talking about? Red-faced man. After being interrupted by Dongfang Jingpai, Rin Rat was no longer so polite. Instead, he said boldly, Red-faced sect leader, your cultivation has been completely suppressed by me. Quickly, offer up all your merit points. Dream on. I, red-faced true monarch, will never yield to scoundrels. How dare you dig a hole and sneak attack me? I'll tell you the truth. I already knew that the divine sect's sacred grounds would make a move. My Tian Su has already been given to someone else. Don't even think about ruining my sect's Tao foundation, said the red-faced sect master stubbornly. Yo, you're quite stubborn. Do you know why we brought these 10 sows here? Renrat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Why? The red-faced sect master frowned. Did you see that? The corn they're eating is laced with a strong aphrodisiac. If you don't hand over your merit points, we'll strip you naked, Renrat said with a smirk. The red-faced sect master's face stiffened. What I fed you just now wasn't poison. It's actually a strong aphrodisiac. Renrat continued. What? Despicable and shameless. You two despicable people. The red-faced sect master's face changed. Despicable and shameless? I like hearing that. It's really sweet. Try another way to praise me, Renrat said with a face full of enjoyment. Red-faced sect master. Brother Ren, you're really despicable, Dongfang Zhongpai said with a strange expression. Run Rat. Brother Run, aren't you being too dishonest by doing this? Dongfang Zhongpai frowned and said. Dishonest? Ren Rat looked at Dongfang Zhongpai blankly. What I mean is that we should tear down this hall and set up a formation outside so that the middle sect disciples can see what's going to happen here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it openly, Dongfang Zhongpai said. Ren Rat laughed and said, That's right. As expected of the descendant of Dongfang Bubi. You can even think of this. While the two of them were discussing wretchedly, the red-faced sect master's face suddenly turned ashen. His cultivation was sealed. He was fed an aphrodisiac and placed in the middle of a group of sows for the entire sect to admire. The red-faced sect master suddenly shuddered. Feeling the reaction of his lower body, the red-faced sect master was instantly terrified. No, I'll give it all. The red-faced sect master couldn't take it anymore. Chopping off his head was just a scar the size of a bowl. The red-faced sect master was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the entire sect. However, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was to die shamelessly. Give what? Renrat laughed and said. Merit points, I'll give it all to you. I don't want it anymore. Let me go. The red-faced sect master shouted. But I still want to see what's going to happen next. Run Rat shook his head and said, Yes, the red-faced sect master is fighting 10 sows. This scene will definitely be explosive. Tomorrow, it will definitely spread throughout the world and be admired by everyone. I'm also looking forward to it. Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Don't, the two of you, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I don't want anything. I don't want any merit points. The red-faced sect master was about to cry. You're begging us to accept your merit points? Renrat said. Yes, I'm begging the divine sect's sacred grounds to accept it. I'm begging you. The red-faced sect master's tears flowed down his face. All right, Sai, I'm always too soft-hearted. Renrat sighed shamelessly. The red-faced sect master constantly cursed the two in his heart for being despicable and shameless. However, He didn't dare to say a word. At the intersection of the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Boom! A vast hole appeared in the void. It connected to the immortal world. For a moment, dark clouds covered the surroundings. In the large hole, 20 figures flew in. The three people in the lead bowed respectfully towards the hole. Rest assured, Sacred King. The three people in the lead said respectfully, "My three beloved subjects, the three of you are great immortals. This world is strange. I don't want you to fight for hegemony. I only need you to carefully and quietly investigate this world. Remember, be careful, be careful." The voice of the great Chi Sacred King sounded. "Yes, Sacred King, rest assured we understand." And rumble, the huge hole slowly disappeared. The thunder clouds also slowly dissipated. Of the 20 immortals, 3 of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and flew towards the nearest city. One after another, merit points quickly gathered in the divine sect sacred ground. For a moment, the merit clouds in the divine sect sacred ground were rolling over. Almost all the merit points of the sects in the world were gathered. At the entrance of the divine world, Meng Sansheng looked up at the sky. Not enough, still not enough. Meng Sansheng frowned. "Sacred Lord, there's so much merit points. Is it still not enough?" A person behind him asked curiously. "Not enough, continue to search. Collect all the merit points of the middle sects and all the merit points of the lower sects." Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. "Yes, Great Jin, Celestial Empire, Great Buddha, Heavenly Empire, my divine sect, sacred ground. It can be said that the world is divided into 3. Next, I will take the Tao Seal." Tao Seal? What is the mystery of the broken karmic position left by heaven? The heavenly Tao has collapsed. Why is it still useful? Meng Sansheng frowned and thought. Chapter 1095, Volume 8, Number 1, Under the Heavens, Chapter 1. Cleansing the earth, the central divine continent, had gone through a huge cleansing in the Archaean sacred ground. All the merits had gathered. Above the Archaean sacred ground, a sea of merits was rolling. Meng Hongying, Rin Shu, Kong Out-Yin, and the other experts had also returned. In the divine world, in the ancestral mountain, the 72 experts were still pushing the rainbow egg in the center. The 7 leaders each held a gourd. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Meng Sansheng looked at the egg in the center and frowned. "I don't know when the next time will be." Everyone nodded. "Big brother, we've gathered all the merit points. There's already a holy hall in the outside world. If we delay any longer, more and more forces will come. At that time, we won't be able to remove the seal. I think we can do it now." Meng Sansheng looked at the man holding the red gourd. Everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd nodded. "Yes, go and get ready. We will use the ancestral mountain in the divine world." Meng Sansheng nodded. "Third brother." The man holding the red gourd looked at the man holding the yellow gourd. "Big brother." The yellow-robed man was puzzled. "The 5 of us are enough. You take the immortal beheading gourd and protect 7th brother." The red-robed man said solemnly. The yellow-robed man nodded. "Yes." Meng Sansheng and the yellow-robed man slowly got up and walked out of the ancestral mountain. The two did not stop and headed to the exit of the divine world. Outside the divine world, Meng Hongying, Rin Shu, Kong Out-Yin, and the other arcane sacred ground hall masters were waiting. Rin Shu's face was filled with excitement, as if something good was about to happen to him. Kong Out-Yin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entrance of the divine world. What is in the divine world? Father stayed in the arcane sacred ground to enter it. Father said that there is a treasure inside that could shake the heavens and earth. I returned to the arcane sacred ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng's strength has risen too quickly. I don't have a chance. Kong Out-Yin clenched his fists. While everyone was waiting, 2 figures suddenly stepped out of the entrance of the divine world. One of them was the sect master of the divine sect's holy land, Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple Taoist robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. The other was a man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a cold expression and there was a dragon bone on his forehead. He had a threatening aura. Most importantly, the man in the yellow Taoist robe was carrying a huge gourd on his back. It looked exactly like the primordial gourd. The only difference was that this gourd was yellow. An identical gourd? The 10 Hall Masters were all shocked. Even Meng Hongying was at a loss. This was because even Meng Hongying had never seen this man before. "Grandpa, who is this?" Meng Hongying asked in surprise. Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man. Meng Sansheng glanced at the crowd and said, "He's the Vice Sacred Master of the Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." "Yes," everyone answered. The yellow-robed man looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't care about these people's gazes. On the other hand, Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes. Another primordial gourd? Kong Outyin had long coveted the primordial gourd. In Kong Outyin's heart, the primordial gourd should be the best gourd in the world. It could refine living and dead spirits and turn them into primordial purple vapor for him to absorb. Was there any other gourd in the world that was stronger than this? Now, another one had appeared. Kong Outyin lowered his head, afraid that others would see the desire in his eyes. "Sacred Master," Run Rat suddenly shouted. Meng Sansheng looked at Run Rat in confusion. "Time's up. I promised you that I would stay in the Divine Sect's sacred ground for 1,000 years. It's up. I want to leave the Divine Sect's sacred ground now," Run Rat said excitedly. "Leave the Divine Sect's sacred ground?" Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes. "Since everyone is here, Ren Rat will take his leave. I wish you all the best." "Ha! Sacred Master, farewell," Ren Rat said with a smile. Then he started to retreat. "Wait," Meng Sansheng said. Run Rat was stunned. "Ren Rat, has the Divine Sect's sacred ground treated you badly?" Meng Sansheng asked. "No," Ren Rat shook his head. "Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay in the Divine Sect's sacred ground?" Meng Sansheng smiled. "It's good, but I'm used to being free. I don't want to stay." "Sacred Master, farewell," Ren Rat said again. Leave the Divine Sect's sacred ground? It's not that you can't, but you know too much about the Divine Sect's sacred ground," Meng Sansheng said. Ren Rat's face stiffened, revealing a trace of unsightly expression. "Meng Sansheng, what do you want?" Run Rat frowned. "The Divine Sect's sacred ground isn't a place you can leave as you wish. Ren Rat, you're different from others. I have high hopes for you. You also know too much about the Divine Sect's sacred ground. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, continue to stay and act as if nothing happened. 2, turn back and let me brainwash you. I'll erase everything you know about the Divine Sect's sacred ground. Then you can leave," Meng Sansheng said. "Brainwash? That's impossible," Ren Rat exclaimed. "Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Sacred Hall Masters, guard Ren Rat for me. I'll deal with him after I'm done with my business," Meng Sansheng said. "Yes," the Sacred Hall Masters replied. Ren Rat's face revealed an unprecedented panic. "Although I, Ren Rat, am shameless, I never break my promise. Meng Sansheng, you actually went back on your words," Ren Rat exclaimed. Ren Rat looked at the experts rushing towards him. His expression changed, and he stomped his foot. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Ren Rat immediately drilled into the ground. Ren Rat understood that if he flew in the sky, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only drill into the ground. Just as he drilled into the ground, Meng Sansheng revealed a sneer and grabbed at the hole. Whoosh! A huge suction force came from Meng Sansheng's palm and went straight into the hole. Ren Rat screamed as he was pulled out by Meng Sansheng. "Divine Seal." Meng Sansheng smiled and clenched his hand. Ka. Suddenly, a large amount of purple net appeared around Ninth Rat's body, and in an instant, all of its cultivation was sealed. "Meng Sansheng, let me go. You promised me. You promised me." Ren Rat screamed in fear. However, Meng Sansheng didn't pay any attention to them and simply tossed them to the temple masters. "Lock him up," Meng Sansheng said. Yes. The Sacred Hall Masters replied. Meng Hongying frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but she could only swallow her words. Kong Out Yin, on the other hand, looked at Ninth Rat curiously. Rinrat's strength wasn't that great. Meng Sansheng was also a man of his words. Why would he go against his principles for Rinrat? Did Rinrat have some other background? The 5 Sacred Hall Masters were responsible for guarding Rinrat. The man with the yellow gourd flew to the top of a mountain. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away, Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated, leaving only Meng Sansheng at the entrance of the divine world. Meng Sansheng looked at the huge virtuous ocean in the sky. Dharma world, Meng Sansheng said. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng's Dharma idol suddenly shot down from above the Sea of Destiny, fusing with Meng Sansheng as one. Meng Sansheng's body slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sansheng grew to 1,000 feet tall. He hid the primordial gourd in his sleeve and looked at the divine world. God world, invade the earth, Meng Sansheng shouted. In the distance, Kong Ao Tian was confused. Spread the earth? Jing Ting used the great boundary suppressing steel to spread the earth. Did the divine world have the same treasure? Inside the divine world, inside the divine race's ancestral mountain, the expressions of the 70 experts also turned solemn. They looked at the red-robed man. Let's begin. Let's activate the ancestral mountain and spread the earth. The red-robed man said. Yes. Everyone replied. The 70 experts acted almost at the same time. The ancestral mountain instantly became colorful and emitted a dazzling light in the divine world. Suppress. The red-robed man's voice came from the divine realm. Boom! The ancestral mountain pressed down on the earth. At the entrance of the divine world, the earth suddenly sank. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from the divine world. From the entrance of the god realm, 2 ripples appeared on ground. The ripples were like ripples formed when a pebble was thrown into a mirror pond. They swept across the world and spread in all directions. Rumble! The entire middle divine continent was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The earthquake continued to spread in all directions. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. Not long after, almost all 5 continents in the world were shaken by an earthquake. East Divine Continent, Yanjin. Facing Heaven Hall, Yin Chuan was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. Rumble! The entire Yanjin seemed to be shaking. Yin Chuan's face changed color. He quickly walked out of the Facing Heaven Hall and looked to the west. Your Majesty, the earth is being spread. All the dragon veins are being spread. Feng Yinyang said with a hint of surprise. Spread the entire earth? Has it begun? Meng Sansheng has done it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Your Majesty, the entire earth is being spread. Meng Sansheng is going to take the seal of this world. What should we do? Feng Yinyang asked worriedly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky and looked at the Sea of Providence. Citizens of Dejun, listen up. I need your power now. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the Sea of Providence. Under the dragon's roar, Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread out in all directions. Yin Chuan's statue quickly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan's body shone with golden light. His figure was also slowly growing larger. In a city in Dejun, His Majesty's voice. The earthquake, just now, does it have something to do with that? Hurry up. His Majesty has given us cultivation techniques for free all these years. I'm a part of Dejun. I'll lend you my power. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Dejun was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. At this moment, the unity of the people of Dejun had reached an unbelievable level after hundreds of years of governance. Surges of energy quickly gathered in Yanjin. Yin Chuan's body also became bigger and bigger. At the same time, in the great Buddha Empire in the West Divine Continent, Citizens of Dijon, I need your power. Raise your right hand. Kong Mok looked up and roared. Roar! As the dragon roared, Kong Mok's order quickly spread across the West Divine Continent. Countless people raised their hands, and Kong Mok's body also slowly expanded. Yin Chuan, Kong Mo Ku, and Meng San Sheng. The three of them were growing rapidly, turning into 1,000 zhang tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 1096. Seven-Colored Ancestral Mountain, the Great Earth. For a time, the sealed world shook. In a valley in the central Divine Continent, suddenly, 20 immortals flew into the sky, each covered in light. The three in the lead looked solemnly towards the south. Rin San, are you sure that Gongyang Talu died in the hands of Meng San Sheng? The leader looked at the other person. Absolutely. I've already found someone to confirm it. Meng San Sheng's Hong Meng gourd is extremely strange. Even in the immortal world, we've never heard of it. Rin San frowned. The earth is shaking. Is it coming from the divine sex, sacred land? The air. What's with your expression? The leader frowned. Big brother, that's not right. The dragon veins have all been plundered. The air's expression changed. Plundered the dragon veins? Could it be that he wants to take the Tao seal, like Jing Ting? The leader's expression darkened. Big brother, what do we do? The sacred king only told us to watch. He didn't let us interfere. The air's expression changed. The leader's expression changed. We have to interfere. The sacred king came here for the Tao seal. If Meng San Sheng takes it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? We'll go over first and wait for an opportunity. Everyone nodded. You, ascend to the immortal world first. In case anything happens to us, go and report to the sacred king. I, Tian Yi, will watch over here. Tell the sacred king not to worry about us. We won't be reckless. Tian Yi pointed at a subordinate. Big brother, we're three immortals. You're too careful. Rin San smiled. Third brother, how did Gongyang Talu die? Tian Yi's expression changed. Rin San's expression changed. He immediately replied, Yes, big brother's right. I was careless. Let's go. Tian Yi said solemnly. Whoosh. Everyone quickly flew towards the divine sex sacred land. Divine sex sacred land. Meng Sansheng's body had also reached a height of 10,000 feet. When he stepped on the ground, smoke and dust rose. He looked up at the virtuous cloud sea. His eyes were filled with hostility. Roar! As Xiao Chan stretched out his hand, he grabbed at the virtuous virtue cloud sea like Jingying did in the past. Meng Sansheng thrust his right hand into the virtuous cloud and clenched his fist. The virtuous cloud seemed to have turned into a glove for Meng Sansheng as he grabbed at the void. Buzz! In an instant, a storm rose in the void, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. A wrinkle appeared in the void. Meng Sansheng was able to see the laws of heaven and earth as he tore them apart. In the distance, countless disciples of the arcane sex and sacred grounds looked at the sky in panic. Heavenly net? Was this the Skynet? The justice of heaven has a long arm? The heavenly net of this realm was pulled down, but it was not as grand as the one Jingting used in the past. Not enough merit points. Meng Sansheng said anxiously. Even if it's not enough, it won't do. Today I must take the Tao seal. Roar! Meng Sansheng shouted. Meng Sansheng's pupils and hair suddenly turned purple. His body exuded a devilish purple aura. His long hair blew against his face, making him look like a peerless demon god. A bulge appeared on his back. Rip! On Meng Sansheng's back, his clothes were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of huge purple wings appeared on his back. Each of the wings was about 20 meters long and was incomparably huge. Roar! Meng Sansheng roared again and exerted more strength. The heavenly net suddenly increased again. The range of the Skynet increased by more than 10 times. Not enough, not enough, Meng Sansheng shouted. He exerted more strength, and the Skynet expanded by 10 times. Finally, under Meng Sansheng's full strength, a faint trace of a Dao seal appeared in the void. "It's coming out," Meng Sansheng said excitedly. He continued to exert strength. At this moment, 19 streams of light shot over from the distance. The 19 immortals arrived and looked at the Dao seal in the sky. Their expressions changed. "Really? He's really going to take the Dao seal? Big brother, what should we do? Stop him, quick!" Meng Sansheng is going all out against the heavens. He doesn't have the strength to deal with us. "Let's do it." Meng Sansheng died. The immortals shouted and charged at Meng Sansheng, standing on top of a mountain not far from Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's third brother, a fierce man with a yellow gourd on his back, was also looking at the sky. However, when he saw the immortals coming to disturb him, his eyes lit up. The immortals charged at Meng Sansheng. The yellow-robed man's eyes turned cold. He patted the gourd gently. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the black gourd. It was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in a 7-inch blade. The tip of the blade had eyebrows and eyes. It looked evil. Its eyes shone in a straight line at the immortals. "Treasure, please turn around," the yellow-robed man said respectfully. Whoosh! It was like a flash of lightning. Bang! With one slash, 5 heads fell off. The immortals' faces changed drastically as blood spurted out. Whoosh! The white light that cut off the heads of the 5 immortals flew back to the yellow gourd in an instant. Below, countless disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were petrified, especially Kong Outyin. As soon as the immortals attacked, Kong Outyin saw that the palm print and sword energy formed by the 3 leaders were not something a sky immortal could do. They were too powerful. A grand immortal? It was a grand immortal. While Kong Outyin was still in shock, the yellow-robed man attacked. "Treasure, please turn around." The heads of the 5 immortals fell to the ground. That was a grand immortal. It was too straightforward. When the primordial gourd sucked in the Hongmeng gourd, Gourd had struggled for a while. However, the immortals did not even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. It seemed that not only their bodies were cut, but their souls were also destroyed. What gourd is this?" Kong Outyin exclaimed. Kong Outyin was sure that if he accidentally encountered this Dharma treasure, he would be killed as well. This Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Kong Outyin was not the only one who was terrified. The immortals who were charging at Meng Sansheng were also shocked. Third brother, Earth 2 exclaimed. "Let's go." Tian pulled Earth 2 and sped away. They did not even care about the corpse of Grand Immortal Sansheng. With 2 Grand Immortals escaping, the remaining 12 Immortals turned and ran. They did not even have time to collect the corpses. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? The Immortals fled at an unbelievable speed. It was as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The pride of a Grand Immortal? That was nothing. Everyone finally understood why Gourd could not escape. In the distance, the yellow-robed man stroked his yellow gourd as he watched the immortals flee. He ignored them and continued to look at Meng Sansheng, try his best to get the Dao seal. The yellow-robed man did not care, but the disciples of the arcane sacred ground could not ignore it. The Hall Masters led by Meng Hongying did not care about this vice-sacred leader at first, but who would dare to look down on him now? That yellow gourd seemed even more domineering than the Hongmeng gourd. The Hongmeng gourd sucked in people, and they struggled. However, the yellow gourd shot out a white light and decapitated them. Who was he? Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man in awe. Under Meng Sansheng's full power, the Dao seal became clearer and clearer. Meng Sansheng was weaker than Jing Ting after all, so he couldn't do it as casually as Jing Ting did. However, Meng Sansheng still managed to complete the last step. He grabbed the merit cloud with his right hand and the Dao seal with his left hand. Boom! Meng Sansheng's left hand landed on the Dao seal. However, Meng Sansheng's hand wasn't the only one on the seal. There seemed to be 2 other palms holding onto the seal tightly. One of them was from Yin Jin. Meanwhile, in Yin Jin of the East Divine Continent, Yin Chuan also turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He also used all his strength to reach out and grab the Sea of Providence. He pulled out the heavenly net and revealed the seal. He grabbed it with his other hand. Boom! Yin Chuan's right hand landed on the Tao seal, and two more palms appeared on it. In the West Divine Continent, Kong Mok's hand also grabbed onto it. The Tao seal was a very mysterious thing. The Tao seal sealed this world. It could be said that the Tao seal could be anywhere in this world. Although the three of them were separated by billions of miles, they could grab the Tao seal at the same time. It was as if the three of them were separated by a great distance, but shared the same sun. Three hands grabbed at it tightly, refusing to give way to any of them. Roar! Meng San Sheng flapped his wings, and countless purple feathers appeared in the sky. Meng San Sheng's power skyrocketed. In the West Divine Continent, Lotus God, I don't have enough power. Lend me your power. Kong Mok whispered. Buzz! A white lotus slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. As soon as the white lotus appeared, a sacred power surged into Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed. In the East Divine Continent, Yin Chuan's eyes slowly turned red and his hair grew longer. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared under his feet and the sky was covered by blood clouds. A super theurgy. Roar! Yin Chuan roared with a ferocious face. The three of them knew each other and grabbed the Tao seal tightly. There was only one Tao seal and no one would give in. The officials of Yin Jin watched nervously. At this moment, the entire world shook and a storm swept in all directions. The world was in turmoil. The three of them refused to give in. They were in a stalemate for a while. Then, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the void. The huge shadow was like the Tao seal. Although there was only one, the three of them could see it clearly. It was a woman with a human head and a snake's body. The woman looked down with a compassionate face. Goddess Ji Chun. The people of Yinjin immediately recognized her. Just like the Dezhao, sacred ground, Goddess Ji Chun has come out. The Tao seal is about to be taken. The sealed world is about to be broken. Someone suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng San Sheng all looked ferocious as they fought for the Tao seal. Goddess Ji Chun looked at the three of them. Do all of you want this seal? Goddess Ji Chun asked in a compassionate tone. Chapter 1097. Central Divine Continent. Meng San Sheng took the Tao seal. Rinshu was escorted to a palace in a valley by the 5 palace lords. The 5 of them were all upper ethereal realm cultivators. They didn't expect that someone would come to rescue them. However, this was the perfect time to break out of prison. Dongfang Zhongpai and Rinshu were like flies that met rotten meat. If Rinshu didn't want to see Meng San Sheng, they wouldn't have separated. Fortunately, Dongfang Zhongpai saw that Rinshu was captured. Rumble! Outside, a storm raged and the earth shook. The 5 palace lords looked up at the sky in shock. Dongfang Zhongpai walked over with a man in a black robe. Who is it? One of the palace lords' face sank. The man in the black robe held a white longsword. His body flashed and turned into 5 shadows as he charged towards one of the palace lords. Hiss! Hiss! 1 man and 1 sword. 5 rays of sword light shot towards the purple palace lords. The 5 of them were immobilized in the blink of an eye. They stared at Dongfang Zhongpai and the man in the black robe in shock. Dongfang Zhongpai, I have captured the 5 of them. This is the sacred ground of the divine sect. There is no need to kill them. Rinshu is in the palace. I will protect you. The man in the black robe said solemnly. The 5 of them are all upper ethereal realm cultivators. You managed to subdue them in 1 move. Dongfang Zhongpai exclaimed. The man in the black robe nodded. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Yinjing? Oh, I know. You are Yin Chuan's secret force. Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Many of the officials knew that Yin Chuan had a secret force, but none of them had seen it before. Dongfang Zhongpai was excited when he saw it. Lord Dongfang, hurry up. Rinshu has caught Meng Sansheng's eye. The divine realm will pay attention to him. Hurry. The man in the black robe said coldly. Don't worry. I promised Yin Chuan that I would also need a subordinate. Ha! Dongfang Zhengpai nodded and walked into the palace. Bang! He entered the palace and slammed the door shut. The black-robed figure slowly hid behind a hall master. The 5 hall masters stood motionless at the entrance, as if nothing had happened. Inside the main hall, the 9th rat was tied up by a purple net and fell to the ground, unable to move. This old ancestor has 8 generations of bad luck. How did I meet such an untrustworthy person like Meng Sansheng? The 9th rat was extremely depressed. Yo, who is this? Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Rin Rat's eyes lit up. Brother Dongfang, quickly undo my seal. That's fine too. However, shouldn't we put an end to the elder's beard that we discussed last time? Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Rin Rat's face twitched. You're shameless. Haha, that's right. I'm more shameless than you. So you have to call me Big Brother. You're number 2. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Bullshit. I'm so much older than you. How old are you? You want to be my big brother? Rin Rat glared at him. Age doesn't determine ambition. If you call me Big Brother, I'll let you go. If not, I'll leave. Dongfang Zhengpai sneered. Rin Rat's face was filled with bitterness and hatred. I say, number 2, I know you're not convinced. Actually, I want to say that your skin is too thin. Bullshit. Rin Rat's face turned red from anger. Call me Big Brother, and I'll lead you on the road. Dongfang Zhengpai said smugly. Rin Rat wanted to beat his own chest. He was careless in making friends. Think about the darkness in the divine sect's sacred ground. Oh, and the brainwashing, too cruel. Maybe after the brainwashing, I'll be refined into a puppet. Sigh. Don't worry. Every year on Qingming, I'll burn paper money for you. Rin Rat. Number 2, call me Big Brother. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Rin Rat's face twitched. Finally, he said with sorrow, Big Brother. I can't hear you. It's too low. Number 2, what did you say? Big Brother. Rin Rat shouted with grief and indignation. Kaka, number 2. To think that you would have such a day. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Rin Rat rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Why aren't you unsealing me? Dongfang Zhengpai took out a pearl and pushed it towards the seal on Rin Rat's body. Wong. The pearl quickly absorbed the seal as if it wanted to suck the seal into the pearl. Where did you get this pearl? Why haven't I seen it before? Did you dig up some ancestral grave and smuggle it? Rin Rat's eyes lit up. Smuggle my ass. You have to call me Big Brother in the future. What do you know? This was given to me by Yin Chuan. It was once the treasure of a middle sect. Dongfang Zhengpai said, Yin Chuan gave you this? This pearl is a natural treasure, comparable to an immortal tool. Rin Rat said in shock. I am a division head. So what if I have a pearl? This is my salary. Unlike you, you only know how to make money from the dead. You have no backing at all. If I wanted to save you, I could just say a word and there would be experts protecting me. What about you? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. Rin Rat's face stiffened as he said, You're not going to persuade me to join the great perfection, are you? I'm not trying to persuade you. I've already decided for you. If you don't want to be the supreme beast of the nation, then you could be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I'll be the only one in this department. It'll be embarrassing. Dongfang Zhengpai said, Bah, what elder brother is like a father? You're still a little brat. Who called me Big Brother just now? Rin Rat. The two of them cursed at each other as they undid the seal. Not long after, they were all unlocked. The earth has been sealed. Rin Rat stomped on the ground and was unexpectedly unable to dig a hole. Go. The two of them immediately opened the door of the main hall. Outside the hall, the black-robed man was waiting. Let's go, the black-robed man said. The 3 of them immediately stuck close to the ground and shot into the distance. However, even so, he was still discovered. Kong Outyin was still admiring the immortal slaying gourd. Suddenly, he saw Rin Rat trying to escape. Stop! Kong Outyin's expression changed. As he said that, Kong Outyin stretched out his hand and stopped the 3 of them. Freeze! Bang! The black-robed man suddenly shot out his sword, and the void seemed to shatter. The black-robed man instantly broke Kong Out Yin's immobilization technique. Let's go. Whoosh! The three of them quickly shot into the distance. Even Yin Chuan can't do anything to me. And you want to escape? Heavenly Tao, gather. Kong Out Yin waved his hand again. Heaven-mending style. Boom! A large number of crystals seemed to shatter in the void. Kong Out Yin's attack failed again. The three silhouettes instantly shot into the forest and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who is he? My heavenly Tao. Even sky immortals can't do anything to me. Kong Out Yin said in shock. Although Kong Out Yin's movement was big, everyone's eyes were looking in another direction. While the three of them were fighting for the Taoist seal, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared in the void. Do all of you want this Taoist seal? Goddess Jichen said compassionately. Meng Sanqing's expression changed. In the end, he nodded and said, Please help us. In Yin Jin, please help us, Goddess Jichen. Yin Chuan said politely. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Please help us. Kong Mok said solemnly. The three of them were all grabbing the Taoist seal, but they all realized that the Taoist seal didn't move at all. Back then, it was easy for them to get it, but it was so difficult for them. Goddess Jichen shook her head and said, It's not enough. If you don't condense the great path, you can only pluck it with a large amount of merit or providence. But none of you are enough. If you can gather it, it might be possible. What? Meng Sanqing's expression changed. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok both frowned. This Taoist seal seals this world. If you pluck it, you will shake the entire world. You're not strong enough. There's another way. If you want to be recognized by the world, you need to accumulate almost all the merit and providence. Remember, Goddess Jichen said. Then, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly faded away. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sanqing. The three of them held the Taoist seal in their hands. Their expressions changed for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and slowly let go of his right hand. As expected, Yin Chuan let go, and the other two hands didn't move the Taoist seal at all. Yin Chuan let go. Meng Sanqing slowly let go with a trace of reluctance. Kong Mok let out a sigh with a hint of confusion. Boom! The sky was clear and the storm stopped. The world returned to normal. The countless spectators in the three places were all a loss. They were busy for so long, but no one could get it. Whoosh! Meng Sanqing slowly retracted his wings and returned to normal. He stood on the square with a gloomy face. Whoosh! The yellow-robed man flew over with a gourd on his back. Do you need the merit and providence of the world? The yellow-robed man frowned. Third brother, although the arcane sect uses Tiansu, I once let it devour a god bestowment scroll. Meng Sanqing said with a gloomy face. Oh, does that mean we can fight for providence? The yellow-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Meng Sanqing nodded. If that's the case, then let's destroy the dynasty and take their providence. The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. Okay. Meng Sanqing nodded. I'll go to the west and destroy the great Buddha dynasty. You go to the east and destroy the great Zhen dynasty. Don't be soft-hearted, the yellow-robed man said. Third brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Meng Sanqing nodded. The yellow-robed man nodded. The yellow-robed man took a step forward and shot towards the west with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Sanqing watched the yellow-robed man leave. He took a deep breath and headed towards the east with a gloomy face. The strength of the two men was naturally shocking. Although the world was big, it only took a day to travel. The two men went to the capital of the two dynasties, Million Buddha City. At the entrance of the Million Buddha Hall, Kong Mo Ku and his officials looked at the yellow-robed man on the top of a palace in the distance. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kong Mo Ku said with a gloomy face. Shadi, the yellow-robed man said solemnly. Shadi. The officials of the Million Buddha Hall repeated the name blankly. They had never heard of him before. Who are you? What do you want? What's your relationship with the arcane sect? Kong Imoko asked. From now on, you will submit to the arcane sect and contribute all your providence. Otherwise, you will die. Shadi said coldly. Ha ha ha. Kong Imoku burst into laughter. How ridiculous. You want me to contribute my providence? Could it be that this person had lost his mind? Who in the world dares to talk to me like this? I'll count to 3. 1. Shadi said coldly. Humph. How dare a nobody take the providence of the great Buddha dynasty? You're courting death. Kong Imoku said coldly as he waved his dragon robe. After Kong Imoku finished speaking, a large number of guards flew up into the sky. They rushed toward Shadi. 2. Shadi said coldly. Humph. Go to hell. Kong Imoku stared at him. Kong Imoku stretched out his hand and attacked first. A huge handprint appeared in the void with an unstoppable force. 3. Shadi said. He patted the immortal killing gourd and a white light shot out. The immortal killing flying saber flew out of the gourd. Baby, please turn around. Swish. A ferocious white light shot towards Kong Mok. Kong Imoku's face changed. Boom. Kong Imoku's head was chopped off and thrown into the air. The immortal killing flying saber flew back into the gourd instantly. All the officials were petrified in an instant. Kong Imoku's head was separated from his body. Kong Imoku's head was flying in the air, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That's impossible, Zhao Xinji exclaimed. Your Majesty, the officials exclaimed. Chapter 1098. Central Divine Continent. The two great immortals, Tian E and Dier, brought the 12 immortals and fled in panic. He was careful when he came. He thought that the experts of this world were strange, but he didn't think they were this strange. Big brother, third bro is dead. Third bro is dead. What should we do? Earth's second said with hatred. Tian E turned his head and shook his head. The divine sect's sacred ground wants revenge. Can you block that flying dagger? Earth 2 was silent with grief and indignation. Rumble. In the distance, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. From afar, a massive statue of Goddess Jichin appeared. Goddess Jichin, the Tao seal is about to be plucked? Tian Yi's expression changed. He wanted to stop Zhang Xian, but the scene from before was still fresh in his mind. Was he tired of living? For the first time, the two great immortals felt that their title of Great Immortal was not that useful. Rumble. After listening to Goddess Ji Qin's explanation, Meng Sansheng gave up on trying to obtain the Tao seal. The immortals all heaved a long sigh of relief. They glanced at one another, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips. What should we do? Earth 2 asked. One of us will ascend first and report to the Sage King. The rest of us will stay and wait. This time, let's not be too rash. Tianyi sighed softly. Yes, Sai, this world is too strange. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the Saint King to come. Tian E sighed softly. Big brother, what are you talking about? The strength of Saint King is one realm higher than ours. D E said, but do we know much about this world? Do you know what other dangers there are in the deity realm? Tian E asked solemnly. Ground 1 fell silent again. What was there in the god realm? The immortals were curious, and so was Kong Outyin. In Kong Ao Tian's eyes, it was Meng Sansheng who had unleashed the power of the god world. To be able to penetrate the earth, what kind of treasure was that? Meng Sansheng and Shadi had already left. Kong Outyin's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stepped toward the entrance of the divine world. Now that Meng Sansheng and Shadi had left, what was there to be afraid of? Swish! Kong Outyin charged towards the deity world. What are you doing? Stop right there. Meng Hongying's expression changed. The experts from the arcane sects and holy grounds were alarmed as they quickly blocked the entrance to the god world. Kong Outyin revealed an evil smile and said, Meng Hongying, get out of the way. You can't stop me. Kong Outyin, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the sacred master will refine you when he returns? Meng Hongying shouted. Ha 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 ha. I wouldn't have come if I was afraid. Kong Out Yin laughed wildly. Divine sect formation. Stop Kong Out Yin. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds immediately responded. Settle. Kong Out Yin shouted coldly. Boom. The surrounding experts were all frozen in midair in an instant. Kong Out Yin could even freeze celestial immortals, let alone these mortals. Meng Hongying grabbed the long whip, her eyes filled with surprise. Kong Out Yin smiled evilly. Don't stare at me like that. I'm no longer the holy son of Out Yin. I am nobler than all of you. Are you curious about my strength? Ha ha ha. You bunch of mortals will never understand. Ha ha. Kong Out Yin laughed loudly as he stepped into the divine world. In the outside world, countless experts were frozen in place, extremely anxious. However, soon, a loud roar came from the divine world. Treasure, let's go on a trip. With a loud roar, countless crows began to caw in a dense manner. Wah, 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 in the divine world. Kong Out Yin met another man with a gourd on his back. It was a man in a green robe with a huge green gourd on his back. The mouth of the gourd was suddenly facing him. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Suddenly, countless fire crows flew out from the mouth of the gourd. The fire crows were extremely fast, as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Kong Out Yin. The entire divine world was filled with fire crows in an instant. Each fire crow only had one leg. Golden flames shot up to the sky around each fire crow. Boom! It was as if the sun had exploded where Kong Out Yin was. Heavenly Tao, gather! Kong Out Yin exclaimed. However, the fire crows did not seem to be affected at all. Boom! Kong Out Yin's body was blown into hundreds of pieces. The fire burned as if it was going to be annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown, Kong Out Yin's body pieces suddenly flew out and went straight to the exit of the divine world. Boom! Kong Out Yin's body pieces escaped. After flying out of the divine world, Kong Out Yin's body pieces quickly gathered together. They turned into Kong Out Yin's appearance again, but this time, Kong Out Yin's appearance was extremely miserable. Let's go. Kong Out Yin yelled at his subordinates. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance in fear. What a terrifying divine world. What a powerful gourd. Are those golden crows? Billions of golden crows? Kong Out Yin's eyes were filled with panic. It's even more terrifying than Meng, Sansheng, and the yellow gourd. I'm a Tao god. Even if I'm just a newborn Tao god, I'm still immortal and indestructible. Just now, I actually felt like I was about to be destroyed. Kong Out Yin ran in fear. In the divine world, countless golden crows flew around the divine world for a while before flying back to the green gourd. Rumble. The scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, all the golden crows entered the gourd. The man in the green robe looked at the exit of the divine world and squinted his eyes. Resurrection? This is a Tao god? Humph. Wait until I unlock another seal in the fire crow gourd. Even if you are a Tao god, I will burn you to ashes. The man in the green robe carried the fire crow gourd and walked into the mountain of ancestors. West Divine Continent, outside the Thousand Buddha City. Kong Daoqiu was standing on the peak of a mountain, watching the battle in the Thousand Buddha City. A man carrying a yellow gourd was facing all the experts of the great Buddha Empire. Is this person from the arcane sacred ground? Why haven't I seen him before? What is he doing here? Kong Daoqiu frowned. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he listened to the battle in the distance. Shadi, what? Is this person crazy? Is he really going to make the entire Thousand Buddha City his enemy? Kong Mok has the help of the Lotus God. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. Kong Daoqiu frowned in shock. He attacked. Kong Mok is indeed like this. He lost his cool after a few words. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and sighed. Baby, please turn around. Bam! Kong Mok's head flew into the air. Kong Daoqiu's face stiffened and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is impossible. Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. Kong Mok's head was chopped off with one slash. In an instant? In just an instant? This is not real. This is impossible. Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. In the distance, Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and he was in disbelief. He was chopped off just like that. Chopped into two. Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and the officials and guards behind him were petrified. Then they screamed, "This is impossible! Your Majesty!" "No!" The courtiers roared in unison. They were filled with grief and hatred. In the distance, at the peak of a palace, Sha Di's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bone protruded from his forehead as he looked coldly at the head that flew into the air. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. He stood there like an army of thousands of men and horses. The guards who were rushing toward Kong Mok were shocked when they saw Kong Mok's head flying into the air. "Charge! Charge my ass! Your Majesty!" All the guards rushed toward Kong Mok. Kong Mok did not expect Sha Di to be so ferocious and to kill without hesitation. "Lotus Goddess, save me!" Kong Mok's head barely managed to utter a cry. A white lotus flower slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. "I have already saved you. That slash cut off your spiritual soul. If I had not protected your spiritual soul, you would be a headless corpse now." A voice came from the white lotus flower. "Lotus Goddess, what is that slash?" Kong Mok asked in horror as his head fell to the ground. "The immortal slaying gourd and the immortal slaying flying saber. However, it seems that you have not reached your strongest state yet. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to protect you," Lotus Goddess said. "Ah!" Plop! Kong Mok's head fell to the ground. In the distance, Sha Di squinted his eyes. "He's not completely dead?" Sha Di asked in surprise. This was the first time that the immortal slaying flying saber had not destroyed his spiritual soul. Sha Di was about to rush toward Kong Mok. "The holy ground of the Holy Clan and the Kong family have always minded our own business. Do you want to become enemies with the Kong family today?" Boom! A deafening sound suddenly came from the sky above the city of Buddhas. A gust of majestic aura pressed down on Sha Di, who was rushing towards Kong Mok. Sha Di raised his head, and a gust of ferocious chi soared into the sky. "Ancestor!" the disciples of the Kong family exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw a man in green standing in the sky. There were several cracks on his face, which sent chills down everyone's spine. The cracks were not scars. That crack looked extremely strange. It was as if the green-robed man's entire body was made of ceramic. When the ceramic shattered, cracks appeared. The man in green's face was full of cracks, and his eyes were filled with ferocious chi. He stared at Sha Di coldly. Both of them looked ferocious, and their auras soared. Their ferocious chi made the experts around them turn pale. "Are you Demon King Kong?" Feng Shao's face darkened. Demon King Kong was confronting Sha Di. Feng Shao reacted instantly, taking advantage of this opportunity to run towards where Kong Mok's head had fallen. "Your Majesty, are you all right? I deserve to die." Feng Shao knelt beside Kong Mok's head. "Put my head back on my body," Kong Mok said in a deep voice. "Yes." Feng Shao quickly picked up Kong Mok's head and went to the headless body. Then, he carefully placed the head on Kong Mok's head. Buzz! A white lotus bloomed above Kong Mok's head, giving off a soft white light. Kong Mok's head and body were quickly connected. When the officials saw this, they were overjoyed. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Holy Wanin." Chapter 1099. East Divine Continent, Great Jun Heavenly Dynasty, Yanjin. On top of a mountain outside Yanjin, Meng Sansheng carried a giant purple gourd on his back and looked coldly at the luck in Yanjin. In the distance, at the entrance of the facing sky hall, Yin Chuan was dressed in a dragon robe as he led his ministers out of the skyward palace. Feng Yinyang, Wang Jian by Di Tian, and Yin Hentian all looked gloomy. Even the queen and ZZ came to the front of the facing sky hall and looked at Meng Sansheng seriously. A day ago, they were fighting for the seal. In just one day, Meng Sansheng came from the Middle Divine Continent. Goddess Jichen's words were still vivid in his mind. He had to become an ancestral immortal or gather all the merit and luck in the world. Meng Sansheng was obviously not an ancestral immortal, so there was only one way to get the luck of great Jun heavenly dynasty. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. ZZ's eyes flashed anxiously. After all, one was her husband, and the other was her grandfather. Even if her grandfather had never taken care of her, they were still related by blood. Meng Sansheng looked at the sea of luck. Then, Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan. The two overlords looked at each other. Although they were far away from each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. The people in Yin Jin didn't even dare to breathe. Yin Chuan, I think you already know why I'm here. Give me all the luck, and I'll leave immediately. Meng Sansheng said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Meng Sansheng, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Meng Sansheng raised an eyebrow. Meng Sansheng, Goddess Shichen said that there are two ways to get the seal. One is to have the world, and the other is to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. Why do we need the strength of an ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan said. Meng Sansheng frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan. He didn't know what Yin Chuan wanted to say. Last time, when Jing Ting took the Tao seal, you should know that the 10 Tao seals of heaven and earth have all fallen into the hands of the heroes of the immortal world. Only this last one is left. Do you really think that the heroes of the immortal world don't know about this place? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Oh, it's fine if ordinary experts don't know about it, but the supreme experts definitely know about it. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. There must be immortals ascending. The location of this world will definitely be revealed. Why? Why didn't the supreme experts of the immortal world pluck the last one earlier? Yin Chuan continued asking. Meng Sansheng frowned. Divine sect and sacred ground aren't strong enough. Meng Sansheng isn't strong enough either. I'm sure that you'll be targeted by the experts of the immortal world if you take action. Can your divine world stop the experts of the immortal world? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng's face suddenly turned ugly. As Yin Chuan said, was the location of this world really so hidden that no one knew about it? Only Jing Ting and the others got the slightest bit of information? Absolutely impossible. Who knew how many immortals had ascended in the past tens of thousands of years? Wasn't the news leaked enough? But at this moment, not many people knew about it. As Yin Chuan said, the heroes of the world had some kind of taboo or some kind of powerful force that prevented them from knowing about it. If the seal wasn't broken, then so be it. Once it was broken, this taboo would disappear. At that time, the Tao seal would become the focus of the world. The divine race had its strange characteristics. Thousands of years ago, Meng Sansheng even went to the immortal world and brought back the ninth rat. At that time, he had a little understanding of the immortal world. Naturally, he understood that although the divine sect and sacred ground were strong now, it still wasn't enough to face the entire immortal world. ZZ's recent rise in strength must have something to do with you. Meng Sansheng, I don't know what's going on with your strength, but I can see that you need opportunities. If you want to take the Tao seal, wait for a few more opportunities. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meng Sansheng stared at Yin Chuan for a while and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? With sharp tongue. I was almost convinced by you. Humph. I must have the Tao seal. We'll talk about the immortal world later. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan's face sank. Yin Chuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the Tao seal or not? Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan sneered. Unless I give it to you, no one can take it from me. Humph. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. The entire Yin Jin will be buried with your mistake. Meng Sansheng shouted. He patted the Hong Meng gourd gently. Treasure, please. Yin Chuan's face sank. He stepped forward and grabbed at the sky. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A powerful force fell from the sky. Yin Chuan's palm seemed to have pulled down the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above Yin Jin. Countless stars fell and bombarded Meng Sansheng. Feng Yinyang's face sank behind Yin Chuan. Array rise. Whoosh. Fog suddenly appeared around Yin Jin. Feng Yinyang quickly used an array to protect the entire city. Countless stars appeared and trapped Meng Sansheng in the center. A powerful force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Ha ha! Meng Sansheng laughed disdainfully. The Hongmeng gourd had already started to absorb the stars. Although there were many of them and they were big, they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Rumble. The rolling stars were absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd in a short while. World suppressing, Yin Chuan shouted. The burying heaven copper coffin appeared in his hand and fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it flew towards Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed, and he pointed the Hongmeng gourd at Yin Chuan. Treasure, please. Whoosh! A powerful suction force acted on the sky-burying bronze coffin. Grow! Yin Chuan shouted. The sky-burying bronze coffin suddenly expanded. It didn't shrink like other creatures. Instead, it crashed into the Hongmeng gourd as if it wasn't affected by the suction force. Boom! The two treasures collided with a loud bang. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted again. Buzz! Countless stars began to revolve around Meng Sansheng once more. As they revolved around him, a powerful pressure pressed down on him. The two treasures were in a deadlock. Yin Chuan attacked again, and a terrifying force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Yin Chuan? Everyone underestimated you. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Roar. Meng Sansheng roared. His hair and pupils suddenly turned purple. At the same time, a pair of huge purple wings that were 20 meters long appeared on his back. Boom! Meng Sansheng's strength rose sharply. The tremendous power seemed to have forced out a storm, viciously repelling the stars and the surroundings. All kinds of purple feathers seemed to be falling from the sky. Meng Sansheng used his strength again, and the Hongmeng gourd suction force rose again. Ka. The sky-burying bronze coffin trembled as if it couldn't resist anymore. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly and unleashed his super mystique as well. His long hair and eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a sea of blood filled the sky, and countless blood clouds appeared in all directions. Yin Chuan was like a peerless demon god standing on a sea of blood. Yin Chuan used his super ability to control the sky-burying bronze coffin again, and the Hongmeng gourd was immediately suppressed. Impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you be so powerful? Meng Sansheng's face changed. Aren't you immortal too? Yin Chuan snorted. Soul formation. Meng Sansheng shouted. The purple feathers in the air rapidly gathered together, forming hundreds of babies with purple wings on their backs. Each of the babies held a purple bow in their hands and shot towards Yin Chuan. Haha, blood gods! Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Hundreds of blood gods suddenly rushed out from the sea of blood and slashed at the babies with purple wings. Boom! In the south of Beijing, the battle was already extremely intense, and a storm was raging everywhere. Countless stars returned to Yin Chuan's hand. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with a murderous light as he threw a punch at Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face darkened as he threw a punch. Boom! The two overlords clashed, and neither of them gave in. They glared at each other. Their energy was rising. Boom! When the two of them attacked, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed. It seemed to be repelling the power that was beyond this world. At the entrance of Yin Jin, the ministers were worried. Meow, should we help Yin Chuan? Meow asked anxiously. Zizi took a deep breath and shook her head. No, they haven't used their full strength yet. Otherwise, Yin Chuan would have started to use the power of the great zenith. When the two palms collided, Meng Sansheng's eyes became gloomy. Meng Sansheng, I know you still have power, but do you think I don't? This is Yin Jin, my home ground. I'm only doing this to tell you that the divine world isn't invincible. You won't be able to take the seal. Today, you alone can't do anything to me, Yin Chuan said. Huh? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. And I want to tell you that I'm not the strongest in Yin Jin. Yin Chuan said again. What? Meng Sansheng's face changed. It's like you're number one in the divine world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Meng Sansheng's face changed. The seal might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Think twice. Yin Chuan said again. Meng Sansheng flapped his wings. Boom! The palms of the two separated with a loud bang. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng summoned the Hongmeng gourd and retreated. The battle stopped. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. In the distance, Yin Chuan stood on the blood sea with his hands behind his back. Meng Sansheng, you're smart. I won't see you off. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Umph! Meng Sansheng snorted and left. Swish! Meng Sansheng disappeared in a blink. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The people and officials of Great Jin cheered. Yin Chuan put away the blood sea and the sky-burying coffin and returned to the square. That's great. Zizi stepped forward excitedly. Phew! Yin Chuan took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Your Majesty? Feng Yinyang and the others' faces changed. I'm fine. Meng Sansheng is indeed powerful. I have some internal injuries, so I need to go into seclusion for a while. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.